Big announcement yesterday from the independent board looking into the loss of the Space Shuttle Columbia on February 1st, a so-called working scenario released by the board chairman, Hal Gehman. You know, so often in accident investigations, the first theory is ultimately discredited as the facts come in. Well, not so in this case. Apparently, soon after the loss of Columbia, there was a lot of focus on the foam debris that fell off the shuttle's external fuel tank, striking the leading edge of the left wing. I'm calling your attention to that area right in there. And while the investigation went into some other directions, as it well should, today it is clear there is little doubt that that briefcase-sized piece of foam hitting the wing at a relative speed of nearly 600 miles an hour inflicted a mortal blow on the composite panels that protect the wing from the heat of re-entry, ultimately. Now, the board believes the foam struck right in this area right here on the space shuttle. This is in this gray area, this reinforced carbon panels, likely panels 7 or 8. And now they've looked at Air Force radar tapes which show something moving slowly away from Columbia on flight day 2. It remained in orbit for 2.5 days, and then it re-entered. By process of elimination, they believe only a piece of that composite panel depicted here in gray would have acted just that way. Now, the board also released a graphic which shows a hole on the underside of one of those panels there, which they see as a likely site for the damage. The underside, because we don't see any evidence of the panel breaking from the video. They have also determined the likely path of hot gases coming in through that breach and then ultimately reaching the landing gear area and then on their way out. They did that by looking at instrumentation and the debris that has been recovered. Now, those gases would have been as hot as 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The aluminum skin of the shuttle, which lies beneath the thermal protection system, no match for that, and the orbiter broke up on re-entry, killing the crew of 7 on February 1st. Now, the working scenario was released yesterday, as we said, by board chairman Hal Gehman at a briefing in Houston.
The board felt that we now know enough and we understand enough that it's time that we changed the board's official policy, which was we don't believe in scenarios of the day or the most popular scenario, that everything was on the table, to the point now where we believe that we should focus our efforts, and that's what the purpose of developing a working hypothesis is.
So here's what lies ahead. A lot more testing to see what happens. So literally fire foam at some of those panels to see how the two react with each other. They'll conduct some more thermal and aerodynamic tests, all of it to try to buttress this working scenario. A final report is due out this summer. Now, the board released this scenario now to give NASA a leg up on making plans for an eventual return to shuttle flight. NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe will be our guest here on CNN's Live from 3:30 Eastern Time, about an hour and a half from now. We hope you'll join us for that interview right here on CNN's Live from. Now, business news. Rhonda Schaffler is at her usual post at the New York Stock Exchange. I'm not exactly sure why they're telling me this, but apparently she's going to talk about Kermit the Frog.
Miles, this is about money, of course.
Green, there you go.
See, there's a connection.
What was that song? It sucks being green, or whatever it is. What is it?
It's not easy being green.
That's it. Yeah.
Telling me that.
Yeah.
All right, you're not going to sing it, so I'm just going to tell you about what's going on here. Because there is a money angle, and you know Kermit, Miss Piggy, all those Muppets. At this point, they're back home. The children of the Muppets creator, the late Jim Henson, buying back the company from ailing German media group EMTV. Now, this deal, here's where the money comes in. The deal is worth $89 million. EMTV, though, paid $680 million for the Jim Henson company at the peak of the stock market bubble in 2000. It also sold off a couple of pieces of the company since, including the Sesame Street characters. The agreement ends what was a 2-year hunt for a buyer. Several media firms, including Walt Disney, were in the running. Disney had a deal to buy the Muppets back in 1980, but pulled out after Jim Henson died suddenly. Now, as far as what's going on here on Wall Street, stocks have been trading in a narrow range today. There is some decent action as far as volume goes. It was busy yesterday, and volume could exceed the pace we saw, which was the highest this year. So that's something we're watching here. It's seen as a plus for Wall Street because, of course, it shows that there's some renewed buying interest in the market, finally. Selling off a little bit right now. Dow is off about 30 points. NASDAQ is down 12. That is the very latest from Wall Street. CNN's Live from continues right after this.
Business Update is brought to you by ADM, the nature of what's to come.
Can you paint something beautiful with sunflowers? Can you drive forever on corn? Build a dream house with oil seeds? ADM has found if you ask the right questions, nature will answer. By finding natural alternatives for many of the things we use every day, we're making the world less harmful to people and more friendly to the environment. ADM, the nature of what's to come.
It started on Bartlett Street in Brooklyn 154 years ago, an original American company. And today, Pfizer is still discovering and developing new medicines. Pfizer was there in World War II with a breakthrough in penicillin production when no one else could make enough penicillin for our soldiers. Today, Pfizer still leads the way in antibiotics, and new Pfizer medicines treat diabetes, manage depression, and ease arthritis pain.
Now, Pfizer's meeting another great challenge, helping people in need get the medicines they need. Programs like the Pfizer for Living Share Card can help seniors in need get a Pfizer prescription for only $15 a month. And where do many of these medicines come from? Right here on Bartlett Street, where Pfizer started over 150 years ago.
Meeting humanity's greatest challenges, that's the heritage of an original American company called Pfizer.
You know, heartburn is bad enough, but then just when you think it's gone, you get it again. That's why I use Pepcid. Just one does it. I take one Pepcid AC to prevent heartburn. It actually stops it before it even starts. Or, after heartburn hits, I take one Pepcid Complete. It starts controlling acid in seconds and lasts all day or all night. Heartburn stop me? No way. Pepcid. Just one and heartburn's done.
Introducing new America Online 8.0. With hundreds of new features, there's never been a better time to try it.
You've got mail.
With 8.0, I can customize my email.
AOL's new parental controls I can set up for each one of my children.
Now AOL searches are faster than ever with Google.
The customer service is free and it's 24 hours a day.
Call now and get 1,025 free hours for 45 days. There's no commitment and you don't even need a credit card.
America Online has so much more.
New AOL 8.0 with hundreds of new features. There's never been a better time to try it.
CNN Tonight on Lou Dobbs Moneyline. Scandal-ridden, low on cash. Companies now turning to the auction block. You'll be surprised what some are willing to sell. On Lou Dobbs Moneyline, CNN Tonight, 6 Eastern.
Banned in Boston. Restaurants and bars in Boston are going through withdrawal this week. The city's new ban on smoking went into effect Monday. If it doesn't hurt business, the ban could go statewide. New York's prohibition on cigarettes may be clearing the air, but as CNN's Jeannie Mosch reports, city chefs are cooking up some new ways to give their patrons a fix.
At New York restaurants, no longer does smoke get in your eyes.
It's strong.
Yeah, but it could get in your food. Add tobacco to filet mignon and you get really smoked meat.
Yeah, with the flavor from the...
Here at Manhattan's Serafina Sandro, that's Sandro the chef taking a cigar break, you can order regular Italian food or choose from the tobacco menu. You must be 18 years of age or older to order tobacco gnocchi, filet mignon, or a dessert called panna cotta.
Just enough to give you the buzz, but it's very good.
The buzz?
Yeah, the buzz, a little bit of buzz. You're gonna feel it at the base of your tongue.
Chop up tobacco from a tobacco store, saute it with butter, add water and a bit of brandy. Strain the tobacco juice onto the meat or into the sauce.
Sweet.
Sprinkle with ground up tobacco.
Is this ready?
Oh, it's good, it's great. But I don't taste tobacco.
You got that smoky taste. It's very subtle, though.
Filet mignon tastes good like a cigarette should. They had to try dozens of recipes to perfect each dish. The filet mignon took...
Victoria, 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
Eat, I'm looking at the big.
The idea is to appeal to smokers.
Yeah, it's not going to substitute my cigarette, but I loved it.
Sandro is working on tobacco lobster and tobacco chocolate mousse. But I mean, we don't have to worry about the cancer of the throat or anything, right?
I don't think so. Smoking cigar.
Each recipe uses only 1/66th of an ounce of tobacco, an amount the CDC says presents no public health concerns. Talk about lighting up, huh? Jeannie Moe, CNN, New York.
Caught on camera. A high school hazing turns ugly.
When I looked up and I saw blood, I knew that this wasn't right.
How did things get out of control? And could it have been prevented?
Through this secret means, I am talking to you from inside Great Iraq.
Saddam Hussein's new message for the people of Iraq. Is a new tape really from him? And an eerie look into the life of Al-Qaeda terrorists. A wedding video featuring some of the 9/11 attackers and planners. CNN live from Chicago, Washington, New York, Los Angeles, Jackson, Tennessee, and other datelines around the globe.
It is 1 p.m. in Chicago, 10 p.m. in Baghdad, 2 p.m. at the Pentagon. I'm Miles O'Brien. Welcome to Live From. Kira Phillips is on assignment. We're watching very closely a briefing which is about to get underway at the Pentagon. We're told it's going to discuss weapons of mass destruction and the possible discovery of a mobile chemical weapons van in Iraq. We'll bring that to you live as soon as it begins. For now, let's check the headlines at this hour. Experts are studying a newly released audio tape said to be recorded by Saddam Hussein. This one refers to recent events and urges Iraqis to fight military occupation, but there is no way to confirm that the voice is genuine. An Australian newspaper says it was given the tape by two men in Baghdad. A no-bid government contract for a company once run by Vice President Cheney is larger and more lucrative than originally thought. A subsidiary of the Halliburton Company was given a contract to put out Iraqi oil well fires, but Democratic Congressman Henry Waxman says the contract also covers the operation of Iraqi oil wells and the distribution of Iraqi oil. In Hong Kong, 11 more people have died from SARS, 8 new cases reported. Meantime, research in a British medical journal reports SARS is especially deadly for older patients. SARS is killing 1 in 5 patients hospitalized in Hong Kong, including more than half of those over the age of 60. Rocker Pete Townsend won't be charged with the crime, but his name will be entered on a list of sex offenders. The co-founder of The Who was given a formal caution for accessing a child porn website. Police in London closed the case today after a 4-month investigation. It was supposed to be innocent fun, but hazing at a high school girls' touch football game near Chicago ended up sending 5 girls to the hospital. Now the school is considering disciplinary action, and police are weighing criminal charges. Marcella Raymond of CNN affiliate WGN will be with us shortly. But first, that briefing at the Pentagon, the subject, weapons of mass destruction.
One is to talk a bit more broadly at the start about what we're trying to do over in Iraq in the theater to look after weapons of mass destruction and other things. And then to get to the subject of interest, I suspect, for the day toward the end. So let me start broadly with what we're trying to do in the theater in terms of the weapons of mass destruction program in particular. We do have the coalition, a comprehensive approach to identifying, assessing, and eliminating Iraq's weapons of mass destruction programs and delivery systems. And that effort is focused on 3 things. We're looking to interview and obtain cooperation from key Iraqi personnel, some of whom are doing so as walk-ins and voluntarily. Others are those who have been members of the former regime. We're looking to access and to assess and exploit a number of sensitive sites throughout the country. And we're working very hard to obtain and exploit documents, computers, hard drives, things like that, which can give us some indication of how that WMD system operated, and to glean from that additional information that we can use for another round then of interviewing people and going after sites and looking for documents. So what we have ongoing here is a highly iterative process in the theater, where we try to take advantage of each bit of information to get to the next step in unraveling the puzzle that is the weapons of mass destruction program. We have been, as you know, interrogating captured members of the regime and obtaining the cooperation of key Iraqi personnel. In some cases, most recently, for example, we have had a mid-level scientist come in and help us to a number of sites, 3, 4, 5 sites, from which we have gleaned more information that has been useful for continuing that process. With respect to the exploitation of documents and such, you have undoubtedly heard that there are large groupings, troves of documents that are at various places throughout Baghdad, for example. And we have taken people up to those sites. They have begun the process of surveying them, triaging them, trying to find some way to, in the end, use modern electronic means of scanning those documents in, sending them back here for further work by experts, who in turn then return that information back to theater for further information and exploitation. And out of those documents, which are terribly important, we think we will be able to gather the evidence and the details on the scope and the content of WMD programs there, to look after the organization of that WMD operation, as well as the command and control procedures, both for the development and side of the house, as well as for plans to make use of those weapons of mass destruction. And finally, and terribly important as well, is to learn more about the proliferation network itself, both inside of Iraq and abroad, related to things like front companies and people who may be involved in technologies that, for instance, may still be in pipelines and might be diverted to other places. So let me tell you a little bit about how we do this every day and give you a little bit of feel for what happens. The command, CENTCOM, has a command inside of Iraq known as the Coalition Land Component Commander, Coalition Forces Land Component Commander, or CFLC, as you know. Each day within that organization, in what they have as their operations center, which is known as the C3, they sit down and work through their priorities. That priority list itself has been pulled together as a consequence of information that we had going into the conflict, of sites that we thought important. As you know, there's some 1,000 sites that we identified. Those sites included not just weapons of mass destruction sites, but also prisoner of war, prisoner camps, prisons rather, prisoner of war locations, terrorist camps and facilities, as well as regime and leadership targets. So there's some 1,000 of them, roughly, of which about half are related to weapons of mass destruction. And each day they sit down, and based on what they have learned, they try to set down their work for the day, and then they send a group, and I'll get to that in a minute, out to do the kinds of exploitation or the interrogations and so forth that are necessary in order for them to go through the process each day. As it stands now, we have been to about 70 of the sites that we were looking to cover. Now, what's interesting about that is that those are the 70 sites that were on the list when we started. Since then, we have been to about another 40, which have come to light as a consequence of this process that I have been describing to you here. The way this works is, with respect to a WMD site in particular, once it's been identified, there is a survey team which may have been there already, having come up with the troops as they came through the countryside, or sent out in advance, and they will go to the site, they will do a survey and determine whether or not it's important for more advanced units to come in and take a look at what's there. So it's a site survey team, and so their job is done. Next would come in a mobile exploitation team, an MET as they're being called, which would do a much more thorough assessment of the site, and also inspect any additional sites that CENTCOM might have recommended. And then, to the extent you need disablement of a facility or a capability in the site, there are disablement teams that are sent out to disarm or render safe or destroy those any delivery systems, weapons, agents, or facilities that might be found. Now, the organization that currently is assigned this mission is, as I said, working for the Coalition Forces Land Component Commander, or CFLC. It is known as the 75th Group. It is assigned this discovery and exploitation mission. It, in turn, is supported by a military intelligence brigade, the 513th. These units have been, by the by, in theater for a very long period of time. The expertise within the 75th Group extends across some 600 people, and they are distributed across interrogators, interviewers, people who do the document exploitations, the material exploitations, and the analysts. That is, the people who each day sort of come together, take the information that's come on board, and try then to make recommendations about what might be done next. The expertise within the group is made up of people from the Central Intelligence Agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency, from the individual services, from DITRA, the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, the FBI, and then there are coalition partners who themselves are part of this ongoing effort. That group, the 75th, will soon, toward the end of this month, begin to have an augmentation take place, and that will be done under the auspices of what we're calling the Iraq Survey Group. That group will be headed by a two-star general, a major general, Keith Dayton, who, as it turns out, is a member of Admiral Jacoby's staff. It will take the lead for the discovery and the exploitation that we have been talking about, and in particular, its mission is to discover, take custody of, exploit, and disseminate information on individuals, records, materials, facilities, networks, and operations as appropriate relative to individuals associated with the regime, weapons of mass destruction, terrorists and terrorist ties in their organizations, information having to do with the Iraqi intelligence, security, and overseas services, and those accused of war crimes and crimes against humanity and POWs. So it's a very large undertaking of which the weapons of mass destruction effort is a part and an important part of that effort, but only a part. The organization will pretty much double or triple in size. There'll be some 1,300 experts who will be associated with this organization, plus another support element of maybe another 800. So you're talking about 2,000 people, more or less, who will begin arriving with the lead elements of the command starting toward the end of this month. And the expertise, again, from the organizations I described a moment ago, and will include as well people from Treasury, some of whom are already in theater, by the way, as well as U.S. citizens who had been in the past UNSCOM inspectors, some other contractors, and again, our coalition partners. Now, that effort is going to be supported by a fusion cell that is being constructed here in Washington, again under the executive agency of the Defense Intelligence Agency. It is made up of experts from around the United States government, and they receive information from the 75th Group now, and they will receive it from the ISG as it stands up, and their job is going to be to do that kind of in-depth analysis that's necessary in order to make this a successful effort over time. So let me say then a word about particularly about weapons of mass destruction and how that process unfolds. When one comes across a site where we think that we need to be taking samples, for example, there are roughly four sets of samples taken. One for processing in theater, two are sent here to the United States, and another one is sent to a non-U.S. laboratory for independent analysis and the verification of the results of those tests. And there is a very strict chain of custody process that is put in place to assure that those samples are not tampered with either in the theater, in transit, when they're in the laboratories, or when the results come back to us here. That's all supplemented then, as I said a moment ago, by interviewing the personnel who we think are involved. I made mention to you of the subordinate scientists as well as the lead scientists are being interviewed. The regime figures are interviewed. We go through the documents and so forth. And then, if we find we've got to dispose of the materials, we do so in a way that is safe for all concerned. So that takes me then to the issue of this morning's news and probably of your interest. Is that right, Charlie? I thought so. The coalition forces have come into possession of an Iraqi trailer, which is very similar to that which was described by the Secretary of State in his presentation before the United Nations back in February. The interior layout of that trailer matches closely what was described by the Secretary of State on the basis of information provided to us by a source. That source, as you may recall, had a hand in the design and the operation of this type of facility. He was even present when he was even knowledgeable of the death of a number of people who had been working on such a facility. The facility, this mobile production facility came into our hands on the 19th of April at a Kurdish checkpoint near a place called Tal Kayef, T-A-L-L-K-A-Y-F, in northern Iraq. The Kurds reported to us that the trailer may have been in the company of military vehicles prior to that, and along with the decontamination truck, they said. The trailer, it turns out, is painted in military color scheme and was found on a heavy equipment transporter that is typically used for carrying tanks. There are common elements between what we had in the statement from the defector that was used in Secretary of State's presentation. For example, the external superstructure and its dimensions, the equipment, such as the fermenter on board, the gas cylinders to supply clean air for production, and significantly a system to capture and compress exhaust gases to eliminate any signature of the production. The fermenters are used for growing cultures, and the recovery systems make air filtration unnecessary to prevent the release of signs indicating the fermentation process. Interestingly enough, the gas recovery systems really are not necessary for and not normally used for legitimate biological processes. So while some of the equipment on the trailer could have been used for purposes other than biological weapons agent production, U.S. and U.K. technical experts have concluded that the unit does not appear to perform any function beyond what the defector said it was for, which was the production of biological agents. At the moment, it had been up around the Mosul area, as I said. It is either on the way to or has arrived in Baghdad. We will go about the process of going through further sampling of the system. Thus far, we have only been able to sample it on the surface, those things that we can reach. And what we'll do now is a much more thorough and complete and more intrusive examination of the system, undoubtedly to include its dismantlement in order to be able to reach into those places where we would want to get to in order to take additional samples. And that means that there'll be many more tests that'll be taken, and so it will be another considerable period of time before the next round of testing comes back and we get some results. I should tell you that this testing is taking place in an environment in which this vehicle has had a very caustic substance washed through it. Some call it ammonia. I do not know what the compound is. It's also been painted. Nice green military colors, apparently. And so the testing is sort of taking place in that kind of an environment. And so in part that is the reason for wanting to get much more intrusive and get inside of these systems rather than only being able to touch them on the surface. So that is about where we are on this at the moment. And I guess if, Admiral, you don't have anything else you need to add, or there's anything you all think I should include, I'd be happy to take a few questions. Charlie.
Steve, are you leaving open the possibility or not that biological agents or traces of biological agents might still be in the van? And if not, is this the smoking gun that you've been looking for to prove that Saddam indeed had active chem-bio research, whatever going on at the time the war started?
If part of the reason for wanting, to continue with the testing is to be able to reach into those parts of the equipment that can't be reached by the superficial testing that we've been able to do. So that process has to go forward, and we'll see what that yields. On the smoking gun, I mean, I don't know. I mean, what we have here is what the Secretary of State talked about, along with other things in his presentation to the United Nations, that was based on information that was provided by a number of sources, and it confirms that what the source said existed and the Secretary of State reported is there in the possession of the coalition forces. As time goes by and the more we learn, I'm sure we're going to discover that the WMD programs are as extensive and as varied as the Secretary of State reported in his February address.
Have 4 sets of samples been taken of this truck and sent places? They have. And doing the math here, 110 sites have been exploited so far out of roughly 500 on your list, 70 and 40?
Yeah, about that.
Is it
No, 70 of the ones we went in with. We went in with about 580, 600 sites that, that we over time had developed and prior to the conflict thought would be related to weapons of mass destruction. In addition to those 580, there have now been 40 sites which, as a result of activity in the country since the war started, have been identified and visited. Okay?
But only 70.
We have been listening to the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence, Stephen Cambone, talking to us about the apparent discovery of a mobile chemical weapons van in Iraq and up in the northern part in a place called Tal Kaif, not far from Mosul and Erbil. We will be tracking that story as it develops, and now we're going to shift gears back to what we were telling you about at the top of the program here. An apparent case of hazing that went way too far in the Chicago area near a high school. It was supposed to be an indoctrination into a powder puff football game, but it became something else entirely. Marcella Raymond of CNN affiliate WGN picks up the story for us.
There was really no beginning, actually. It's just the juniors came out, and then it all started, the hazing, which is really just a bunch of ridiculous stuff being thrown upon a bunch of girls who were kneeling.
They said it was funny in the beginning, then it got violent. First, it was syrup and oil poured on the girls. Then it escalated to urine and feces. Then empty buckets were thrown on them. That escalated to punches and kicks. About 100 students were watching. They say it was mayhem and they could do nothing to stop it.
I started out watching, but then I just, I sat back and sat on the ground and watched, and I was just like, I don't agree with this, you know? But there's so many people just all in a circle around it that you can't really stop it.
Students we talked with say this hazing has been a tradition with Glenbrook North High School students for years. It is not school endorsed and was done off school property on Sunday. The principal says the district takes a strong stance against this behavior.
We work actively with our students to try to teach them what it means to respect other individuals, and we talk about the impact that events such as hazing has on an individual person. And to see this go on as a resident of Northbrook and also as a principal of the high school, I'm very sad.
One of the girls had to get stitches. Another broke her ankle. This girl helped her get home.
First of all, obviously I'm angry that this happened. I'm disgusted. I'm appalled 100%. I'm embarrassed to say that I go to Glenbrook North High School because of this. It's disgusting. For the best money that education can buy, this is what happens at our school. I just think that it's all disgusting.
Still, there are others who say it's all done in fun. The sophomore hopes to be a part of it next year.
I don't know. I just think it's tradition. It'll be fun.
So you like being punched, kicked, things thrown at you?
It's going to be like that next year. I think they're going to change it into just a regular football game after all this.
That was from Marcella Raymond of our affiliate WGN in Chicago, and we thank her and them for that. It's kind of a sad story. Joining us now to talk a little bit more about it is the principal of that school, Glenbrook North High School, Dr. Michael Riggle. Dr. Riggle, good to have you with us.
Thank you.
Now, first of all, this event occurred off the premises of the school. I suppose there's a jurisdictional question here. Is this something that is a matter for the principal, or is it for the police department?
Well, the jurisdiction for the school is very limited. We cannot take a look at suspensions that would affect their academic career. So the jurisdiction really falls now down to the sheriff's department, and we're cooperating fully. And we're hoping that the court system will come in and work with the school. The school is going to be looking at penalties to students that would involve extracurricular activities, because students do sign a code of conduct as they participate in some of our events.
When you say there's nothing you can do that would affect their academic record, explain that, please.
Well, students have a right to go to school, and so there's a difference between a right and a privilege. Participation in extracurricular activities is considered a privilege, and there's a different set of rules for that.
What crime might have been violated or might have been committed at that location?
That's hard really for me to determine, because that's not really my area. I feel that the behavior that went on was certainly extreme, and I think that it does get into the point of criminal actions.
You do? So you think,
yes,
should charges be pressed? I assume you know most of these seniors by now. You know them pretty well.
We know them pretty well, but we also recognize the situation, and you can look at the behavior that went on, and the school is fully supportive of prosecution at this point.
And let the chips fall where they may.
Absolutely.
How surprised were you that this occurred? I know that there were problems with this apparently over the years, such that it was moved off campus.
Well, back in about 1979, there were problems, and the school decided that it no longer wanted powder puff football as an activity, as a fundraiser. And so since that time, this has all been generated by students, and from year to year, the school tries to inform whenever it can learn that a situation would occur like this powder puff game. But I'm not sure that the staff and the students here or the parents in the community realized the level at which this has gotten in the last couple of years, and quite honestly, we were shocked, as everyone else was when we looked at this videotape.
Let me ask you this, for many people watching outside of your part of the world, is there a word to the wise here, perhaps some warning for some parents who might think this is unheard of for high school students? I mean, I suppose we associate hazing, for better or worse, with rushing at colleges and the Greek system, but it can happen elsewhere, can't it?
I think the word of warning is this can happen to anyone at any time, and I think that everyone has to be diligent in taking proactive measures. We have to educate, but the schools, we need parents and we need other governmental agencies working hand in hand with us to set up conditions where it makes it less likely for these things to occur. And here in Northbrook, this activity needs to end.
And just quickly, what did you say to the students today?
We've been working with students more individually with an ongoing investigation, and we're working with students who are angry, upset for a variety of reasons. So the school has got a lot of emotions running right now, and what we are trying to do is sort out individually what our needs are with different students.
Dr. Michael Riggle, the principal of Glenbrook North High School, we're sorry that your school year ended this way. We wish you well.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back with a check of the nation's weather in just a bit. Stay with us.
Announcing great savings on a Gateway Take, Make, and Share bundle. A complete Gateway 300 series home desktop featuring Microsoft Windows XP, plus a digital camera and all the photo software you need to take, make, and share your memories, starting at just $9.99. And we'll make it easy with no payments and no interest for 6 months. Call, click, and come in today for great deals on all the Ready Tech Go bundles. Only from Gateway.
Where the heck are you?
On the road.
Get my package? Opening it now. Yellow Book? They're here.
Yellow Book all over town. Everywhere I go.
Oh, great.
Yellow Book, Yellow Book, Yellow Book.
I told you guys, we're in trouble.
So you think we could transfer to the cell phone division?
After this, we'll be lucky if they stick us on poles.
With pigeons?
Today, people are choosing Yellow Book, not the other book. Call 1-800-YB-YELLOW.
Refinancing your mortgage is fast and easy with Ditech.com.
Ditech's loan process was great. They helped us accomplish several things. We combined a first and a second. We got cash out, and we went to a 15-year loan. It was a wonderful experience.
If you're thinking about refinancing your mortgage, call or log on to Ditech.com for today's low fixed rate. Our loan process is fast and easy. Ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
Speed dates.
Meet your match before the buzzer.
So what do?
Lawyer. And you?
Flex-On sales rep.
Excuse me?
I sell these frames. They're flexible, see?
Careful.
That's okay. They spring back.
I'm a teacher, and you?
Flex-On sales rep.
Huh?
Flex-On frames. They don't get bent out of shape.
Oh. I'm in public relations.
Flex-On sales rep.
What?
Flex-On frames.
Wow.
Be the most interesting. Wear the most interesting eyewear. Flex-On by Marchand.
Ricoh's imaging solutions let you share and manage ideas. Whenever inspiration hits you, how well do you share? Ricoh.
Finger and toe area fungal infections require strong medicine. As a doctor, I recommend Fungicure.
Fungicure liquid eliminates fungus around nails with powerful antifungal medicine. Just brush it on. It's clear and dries in a snap. Fungicure, the finger and toe fungi specialist.
Another day, another tornado warning. Jackie Jarris, what do you have for us now?
This one's a biggie, Miles. It includes the city of Birmingham in Alabama. So it's for Jefferson County, and it's now been extended to one county east of there. So it will also be affecting St. Clair County. The one for Jefferson County until 1:45 till 2:30. So that's another hour for you here in St. Clair County. Here is the cell of concern. There you can see it highlighted right there on your map. It's pushing off to the east, and it is moving about 40 miles per hour. This has a definite hook signature on it on Doppler radar, so it is showing very strong signs of rotation and could produce a tornado at any time. So if you live in Birmingham, near the Birmingham airport, near Fultondale, Gardendale, Kimberly, Leeds, Morris, Pinson, Trussville, and Warrior, you need to be taking cover now. Get down to the lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows. Wait till those sirens go off. You have at least 15 minutes if you live into the western suburbs of Birmingham, and if you live over there in St. Clair County. With the movement of this storm, it's going to be an hour before this thing passes. So a very dangerous situation shaping up here in Birmingham. Now, in addition to the tornadic threat, we have seen very heavy rain move over the same area across northern parts of Mississippi into Alabama, across much of Tennessee, into northern parts of Georgia, and now we have some flash flood watches in effect across much of that area here, also up towards St. Louis into parts of Illinois. And another area right here across the Ohio River in southern parts of Ohio and in northern Kentucky. So we've seen some very impressive rainfall amounts over the past couple of days. These are a couple of rainfall totals in the past 24 hours. As of 7 a.m., Manchester, Tennessee, more than 6 inches. Iron City, 4.84. Muscle Shoals, Alabama, more than 4 inches there. Also more than 4 in Huntsville, Alabama. That's a record for you. 3.3 in Summerville, Georgia, and more will continue. Want to show you the watches that we have in effect. Tornado watch across central parts of Mississippi, also across Alabama, and it does clip northwestern parts of Georgia. Both of these until 4 o'clock local time. And we have a new watch now. This one is a severe thunderstorm watch, including Washington, D.C., parts of north central Virginia into West Virginia, and into south central parts of Pennsylvania. So things are starting to really heat up. Again, tornado warning for Birmingham. Miles?
Jackie, if there's any silver lining here, if there's any lingering effects of the drought still in that part of the world, I guess that's the end of that, huh?
Actually, it has made a huge difference. A lot of the reservoirs are starting to fill up. It's been a very active last couple of months in terms of the heavy rainfall, so we're definitely making progress across the east. Of course, the west is certainly another story.
I guess I get the half full award for that one.
Okay.
All right, Jackie Jarris, thanks very much, or completely full in that case. Digging out and vowing to rebuild. We're seeing this in town after town that have been touched by those tornadoes as they have swept through. CNN's David Mattingly is in hard-hit Pierce City, Missouri. Jennifer Caggiola is in Jackson, Tennessee. Let's start, we should go ladies first, but it's not my choice. Are we going to start with Jennifer? What are we going to do? Let's go. I'm sorry, we have to go David first, but that's not my choice, okay, David? I'm sorry, I normally would go to Jennifer first.
Miles, you weren't my first choice either.
Take it away, David.
Just kidding, just kidding. The people who survived this tornado caught in its path say when it came down Main Street here, it only took about 30 seconds. It tore down the street and literally tore up every single building on it. Well, today you can see what kind of progress is being made and how slow it's going to clean all of this up. It's taken all day so far to clean up about half of the street. The bulldozers, funded by all the money that's coming from federal disaster relief right now, are cleaning up all the piles of debris that are on the side of the road, loading them up and shipping them out of here so people can actually get back into some of this property and start going through their belongings. And just take a look at what's inside some of these buildings. Now, this is one of those old buildings that people are so heartbroken to see torn up. This part of the town, more than a century old, very much a tourist attraction with all the stores that they have put in here. And now there's talk that almost all of these buildings may have to be torn down. They were just too old. The storm was just too strong for them to survive. And now they're just so structurally weak. They're worried that if any more severe weather comes through here, that the winds might actually blow these down before there's a chance to even demolish them. Right now, folks are just hoping they have enough time to get inside and claim whatever they can of their belongings to get out of here right now. And right now, the city council here has found out it's going to be up to them to ultimately decide which buildings stay up, which ones go down, and they're going to be relying very heavily on professional engineers to tell them which buildings can be saved. It's so serious right now that they're looking at salvaging just small parts of these buildings, the architectural things that make them unique, and maybe incorporate that into new construction in the future. So they're trying to save whatever they can to keep that old-time look and that old-time feel to this town that they have turned into such a successful economic base for them. Miles?
All right, CNN's David Mattingly joining us from Pierce City, Missouri. Now let's cast our focus on Jackson, Tennessee. Jennifer Cagiola is there, and the attempt to pick up the pieces, I guess, is made more urgent by the fact that there's more bad weather headed your direction. That just, it's got to be really depressing, I guess, for the people there.
It is, and this morning we caught a glimpse of it. There was incredibly heavy rain throughout most of the evening and this morning, so when we got up, all recovery and cleanup basically had to halt until that was done. Since about 11 this morning, we've actually had clear skies. It's incredibly hot, though, which is not good news for those 12,000 residents without any power or air conditioning. But like you said, we are expected to see rain up through the weekend, so flooding and additional water damage is a big concern. For residents here, the conditions are improving a bit, though. They do have clean running water, which is, of course, the most important. Also, the sewer system is back up. Phones are not up yet, but according to the Red Cross, there's about more than 2,000 families that are still needing assistance, including food and shelter. I spoke with Suzanne Hogan from the Red Cross, who told us that it could be quite a while before residents here begin to get their life back to normal.
We're at the very beginning stages of this operation. Additional resources obviously will be rolling in all through the week. We expect this will be a long-term operation. This is the second time this community's been hit in 3 years, so most certainly it's a little bit more traumatizing to those folks who have been affected.
Susan told us also this is just the beginning of the storm season, so if these tornadoes are any indication, residents here could be bracing for a very difficult summer. Miles.
All right, thank you very much, CNN's Jennifer Cagiola joining us from Jackson, Tennessee. We're going to take a break. When we come back, a tale of yet another tape just ahead, a wedding party, and in attendance, some of the planners of the 9/11 terror attacks. What this tape might mean to the effort to track down terrorists. Mike Betcher will be joining us shortly.
All right, we're ready. Stop obsessing. QuickStep is the laminate floor designed to take the wear and tear of everyday life. QuickStep, floors that stand up.
Now you can call anyone in America for 3 cents a minute, 39 cents to connect. Not only is it 3 cents anywhere in the U.S., but also to Canada and to Western Europe. Introducing 1010-987. No monthly fees, Nothing to sign up for. All you do is dial 1010-987, so you can use it right now. Hey, a rate this low never went so far. 1010-987.
I don't know what to do, Doc. I keep losing home loans to Ditech.com.
I see.
Customers apply online or by phone 24/7. They never come to the bank anymore. Even my mom got a loan from Ditech.
Very interesting. Looking for a faster, easier way to get a mortgage? Call or log on to Ditech.com for today's low fixed rate.
So what do you think, Doc?
I think you just lost another loan to Ditech.
Ditech.com, 1-800-71-FIXED.
Now save 30%. Call your travel agent or 1-800-BEACHES.
CNN Today, the political power hour. First, breaking news from D.C. on Judy Woodruff's Inside Politics. Then, Carville, Carlson, Bagala, and Novak battle it out in the crossfire. Washington's Best Hour, beginning at 4 Eastern, only on CNN.
CNN Tonight, Diane Sawyer, the only network anchor to interview Scott Peterson. Now learn about the $1 million scandal she's unraveled. Diane Sawyer for the hour, only on Larry King Live. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Authorities say they were celebrating a wedding, and some of them were planning an attack on America about the same time. A videotape of a 1999 wedding reception in Hamburg, Germany, giving investigators a close-up look at the inner workings of al-Qaeda. Mike Betcher takes a look for us.
The video shows us members of the now infamous Hamburg al-Qaeda cell that investigators believe was the core group of the 9/11 hijackings. The groom in the October 1999 wedding reception in Hamburg, Germany, is Saeed Bahaji, who German authorities accuse of helping plot the New York and Washington attacks. He fled Hamburg just days before 9/11 and is still at large. Seated to his right, Ramzi bin al-Shiba, a key al-Qaeda figure who investigators believe played a major role in masterminding the terrorist plot. He was arrested in Karachi, Pakistan, exactly 1 year after the World Trade Center and Pentagon attacks. During the reception, bin al-Shiba comments that all in attendance were part of a class for which there would be a test. There will be some who pass and some who fail, he said. Marwan al-Shehi, who was one of the hijackers of United Flight 175 that crashed into the second World Trade Center building, is standing on the far right of the group, which is singing to the groom. Also at the reception, Ziad Jarrah, a hijacker of United Flight 93 that crashed into a Pennsylvania field. Hijack leader Mohammed Atta is not seen in the video, but investigators believe he was also present, as was Mamoun Darkhanzali, who was under investigation by German police for funneling money to the group. He denies any terrorist involvement. The videotape has been in the hands of German authorities for many months, but was recently released to lawyers representing the families of those who died in the 9/11 attacks. For investigators, lawyers, and families, it provides a rare glimpse of the mysterious Hamburg cell that was celebrating a wedding at the same time they were believed to be plotting an attack. At the time of that wedding party, the plan for 9/11 was well advanced, and soon those hijackers you saw there were on their way to the United States to begin flight training, Miles.
Mike, it's chilling just to see it. But aside from that, offering us kind of some depth and detail about all of it, of what use is it to investigators?
I think it's been of great use already by the Germans, who've had it for quite some time. They were able to check stories of people who said they weren't associated with this infamous Hamburg cell, and they were able to talk to the people who were there to find out more people who may have been involved. One of the people they were looking at is that financier. He is believed to have funneled money to al-Qaeda. He denies it. The Germans think he did. So it was of great use to both the Germans and the Americans, Miles.
Do we know where most of these people are?
No. The man who got married has disappeared. We know where Ramzi bin Al-Shibh is. He's in U.S. custody. Two of the hijackers we saw on video, they died. Mohammed Atta, who was not seen on the video but is believed to have been at that wedding, he is dead. And some of those other people in there are still in Germany, but a lot of people have disappeared since then.
Interesting how they all disappeared. It's safe to say, though, that it's from an investigative standpoint, it's been used up.
I think so. The lawyers for the victims of 9/11 believe they can use it in court to try to prove liability against certain parties who may have played a role in the 9/11 plot, and it could be of great value to them. I believe that its intelligence value has already been used up right now by the U.S. and the Germans, but it does give us an interesting insight on how these cells work, how closely associated they were. I mean, there was talk earlier that cells, they stayed apart from each other all the time. Well, obviously, there were a lot of them there in one room. They weren't worried about being detected at the time. And then they went their separate ways.
Not as compartmentalized as first thought. All right, Mike Boettcher, thank you very much. Fascinating stuff. A federal judge in Manhattan awards more than $100 million in damages to the victims of, families, I should say, of two victims of the 9/11 terror attacks. The damages were assessed against Osama bin Laden, Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, and the now fallen regime of Saddam Hussein. The judge concluded lawyers proved Iraq lent material support to bin Laden and Al-Qaeda, although it was a default judgment since no defendants responded to the suits. Lawyers for other 9/11 plaintiffs have been watching this case very carefully, as it was the first to reach the damage phase. It's time for us to take a break. When we return, we'll tell you about a car survey. Folks who buy those new Hummer H2s, well, they're not happy with the gas mileage. What did they expect? Stay with us.
Because a mother's eyes can't be everywhere, we're developing cars that can see. It's our vision of accident-free driving.
CNN Tonight, Diane Sawyer, the only network anchor to interview Scott Peterson. Now she unravels a $1 million scandal. Larry King Live, CNN Tonight.
If you're buying or refinancing a home, Instify is a direct lender that offers the lowest rates available.
Today's low fixed rate is 4.625%.
1-800-INSTIFY. You owe it to yourself to call Instify.
Spring on over to HSN.
If you're buying or refinancing a home, Instify is a direct lender that offers the lowest rates available.
Today's low fixed rate is 4.625%.
1-800-INSTIFY. You owe it to yourself to call Instify.
Talk about cleaning the impossible. You've tackled that baked on, burnt on grease. How about those tough red stains on your plasticware? They never seem to come off, so you're never sure if they're really clean. Be sure with Cascade Plastic Booster, the first ever plastic cleaner that eliminates red stains and odors from plasticware. Just add detergent, squeeze Plastic Booster in the pre-washed dispenser cup, and start your dishwasher. The special formula penetrates plastic surfaces, lifting away the red stains and odors. You won't believe how all your plasticware looks sparkling clean after only one wash. And run Plastic Booster through your empty dishwasher monthly to clean and freshen the inside. Named one of Good Housekeeping's Good Buys for 2003, Cascade Plastic Booster is the guaranteed way to keep plastics looking new. Call now through this special offer and we'll send you valuable money-saving coupons, good towards your purchase of Dawn Power Dissolver and Cascade Plastic Booster from the two leaders in dishwashing technology, Dawn and Cascade. Or find us in the dishwashing aisle at a store near you.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
The parents of a 9-year-old Milwaukee boy with Down syndrome were told their son was misbehaving on the school bus, and so they decided to put a tape recorder in his backpack. And what they heard told an entirely different story. Brian McCaig of CNN affiliate WTMJ reports.
For months, Jacob's parents were getting notes from bus driver Brian Duco saying Jacob's behavior on the bus was unacceptable.
No one expects to hear their child being abused.
But when they heard this tape recording, they say it was Duco's behavior that was unacceptable. According to the criminal complaint, Duco yelled at Jacob, "Stop before I beat the living hell out of you," and "Do I have to tape your mouth shut? Because you know I will." His parents say you can hear the driver slapping Jacob in the face.
He couldn't have said, "Mom or Dad, this guy is hitting me." He couldn't say that. He doesn't say that.
Jacob still says the name of the bus driver, no Brian. In Milwaukee, Brian McCaig, today's TMJ4.
The little boy's parents, who you just saw in that piece briefly, also spoke to CNN's American Morning this morning.
If I had even had a suspicion of the bus driver in any way abusing my son, he wouldn't have been on the bus. I would have never put him on the bus thinking that he might be abused so that we could catch the bus driver. I would have pulled him off the bus.
The bus driver has been charged with child abuse and disorderly conduct. Let's check in on the nation's business. They say that money does not buy happiness, and this seems to be particularly true when it comes to buying a car. Rhonda Schaffler at the New York Stock Exchange with details. I love this about the people buying the Hummers, and they're not happy because the gas mileage is not good. Well,
I know. Can you imagine that, Miles? Well, it's actually interesting because J.D. Power and Associates, that's a firm you've probably heard of. It's known for its car rankings. It's now out with its list that includes for the first time the worst ranked cars in its survey of vehicle quality. And the Hummer, it might have been great in the Iraqi desert, but apparently there are a lot of people that have all sorts of complaints about it. Owners criticizing everything from the $50,000 car's poor mileage to its lack of power. Ford's Land Rover and the Korean-made Kia also high on the list of the most problems. Now, at the other end of the scale, Toyota's Lexus brand had the least number of problems for new car owners. GM's Cadillac was ranked the second best. For the first time in 5 years, the average overall quality of new cars and trucks failed to improve this year. Video game pioneer Atari is making a comeback. Infogrames took the storied name today. Atari, you might recall, dates all the way back to the early 70s. That's when it created the arcade video game Pong. Over the years, Atari's gone through all sorts of changes. It's been owned by AOL Time Warner and Hasbro. Infogrames acquired the Atari rights in early 2001 when it bought Hasbro Interactive. Shares of the newly named Atari soaring on the NASDAQ. They're up about 20%. Atari is now making Enter the Matrix, the game companion to the soon-to-be-released Matrix movie sequel. As far as what else is happening on Wall Street, at this point, stocks are trending lower, modest losses, and no one seems to be too concerned here. We keep reporting about the fact the market's had a pretty impressive run-up since the end of the Iraq War. We'll show you some numbers here. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, you can see with this particular trading pattern, is down 20 points at the moment, and it's been a bit of a choppy session there. Coca-Cola, though, is up more than 2. A brokerage firm upgraded that stock, and the NASDAQ at this point moving lower. That's very latest from Wall Street. Back to you, Miles.
All right, thank you very much, Rhonda. Appreciate it. He suffered abuse in Iraq, and now he's free in America. We're talking about a dog and the soldier who risked an awful lot to get him home.
Business Update is brought to you by Ricoh Image and Document Communication. How well do you share?
Ricoh's imaging solutions let you share and manage ideas. Whenever inspiration hits you, how well do you share? Ricoh.
Announcing great savings on a Gateway Take, Make, and Share bundle. A complete Gateway 300 series home desktop featuring Microsoft Windows XP, plus a digital camera and all the photo software you need to take, make, and share your memories, starting at just $9.99. And we'll make it easy with no payments and no interest for 6 months. Call, click, and come in today for great deals on all the Ready Tech Go bundles. Only from Gateway.
Bet you didn't know this. There are feminine pads, and then there are Poise pads, made specially for little leaks. Poise has dry touch granules that pull in moisture, so wetness and odor are old news. Being dry means knowing which pad to use. Poise, it's about time.
Are you in on it? Go to the new cheaptickets.com with new fare search technology for lower prices than ever. Or call now for new travel deals on cars, cruises, condos, and vacation packages. Why just save on airfares? Introducing new low hotel prices. Now save up to 70%. Cheap Tickets, the best kept secret in travel.
Your diabetes looks different when you finally see the big picture. With OneTouch Ultra Smart, the meter and electronic logbook in one, you don't just test, you see trends, spot patterns to help you stay in control. New OneTouch Ultra Smart. Get the big picture.
If you want the benefits of refinancing, you have no choice but to stress over a long application, right? Wrong. AmeriQuest Mortgage gives you a choice and a personal loan advisor to handle just about everything. With 2 decades of experience, AmeriQuest knows how to offer you the no-stress home loan. The time is right, so call AmeriQuest now at 1-800-297-3260 or go to AmeriQuest.com. Call AmeriQuest, the company that knows you are more.
A dog named Yogi has been saved from a life of abuse in Iraq to enjoy a new home and a new land. You might say he's been given asylum. U.S. soldiers saved the German Shepherd, who is now safe and sound in Michigan. Melanie Brooks of our affiliate station WJBK has Yogi's tale.
So welcome to America, Yogi.
It's an amazing story of rescue and risk. Yogi was able to make it all the way from Iraq, where he was tortured and beaten, to Metro Detroit, where this German Shepherd has captured hearts in the Motor City, a canine connection, so to speak.
There's not a whole lot of time for these guys to do anything. So, I mean, for him to do what he did, I mean, it's not like it's just an easy thing. He's got all his other obligations, all his other duties, and then he's doing this on top of it.
A U.S. Special Forces expert rescued Yogi when he saw him hanging by a wire, being beaten with a pipe by Iraqis in a border town. And the man who rescued him, animal lover Bill Gillette, who is still stationed in Iraq. He saved Yogi and took him back to the Special Forces camp. He had to have a buddy in Detroit pick up the German Shepherd in New York after the dog weathered a 14-hour flight from the Middle East.
If 2 soldiers are willing to put themselves in harm's way for America, like all our soldiers are, the least I can do is take care of their dog.
And the cost was phenomenal, $1,500 for Yogi's airline ticket, massive red tape at the embassy, but it was all worth it. Yogi is in good, caring hands. And amazingly enough, after all the abuse, Yogi has a great disposition and loves people, especially the doctors at the Gassow Medical Clinic. Bill's best friend is taking care of Yogi for now. And it seems in battle, man's best friend was found for a soldier who risked his life to save another.
A report from Melanie Brooks of station WJBK Detroit. And that's the tail end of this part of Live From. Let's send it over to Judy Woodruff in Washington. Hello, Judy.
Hi there, Miles. A heartwarming story, that is. Well, it was one of the most striking pictures from last week. President Bush on the deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln. But now Mr. Bush is coming under attack for his visit to the aircraft carrier. We'll hear from the left and the right on this controversy. But first, let's go right back to Miles for a look at the top stories.
We'll get back to Live From in just a moment, but first a look at the headlines this hour. The Pentagon says American forces in Iraq are doing tests on a trailer that matches the description of a mobile biological weapons lab given by various sources, including defectors. It is the first time the Pentagon has announced it might have evidence of the sort of prohibited weapons program used to justify the war in Iraq. A newly obtained videotape showing the wedding reception of a suspected September 11th plotter shows 2 of the hijackers who carried out the attacks. The wedding took place in late '99 in Hamburg, Germany. The groom is still wanted for his suspected involvement in the attacks. The U.S.-led coalition's most wanted list of former Iraqi leaders continues to shrink. Another member of that list now in custody. He is identified as Ghazi Ahmad al-Ubaidi, a former Ba'ath Party regional command chairman, number 32 on the 55-member most wanted list. It's another day to keep an eye on the sky for storm-ravaged parts of the U.S. More severe weather warnings are in place today from Louisiana into Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee. The bad weather has killed dozens of people in the South and Midwest in the past few days. More headlines in 30 minutes. The third hour of Live From starts right now.
President Bush under attack for his visit to the USS Abraham Lincoln.
I am loath to think of an aircraft carrier being used as an advertising backdrop for a presidential political slogan.
This hour, the controversy over the president's appearance.
This president is proud to have visited the Abraham Lincoln.
Scott Peterson is charged not only with the murder of his wife, but also their unborn child. California allows for such a prosecution. Should this become the law of the land?
It is just plain wrong that our federal government does absolutely nothing to criminalize violent acts against unborn children.
Will we ever know exactly what caused the crash of the shuttle Columbia? And will the shuttle fleet ever fly again? Just two of the questions we'll ask the man who runs NASA. CNN's Live from Washington, New York, Pierce City, Missouri, and other datelines around the globe.
It is 3 p.m. here in the nation's capital, noon on the West Coast. Thanks for joining us. I'm Judy Woodruff, live from Washington. As the United States continues to fine-tune its strategy for rebuilding Iraq, a new audio tape has surfaced in Baghdad featuring a recording said to have been made this week and said to be the voice of Saddam Hussein. For more on what the recording says and the questions about its authenticity, let's go to Baghdad and to CNN's Nick Robertson. Nick, what are you learning?
Well, Judy, most of the people we're talking to here who are trying to analyze this recording say it does sound like Saddam Hussein and it does use his language. It does appear to have been recorded recently. It refers to his birthday on the 28th of April, where, interestingly, he says he believes he got a lot of support around the country. That wasn't what we saw. It also refers to the looting of Iraq's National Museum. Both of these things have happened since he was forced out of power, since U.S. troops took control of Baghdad. So perhaps it is a recent recording. He's calls on the Iraqi people to resist what he calls the occupation. He calls on them to shoot at American troops, not to do business with foreigners. Indeed, he says anyone doing business with a foreigner is a traitor, and he calls on people to write slogans on the wall against the United States troops inside Iraq. And according to the tape, it says Saddam Hussein, he himself, is still inside Iraq.
Through this secret means, I'm talking to you from inside Great Iraq, and I say to you, the main task for you, Arab and Kurd, Shia and Sunni, Muslim and Christian, and the whole Iraqi people of all religions, your main task is to kick the enemy out from our country.
Now, people that we've talked to here say they don't really mind whether or not it is Saddam Hussein. They're not interested in this message. They say that they're not going to fight against the United States. They say that at the moment the United States is providing security, so they will not follow this particular call to arms. The message, however, and the fact that it has been delivered does raise concerns here for many people that Saddam Hussein is still at large and that his members of his Ba'ath Party are still at large. And many people here continue to tell us they won't feel comfortable until Saddam Hussein has been brought into captivity or has been killed. Judy?
All right, Nick Robertson reporting for us from Baghdad on this Wednesday night. Nick, thank you very much. Here in Washington, some Democrats are seething over President Bush's dramatic tailhook landing and overnight stay last week aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. It was billed as a way to deliver a personal thank you to military personnel. But some critics say American taxpayers are footing the bill for a trip that was more political than practical. The president's spokesman calls those complaints unfounded.
I think it does a disservice to the men and women of our military to suggest that the President of the United States or the manner in which the President visited the military would be anything other than the exact appropriate thing to do. And I think that the 5,000 sailors on that ship recognize this for what it was. The President going out there to say thank you to those who risked their lives.
Well, with me now to talk more about this issue, Republican Congressman J.D. Hayworth of Arizona. Congressman, good to see you.
Thanks, Judy.
As you know, some Democrats are saying, first of all, that the carrier arrival was delayed. That cost the taxpayers up to $100,000, or rather $1 million, $800,000 to $1 million. They're saying this was in effect just a stunt for the president to use as a backdrop for his campaign for re-election.
Well, Judy, of course, the name of this program is Inside Politics. I think really excessive politics is being played by some elements on the left. History reminds us that FDR, after a historic summit, turned around a destroyer to go pick up Fala, his dog, in the Aleutian Islands. You may recall he used that to great effect in the '44 campaign against Dewey, saying, "I don't mind when my critics attack me, but when they attack my little dog, it's too much." Look, the fact is, this is much ado about a proper presidential function. He is, after all, constitutionally commander-in-chief, and as commander-in-chief, George W. Bush has, I believe, an obligation to say thank you to the troops, to say thank you to the sailors. We know he visited Army Rangers. We know that he visited with elements of the Marine Corps. So it only follows that, in addition to those visits into air bases, that he goes see sailors on a ship coming home. And those who have gotten shrill in this attack, I think, are actually inflicting more damage on their political point of view than they are helping.
What about the argument that the ship's arrival was delayed in order to accommodate the president?
I don't know about that. I think, again, that's much ado about really very little. I think that if you talk to the sailors on the Abe Lincoln, they, too, a sailor and a person, would say they're happy to see the commander-in-chief. And I think that all the squawking about this is really inappropriate and may go to some folks way over on the left, or some who are consumed with dislike for George W. Bush. But for most Americans, I think we all feel it's fitting and proper for the commander-in-chief to greet troops in a variety of venues.
The other thing some of these Democrats are saying, Congressman, is that originally the White House said the president needed to use a jet to get to the carrier because it was going to be so far out at sea. It turned out it was just 30 miles away. What do you know about that?
Well, I don't know anything about the positioning of the ship. I do know that George W. Bush was trained as a fighter pilot, served in the Air National Guard, and certainly was comfortable in a cockpit and had a chance to fly the plane. Again, I really think, well, I guess, Judy, between us, I guess I ought to say, keep up the criticism. It just helps the president, and we're seeing the pictures time and again. I don't think you have to worry about a commercial in 2004. There's a lot of free exposure with file footage. The longer these folks try to make an issue out of something that is constitutional and not really political.
Do you think it's a mistake for them even to ask for an accounting of this from the General Accounting Office?
Well, I don't know so much if it's a mistake. I do think it's an overreaction. That would be like saying every time President Clinton took a trip. In fact, it strikes me, it'd be like asking, let's have an accounting of President Clinton going over to visit the scenes in Europe in D-Day on the 60th anniversary of D-Day. I mean, it just smacks a bit of being overwrought. It's a legitimate function of our commander-in-chief in the executive branch, be he a Republican or a Democrat or a Libertarian or a Vegetarian for that matter. It's a legitimate constitutional function, and I won't say you can completely divorce politics from it, but it seems to me politically, the longer they keep up the heat, the more trouble it spells for the extreme left.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Congressman J.D. Hayworth, it's always good to see you, Congressman. Thank you for talking with us. We appreciate it. Well, the other side in this debate, after a short break, Congressman Henry Waxman will join me next to talk about his criticism of the president's trip to the Abraham Lincoln. Also ahead, the family of Laci Peterson endorses legislation in Washington. The latest on proposed changes in the way federal prosecutors handle crimes against pregnant women. And later, Senator John Kerry's wife is the subject of a new magazine profile. I'll talk to the reporter who interviewed Teresa Hines Kerry to find out why she's not willing to fade into the background of her husband's campaign.
Attention homeowners, mortgage interest rates have changed. if you still haven't refinanced your old higher interest mortgage to a new lower fixed rate, or if you want to cash out some equity, now may be a great time to lock in a new low fixed rate from Ditech.com. Don't wait for mortgage rates to go up again. Refinance now while Ditech's rates are still low. Call 1-800-71-FIX or log on to Ditech.com right now. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
Announcing great savings on a Gateway Take, Make, and Share bundle. A complete Gateway 300 series home desktop featuring Microsoft Windows XP, plus a digital camera and all the photo software you need to take, make, and share your memories, starting at just $9.99. And we'll make it easy with no payments and no interest for 6 months. Call, click, and come in today for great deals on all the Ready Tech Go bundles. Only from Gateway.
Today on CNN Early Prime at 5, new first-hand tales of heroism from the battlefield. Marines wounded in Iraq share their stories with Wolf. Then at 6, companies ravaged by scandal are turning to the auction block. You'll be surprised what they're willing to sell. And at 7, high school girls out of control. See the video that has parents and school officials outraged and hear from those that were there. Wolf Blitzer reports Lou Dobbs Moneyline, live from the headlines. It's all part of CNN Early Prime today.
We just heard from Republican Congressman J.D. Hayworth of Arizona responding to criticism of President Bush's trip to the USS Lincoln last week. Well, for an opposing view, I'm joined now by Democratic Congressman Henry Waxman of California. Congressman Waxman, we just heard Congressman Hayworth say this is much ado about nothing. Every president does this sort of thing. What makes this move by President Bush so different?
The president's people lied to us and said he had to come in like a jet flyer pilot to land on that, to land in the way he did. But it turned out what he did, I thought, was demeaning our troops for their bravery and their magnificent work on behalf of our nation by using them as a political prop for his re-election campaign. That's just, seems to me, inappropriate to use the armed services of this country and the Navy and the Air Force as his personal toys for his own personal political gain.
Well, on the contrary, Congressman, the White House would say and has said the president went out to thank these servicemen and women. We just heard Congressman Hayworth say that he's sure that everyone on board the Abraham Lincoln was very pleased that the president was out there to thank them.
I have no problem with the president out there to thank them. But what he did was he landed in a way where he said he couldn't use a helicopter and he had to come in with all that whole rigmarole, looking like he was part of the war himself, fighting it personally. And in fact, what he was doing was stage managing a campaign stunt. And that, to me, is use of taxpayers' money for politics and abuse and demeaning of our troops. We've asked the General Accounting Office to tell us how much money all this costs, and I hope the president's campaign will pay the taxpayers back for the costs.
The Pentagon has put out a statement saying it didn't cost any more, that the ship landed exactly, got to home port exactly on time, and that it didn't cost any more to fly that fighter jet out to the plane, out to the ship rather, than it would of a helicopter.
I trust the General Accounting Office more than I would the Pentagon about these costs, and I further think that even if it costs nothing, the President of the United States should have had the dignity to recognize that the troops fought this war and he shouldn't be using them for his own political purposes.
How is this different, Congressman, though, from other? We've seen, you know, President Reagan at Norton. We've seen President Clinton go and appear with troops in different parts of the world. Every president does this. I guess I still don't understand how this is different.
The difference is that Congressman Hayworth and the Republicans would have issued 25 subpoenas, held hearings, calling us sympathizers of the enemy and challenging our patriotism if the President of the United States and his supporters did something like this. I wouldn't go that far. I'm not going to go over the top the way they have done in the past, but I think this was inappropriate for the President, and it's improper use of taxpayers' funds and improper use of the military forces to be used for a campaign kickoff for his re-election.
So you're not buying the White House explanations?
No, I'm not.
All right, Congressman Henry Waxman, who has sent a letter to the General Accounting Office. Thanks very much, Congressman.
Thank you.
We appreciate you talking to us. Well, we'll have a little more on the carrier controversy and how it is playing in Congress and at the White House next hour on Inside Politics. But when Live From returns, Laci Peterson's family is making a pitch on Capitol Hill.
John Mapes is 42, mortgage, married, 2 great kids. He wants to protect his family with a $500,000 term life insurance policy. What do you think it'll cost him? $100 a month? 60? 40? Actually, none of the above. John can get a $500,000 policy from a highly rated insurer for under $24 a month. His secret? SelectQuote. SelectQuote is impartial. They'll search the pick of insurers like these to give you a choice of your best prices. SelectQuote has great savings on term life for women, too. John's wife, Carrie, can get a $500,000 policy for under $15 a month. SelectQuote has helped make term life insurance affordable for hundreds of thousands of people since 1985. How about you? Just call this number or visit SelectQuote.com.
1-800-394-8997.
Laci Peterson's family today endorsed a federal bill that would allow violent crimes against a pregnant woman to be treated as crimes against 2 people. The measure, which would cover only federal cases, is being reintroduced into the Senate after twice passing the House. CNN congressional correspondent Kate Snow is with us now from Capitol Hill. Kate, why are these lawmakers bringing this up right now?
Well, 2 words, Laci Peterson, and they admit that while they've tried this before, they've not really had the kind of story that they have with Laci Peterson. Senator DeWine, who sponsors this bill, said to me today, Laci Peterson tells the story better than we have ever been able to tell the story. In a letter to the sponsors, the Peterson family, her mother, her stepfather, her father, and her siblings wrote this: as the family of Laci Peterson and her unborn son Connor, this bill is very close to our hearts, knowing that perpetrators who murder pregnant women will pay the price not only for the loss of the mother, but for the baby as well, will help bring justice for these victims and hopefully act as a deterrent to those considering heinous acts. Judy, 26 states already have state laws like this where they treat a fetus as a separate individual from a pregnant mother when there's a crime like the woman being beaten or killed. 24 states do not have that kind of law. This bill would not trump those state laws. It wouldn't override the states, but what it would do is apply to any federal case. For example, a crime taking place on a military base or at a federal property. Supporters of the bill say it's just common sense.
When the mother chooses to have the child, this legislation would prevent someone from taking that baby away or harming that child when they harm the mother without severe repercussions. And I think most Americans, regardless of how you feel about the abortion debate, believe the following: that if an individual attacks a pregnant woman who's chosen to have the child, you ought to throw the book at him.
Now, the bill does make an exception for legal abortions, but opponents of this bill say that it is a backdoor to the whole abortion issue. They say because it defines a fetus as a life, as a person, that opens up a can of worms. One Democratic consultant said to me they are opportunistically and cynically trying to exploit this tragedy of Laci Peterson just to get their bill passed. Senator Orrin Hatch, who's a strong supporter of the bill, Judy, said to me that he thinks it does undermine abortion rights, but he said, so be it. It's not about that. In his view, it's about protecting a woman and her unborn child. Judy?
Some very tough language back and forth. All right, Kate, thank you very much reporting from the Capitol. Well, when we come back, we're going to check in with Rhonda Schaffler to see how the markets are doing and candid talk from the wife of a Democratic presidential candidate. Teresa Heinz Kerry talks about herself and her husband, Senator John Kerry, in an interview in Elle magazine. We'll hear from the writer who interviewed Mrs. Kerry.
CNN's complete coverage of today's headlines. At 4 Eastern, Vice President Cheney is standing by his man in 2004. Some insight on their next campaign as the mastermind behind the Bush engine makes a rare appearance. Then at 4:30, hitching a ride or just a waste of taxpayer money? Find out in the Crossfire. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
We're really close, and we need to talk constantly, even when we're not together, so we need a calling plan that lets us talk as much as we want, whenever we want, at no extra charge.
With Cingular's Family Talk plan, call each other for free with unlimited mobile-to-mobile calling. Get 5,000 night and weekend minutes to share, up to 3 additional lines, and up to 4 free phones.
We call it the Jordy and Julie sister-to-sister plan.
Come into Singular now to find the plan that fits you best.
Itching, flaking, redness, the distress of psoriasis. Save your skin with Psoriasin. 3 effective formulas. Psoriasin relieves the symptoms, helps prevent recurrence. Save your skin and your scalp with Psoriasin, and now new Psoriasin shampoo.
I'm Rhonda Schaffer at the New York Stock Exchange with this check on business headlines for you. Stocks losing some ground today. Investors cashing in from the recent market rally. Stocks have been climbing since mid-March on hopes the economy will pick up some steam. Volume on the big board strong. Yesterday's volume of 1.6 billion shares, one of the heaviest of the year. Taking a look at some numbers for you, Dow Jones Industrial Average off 29 points. Coca-Cola bucks the trend. It is up more than 5%. A major brokerage firm made some positive comments about the outlook for that company. NASDAQ slipping by about 1%. Cisco in focus there today. It is off by about 2.5% after saying demand for its products remains weak. That is the very latest news from Wall Street. CNN's Live From continues in 60 seconds.
CNN Today. It's the Political Power Hour. First at 4, Judy Woodruff's Inside Politics. Then at 4:30, step into the crossfire today. Only on
McCreary's Home Furnishings and Drexel Heritage by McCreary's. Furniture of exceptional quality to enhance the look of your home and the way you live. Everything you need to live in comfort, from a unique accent piece to an entire dining room or living room ensemble. Furnishings for your home, a reflection of your individuality and your lifestyle. McCreary's Home Furnishings and McCreary's Drexel Heritage, bringing home the world to you.
Homeowners thinking about refinancing? Don't go back to square one with another 30-year program. Get ahead of the game. HMS Capital can remove years of payments from your existing mortgage with a 25, 20, 15, even 10-year loan program. No points, no fees. It costs nothing to apply.
Hi, my name is Mark Tice, president of HMS Capital. My offer is simple. Refinance your existing home loan and not $1 will come out of your pocket or be added to your existing loan balance.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
The wife of Democratic presidential candidate John Kerry speaks candidly about herself and her husband in an interview with Elle magazine. Among other things, Teresa Heinz Kerry talks about the couple's prenuptial agreement and the fact that she generally uses the surname of her first husband, the late senator from Pennsylvania, John Heinz. When asked what people call her now, she says, quote, "They'll call me Mrs. Kerry because that's what's natural to them, and I don't tell them to shut up." With me now, writer Lisa DiPaolo, who conducted the interview. Lisa DiPaolo, how hard was it for you to get Mrs. Kerry to open up?
Not hard. She is refreshingly honest, and she answers the questions. She doesn't dodge anything. She is who she is without apology.
Were you surprised she was willing to be as outspoken as she was with you? She's obviously, there was an article in the Washington Post some months ago where there was some reaction to her candor. Were you surprised she was willing to do that again?
I was shocked given the Washington Post article, and especially since handlers had been hired to keep Teresa from doing that again. But I think it says a lot about her that she's not going to be filtered and controlled. And I think it's going to hit a chord with people because I think people are getting tired of this cookie cutter image of what a political wife is supposed to be, which is not very much like most women.
Yeah, and I want to ask you about that, but talk about a couple of the things that she mentioned. She talked candidly about the fact that they have a prenuptial agreement.
It was wonderful to be able to say, "So do you have a prenup?" And she said, "Absolutely." And she said, you know, she has 3 children to protect from her previous marriage. It's a realistic thing to do. And I thought she should get points for being straight about it.
What about, she also had some comments about the staff and her, and their advice to her about how she should appear?
Oh yeah, you know, they're worried about her hair. She made some funny comments about her not having a typical First Lady hairdo. And I said, well, you know, maybe the rules can be changed. And she said, well, I have to get there first, which she knows. And she's doing several things to that end. She changed her registration. She changed her name.
Lisa DiPaolo, how did the staff react once they were aware of what she was saying? Did they have a reaction to all this?
I think they're starting to embrace the fact that Teresa is Teresa, and they are not going to change her, and that maybe they shouldn't want to, because underneath all this is a very genuineness. And I think it could be the perfect antidote to John Kerry's perceived arrogance.
Well, you mentioned a minute ago that maybe the American people are ready for a more candid spouse of a presidential candidate. I mean, do you think that the American people can handle a spouse who does speak out, speaks
Well, this is going to be the test. She's in a lot of ways, she's like the female John McCain. And so let's see, is it going to be, whoa, what did you just say? Or, hey, it's kind of nice to hear somebody answer questions honestly.
All right, Lisa DiPaolo, a writer who did the interview with Teresa Heinz Kerry for Elle magazine. Thanks very much for talking with us.
Thanks, Judy.
We appreciate it. Well, he is the man behind George W. Bush's rise to power, and today he did something he rarely does. He spoke in public. We'll tell you what Karl Rove had to say, plus the latest news from the campaign trail when I go inside politics at the top of the hour. I'll see you in half an hour, and now here's Miles with a look at what's coming up next on Live From.
Thanks very much, Judy. I appreciate that as folks in the Midwest pick up the pieces. Another powerful storm, we're sad to tell you, may be on the way. The latest weather forecast for the region and how hard-hit cities are preparing for yet another round. And it's an unbelievable sight near a high school in the suburbs of Chicago. How an initiation for juniors turned pretty ugly. Those stories and more when CNN's Live From returns after a brief break.
Smart Balance Buttery Spreads, judged the best tasting in the soft vegetable spread category by the American Tasting Institute, helps to improve the ratio of good to bad cholesterol with no trans fatty acids and no hydrogenated oil. Use delicious Smart Balance Buttery Spreads.
It's easy to take electricity for granted. A lot of us aren't even sure where it comes from. So we're sometimes surprised to learn that over half of the electricity we use comes from coal.
Mrs. Windler!
And thanks to a $50 billion investment in clean coal technologies by America's electric utilities that use coal, it's getting cleaner every day, helping us protect something we can't take for granted: our environment.
At just 5 cents a minute, IDT Long Distance has always had the best flat rate plan available. Now, there's proof. An independent analysis of the long distance industry by the Wall Street Journal gave IDT Long Distance the thumbs up and AT&T, Sprint, and MCI the thumbs down. They rated IDT better than AT&T, better than Sprint, and better than MCI. IDT got the highest rating for straightforward billing, great international rates, and the lowest state-to-state long distance, just 5 cents a minute. In fact, apples to apples, your telephone bill will be the lowest with IDT versus AT&T, Sprint, and MCI. Make the switch to IDT Long Distance and see for yourself why IDT received the thumbs up, the highest rating from the Wall Street Journal. 5 cents a minute, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. IDT Long Distance. No one does it for less.
Introducing New America Online 8.0. With hundreds of new features, there's never been a better time to try it.
You've got mail.
With 8.0, I can customize my email.
AOL's new parental controls I can set up for each one of my children.
Now AOL searches are faster than ever with Google.
The customer service is free and it's 24 hours a day.
Call now and get 1,025 free hours for 45 days. There's no commitment and you don't even need a credit card.
America Online has so much more.
New AOL 8.0 with hundreds of new features. There's never been a better time to try it.
High school girls out of control. CNN Tonight see the video that has parents and school officials outraged and hear from those who were there. Plus a closer look at the Saddam tape. Join Paula Zahn live from the headlines. CNN Tonight, 7 Eastern.
Hello, I'm Miles O'Brien at CNN Center in Atlanta. At this hour, a voice from the underground. It's on a tape obtained Monday by the Baghdad reporters of an Australian newspaper, and it's thought to be that of Saddam Hussein. The voice refers to such recent events as Saddam's 66th birthday and the looting of Iraqi antiquities. It urges Iraqis to drive Americans out. Another of Saddam's former top officials in U.S. custody this hour. Ghazi al-Ubaidi was the Ba'ath Party commander in the Al-Qut region of south of Baghdad. He's number 32 on CENTCOM's list of 55 most wanted. The families of two 9/11 terror victims have won a $104 million judgment against Osama bin Laden, Saddam Hussein, and the Taliban. A federal judge says plaintiffs' lawyers proved, albeit barely, that Saddam Hussein provided material support to bin Laden and al-Qaeda. It's not clear, however, if the families will be able to collect any of that money from frozen al-Qaeda and Iraqi assets. Michael Jordan won't be leading the Washington Wizards on or off the court next season. Jordan, who retired from playing last month, had said he would resume his front office job, but the team owner, Abe Pollin, says Jordan won't be back as president. More headlines at the top of the hour. Live From continues right now. More violent weather is breaking out today, especially in parts of the South, and this pattern around since Sunday may persist for several more days. CNN's Jackie Jarris has her eye on the current conditions from a very busy CNN Weather Center. Hello, Jackie.
Well, hello, Miles. The tornado warning has cleared for Birmingham, but remains in effect for counties off to the east of there, including Talladega County, Shelby County, Calhoun County, and now we have a new one for Hale County, and that is for this little cell, which is just developing right there and showing some strong rotation. You can obviously pick out where the big area of concern is, and this is moving right along I-20 here. It's pushing off to the east. It's moving about 35 miles per hour, and this system has held together since it started in Mississippi. So this is a very dangerous storm system and likely will continue to live longer as it pushes on off to the east. Now there's also another area where we're seeing some development around Jackson, Mississippi. Some very strong and intense thunderstorms are starting to erupt right here. Going to see a lot of lightning, probably some large hail, and maybe even some damaging winds. And we'll be keeping our eye on the potential for any rotation to develop in some of those thunderstorms. Tornado watches still in effect across much of central Mississippi, including much of northern Alabama. It's just north of Montgomery into Birmingham and up towards Huntsville, and clips northwestern parts of Georgia. We are starting to see some heavy rain in northern Georgia at this hour, and you've already had plenty on top of it. There you can see the clusters of lightning associated with those thunderstorms, along with some new development in that region. And we also have a severe thunderstorm watch, which has been issued. Includes the Washington, D.C. area up towards Baltimore into south central Pennsylvania. These are going to be some strong thunderstorms. Hail and damaging wind will be your primary threat. Now, how bad is the outbreak going to be today? Well, I wouldn't even call today an outbreak. Our numbers of tornadoes are going to be down significantly. However, tomorrow looks like it's going to be a very active day. We have a moderate risk in the same spots that were hit so hard on Sunday. This looks like a very good outlook, a very good potential again for tomorrow. So we're going to see a few tornadoes today, Miles. That's going to be the problem, but our big focus is now going to be shifting into tomorrow, and the pattern looks like we may have a severe weather threat at least through the weekend.
Jackie, I suppose it's worth restating what folks should do to prepare, especially in that area there depicted in red.
Well, best thing that you can do is, have your weather radio, make sure that you keep it on, make sure that you've got a fresh battery, make sure that you keep up to date by watching the news, listening to your radio, make your plans of where you're going to go and where you're going to be when those sirens go off. If you don't live in a sturdy home, if you don't have a basement, if you don't have a shelter, particularly if you live in a mobile home, tomorrow's not a good day to stay at home. If you can, go ahead and go to your neighbors. Make plans to have a play date with your neighbors who do have a sturdy home and a sturdy basement. Miles.
All right, Jackie Jarris, appreciate the words to the wise there, and we hope folks are listening very carefully to those. Appreciate it. As the storms continue to roll across the region, people are still digging out from that wave of tornadoes that first hit on Sunday night. And one direct hit, as we've been telling you, Jackson, Tennessee. Jennifer Cagiola is there, and she has the latest.
Residents in the city of Jackson got a bit of a break in the weather today after rains this morning stopped, leaving the skies clear so the recovery efforts could begin, like the post office you see behind me. Conditions for the residents are improving. About 12,000 still without power, but running water is back up. The sewage system is back up. Traffic lights still out, though, and the phone lines are still out. We spoke to one representative from the Red Cross earlier today. He said more than 2,000 families are still in need, and it could be a while before people get their lives back to normal.
This country has been under tremendous strain. This is an opportunity for us to concentrate on our domestic emergencies right here at home with these families that, you know, Mother Nature brings the wrath upon us. And we, like in all cases, will come through, but we need the additional help of the American people.
Now, the rain is expected to continue throughout the end of the week, which causes a lot of concern for flooding as well as extensive water damage. But there is no flash flood warning in effect right now for this area. The residents are hoping that these clear skies remain through the end of the week. I'm Jennifer Cagiola in Jackson, Tennessee. Back to you.
You can keep your eye on the weather today. The latest weather updates are at CNN.com, as they always are. Now, here's a story getting a lot of comment today. A Powder Puff football game that turned into this, a bloody brawl near Chicago. A few high school girls went to the hospital. Some of their classmates may wind up in court. Lilia Chacon of our affiliate station WFLD has our story.
It was supposed to be an initiation rite.
Basically, it started out as a fun hazing, like our initiation into our senior year.
Glenbrook senior girls challenged the junior girls to a game of powder puff football, but it deteriorated into something much darker.
When I looked up and I saw blood, I knew that this wasn't right.
About 17 junior girls and at least twice that many senior girls had gathered on the Park District field at Grant and Lee in Northbrook. Many more came to watch.
There were well over 200 people at the field. And about 10 minutes into it, everything changed. Buckets were flying, hands were flying, people were bleeding, girls were unconscious. A girl got a bucket put on her head and some guy kicked her in the head until she passed out.
A total of 5 girls were so severely injured they had to be treated at Glenbrook Hospital for cuts, bruises, and a broken ankle.
I got one of my piercings ripped out. I have 4 contusions on my head. I have a like splintered my tailbone.
Well, this is from a paint can being thrown at me, and Tabasco sauce and vinegar and stuff like that in my eye, and just Spam on my face, and fish guts, pig ears. There's pig intestine wrapped around my neck.
Others were forced to endure sickening humiliations. Human urine.
Yes.
Fish guts.
Yes.
Eating mud.
Yeah.
The Cook County Forest Preserve Police are working with the Cook County Sheriff's Department to interview victims and witnesses.
We've had conversations with some of the folks that were there, as well as some of the victims that wound up in the hospital.
Parents and school officials are furious. In this predominantly wealthy high school, kids are supposed to be competitive about grades, not finding ways to hurt underclassmen.
To see this go on, as a resident of Northbrook and also as a principal of the high school, I'm very sad.
That report from Lilia Chacon from our affiliate WFLD. Again, that hazing occurred at an event that was not school-sponsored or supervised, not on the school property. That means the school does not have the jurisdiction to suspend or expel students who participated. But Glenbrook North High School principal Dr. Michael Riggle told me just a little while ago he will look into the options for what the school does have for discipline, and he hopes the police will take some legal action.
I feel that the behavior that went on was certainly extreme, and I think that it does get into the point of criminal actions.
You do? So you think,
yes,
should charges be pressed? I assume you know most of these seniors by now. You know them pretty well.
We know them pretty well, but we also recognize the situation, and you can look at the behavior that went on, and the school is fully supportive of prosecution at this point.
A school bus driver has been charged with child abuse in Wisconsin. Meanwhile, Brian Duchow was arrested after a couple put a tape recorder in their 9-year-old son's backpack. The boy has Down syndrome. The driver can be heard on the tape yelling at the boy, threatening him, and apparently slapping him. The parents have gone public.
Threats of beating the living hell out of him. I'm going to break your arm. I'm going to break your finger.
I'm going to tape your mouth shut. You can hear him being slapped.
Yes.
If I had even had a suspicion of the bus driver in any way abusing my son, he wouldn't have been on the bus. I would have never put him on the bus thinking that he might be abused so that we could catch the bus driver. I would have pulled him off the bus.
Now, the bus driver, Duchow, says he's been filing complaints about the boy's bad behavior for quite some time. He says the boy was always acting up. News across America now. The west side of Chicago cloaked in smoke from a repair shop fire. A commuter train service in that area was delayed by the black cloud as firefighters battled it. Officials say the fire started when a fuel tank on a truck was under repairs, blew up. Soggy soil is being blamed for a train derailment in Michigan. Meanwhile, authorities say rain washed out a rail bed, causing those tracks to give way. Several freight cars wound up in a pond. For Jersey City officials, I'm sorry is not quite good enough from the man that let tons of seafood rot in his warehouse. The stench reached a nearby hospital until police found the source. The owner will pay $50,000 to clean up the mess. Well, for NASA's Sean O'Keefe, the fear was that history might be repeating itself. Coming up, the NASA administrator will join me live from Washington to talk about the Soyuz, the shuttle, and the space program. Stay with us.
My brother Danny and me, for as long as I can remember, we've been competitive about everything. He got a new truck, I got a bigger one. I've got a family, he's got a bigger one. That's the way it's always been. Then my doctor tells me to start taking an aspirin every day for my heart. Just one St. Joseph aspirin. It's smaller than a regular aspirin, but he says that's all I need. So maybe bigger isn't always better. Try telling him that.
St. Joseph aspirin. Trust it with all your heart.
Announcing great savings on a Gateway Take, Make, and Share bundle. A complete Gateway 300 series home desktop featuring Microsoft Windows XP, plus a digital camera and all the photo software you need to take, make, and share your memories, starting at just $9.99. And we'll make it easy with no payments and no interest for 6 months. Call, click, and come in today for great deals on all the Ready Tech Go bundles. Only from Gateway.
NASA boss Sean O'Keefe is straight ahead. A conversation live from Washington 90 seconds from now. Stay with us.
Refinancing your mortgage is fast and easy with Ditech.com.
Ditech's loan process was great. They helped us accomplish several things. We combined the first and the second. We got cash out, and we went to a 15-year loan. It was a wonderful experience.
If you're thinking about refinancing your mortgage, call or log on to Ditech.com for today's low fixed rate. Our loan process is fast and easy. Ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
We're all adults, right? Now I'm not going to sugarcoat little leaks. Lots of us do. You could need a new pad. You see, there are feminine pads, and we all know what those are for. And then there's this, Poise pads, made for occasional wetness. It's got granules inside called Dry Touch that pull in moisture and lock it away. So wetness and odor are old news. It's about being dry and comfortable and knowing which pad to use. Poise. It's about time.
CNN Tonight on Lou Dobbs Moneyline. Scandal-ridden, low on cash. Companies now turning to the auction block. You'll be surprised what some are willing to sell. On Lou Dobbs Moneyline. CNN Tonight, 6 Eastern. CNN Tonight, Diane Sawyer, the only network anchor to interview Scott Peterson. Now learn about the $1 million scandal she's unraveled. Diane Sawyer for the hour, only on Larry King Live. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
The independent board looking into the loss of the Space Shuttle Columbia is out with what it calls a working scenario as to what caused the loss of that spacecraft. And meanwhile, over the weekend, in case you weren't paying too much of attention, a Soyuz spacecraft for the first time brought 2 NASA astronauts back from the International Space Station to the Kazakh steppe. But it took about 2.5 hours to find the capsule after it landed about 285 miles short. Some harrowing moments. Sean O'Keefe is the head of NASA. He joins us now live from Washington. This is not exactly what you signed up for, all these harrowing moments, is it?
Not at all, Miles. How are you doing this afternoon?
I am well. I'm well. Take us back to, you were watching this from Moscow, is that correct, or were you in Kazakhstan?
No, indeed. I was in Moscow and then later met the crew when they returned to Star City, which is their training center for the cosmonaut program. And we were fortunate enough to welcome Ken Bowersox, Don Pettit, and Nikolai Bodarin back home a little later than we thought we would, but they did arrive safe and sound. They're in good shape.
What was going through your mind during that 2.5 hour period we were all waiting?
It was hauntingly reminiscent of the events of February 1st, but only stretched over the better part of 2.5 hours, because there was just no communication at all. And we lost communication about 16 minutes before the Soyuz capsule re-entered and was ready to land. And then as it landed, we subsequently find out the capsule was on its side, and it was on the side that the antenna was on. So it took Bowersox, Pettit, and Bodarin the better part of a couple hours to get the manual antenna erected so they could make contact with fixed-wing aircraft flying overhead.
And they had quite a rough ride, 9, maybe 10 Gs on the way down, a little more than ideal, put it that way.
I think that's probably the right way to put it. It was certainly not outside of the parameters of what the Soyuz can handle or what the astronauts are trained for. But it was nonetheless a couple of times greater than what you'd prefer to have on the way in. But they were in great shape on the way down, and worked through the experience and were trained for it, knew that that was something they might have to encounter. And thankfully, they're a very, very professional group of folks.
Now, that was a newly modified Soyuz capsule. An identical one is now the lifeboat for the International Space Station, ultimately the ride home for the 2-person crew up there. Can it be safely flown before learning really what happened on this re-entry over the weekend?
Well, we think so. I mean, while this was not desirable that it be that short of the landing zone, nonetheless is within the parameters of what was reasonably expected as what could occur, because there are several re-entry modes, and this was one of the 3 that's programmed for Soyuz to do. It's just not the one everybody expected to see. So it's not a circumstance where we're concerned about the condition of the present Soyuz attached to station. But we'll see what the investigation comes up with and the fixes that are going to be suggested in order to make sure that hits the landing zone next time around without this kind of vagary around what the landing mode will be.
All right, speaking of fixes, Hal Gaiman and his independent board out with what they call a working scenario. Not the final report, but they really are homing in on a conclusion here. If something drastic doesn't come out in the coming months prior to that final report being issued, how soon could NASA go back to flight? I assume you have some plans in the works. How long will it take to safely fly shuttles again?
Sure. Well, we're really thinking in terms of what are the significant aspects, both the hardware and the process changes that we may need to make as a consequence of the findings and recommendations of the Columbia Accident Investigation Board. And based on that preliminary look, it could be as early as the end of this calendar year, but maybe a little longer than that. But rather than have the calendar dictate the pace of what we're going to do, we're really dedicated to being sure that we return to flight safely and assure ourselves that the 3 orbiters that we have in the program can operate safely, can bring the cargo and the pieces of the International Space Station to station safely and return thereafter. So that's the events that we're looking for. But we're looking for that as, again, potentially as early as the end of this year.
What is the single biggest lesson you think NASA has learned from this report? Preliminary, but nevertheless, from what has come out thus far from the Gaiman board.
Stay diligent. Always focus on every detail. And everything we keep seeing here from all the findings coming out is that that diligence is imperative on each and every flight. This is a very risky business. And as we saw this past weekend, even the things that are within parameter can give us a lot of anxiety. But it's the nature of exploration. Human exploration throughout the course of our human history has always been dominated by an element of risk in dealing with the unknown and constantly trying to press the envelope. And these are the kinds of challenges. So staying diligent is probably the most important lesson we continue to relearn each and every time we encounter issues like this.
It is almost human nature, though, to let your guard down, isn't it?
Well, there's not any evidence so far that I can see that occurred. It was more a case of maybe seeing things too frequently that appeared to be accepted or acceptable within acceptable parameters of what could be problems or issues or whatever else. And so it's more that question. It's not a question of letting your guard down as much as it is really trying to define what you think are requirements and standards and then trying to maintain those, not at the expense of the venture itself, but in order to assure yourself that you've got enough quality assurance and risk management built into it to do a safe operation across the board.
Sean O'Keefe, NASA Administrator. Thanks for your time this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Miles. Nice to see you.
All right. Time for us to take a break. We brought you her emotional story from Iraq during the war. Coming up, a teenager badly burned on a long road to recovery after the war. Stay with us.
So guys, what do we want to do this weekend?
Let's go to the beach.
It happened at 10 till 6 on a Tuesday night, just before the steamed carrots were served.
Guys, it's important. Yes, this is Louisa. What are you saying?
A phone call she would always remember.
We got the house. We got the house.
For a free guide to help you on the path to homeownership, call the Fannie Mae Foundation. We're showing America a new way home.
CNN Today, first-hand tales of heroism from the battlefield. Marines wounded in Iraq share their courageous stories on Wolf Blitzer Reports. CNN Today, 5.
If you're buying or refinancing a home, Instify is a direct lender that offers the lowest rates available.
Today's low fixed rate is 4.625%.
1-800-INSTIFY. You owe it to yourself to call Instify.
Spring on over to HSN.
Every day, thousands of Californians come to Cache Creek, where winning is everything, where we've just added 500 new slots. Don't forget, blackjack, bingo, poker, and Pai Gow poker. Plus, new members receive a free gift and a free $1 million slot pull for joining the Cache Club. Come to Cache Creek Indian Bingo and Casino in the heart of the Capay Valley off Highway 16, where winning is everything.
I'm Ronnie Deutsch. I have settled IRS tax bills for only $20. $20!
Ronnie was able to help us settle this debt for only $20.
Saved me $34,000.
Saved me $10,000.
When she says that she can settle this for pennies on the dollar, she absolutely means it.
You deserve a fresh start. Let me help you settle your IRS tax bill.
Call the law offices of Ronnie Deutsch at 1-800-478-9889 for a free and confidential tax analysis. Call 1-800-478-9889.
If you're buying or refinancing a home, Instify is a direct lender that offers the lowest rates available.
Today's low fixed rate is 4.625%.
1-800-INSTIFY. You owe it to yourself to call Instify.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Live picture right now, Treasury Secretary John Snow at a news conference in Washington lifting the sanctions against Iraq. Which means it allows, among other things, the export of high-tech items needed in humanitarian areas. Obviously, those sanctions were not aimed at a country, but at a regime. With the regime gone, obviously the administration feels it appropriate and timely to lift those sanctions to allow for a new government to take hold and flourish. 6 weeks ago, Hanan Ahmed was burned badly during the bombing of Baghdad. An oil lamp toppled onto her, causing serious injuries. Many took up her case, so the girl is now in the U.S. for treatment. ITN reporter Tim Rogers has more on the first Iraqi war victim to be treated in America and what it took to get her to this country.
She is the first in America, and now with a chance of recovery, Hanan has found her safe haven.
Welcome, Hanan. I'm Dr. Tahiri. I want to say hi. Welcome to America.
Thank you.
She is here with her mother because of the extraordinary determination of those who made it happen, eventually persuading the Pentagon, the American government, and General Tommy Franks, the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, to let her come. I met Hanan at Frankfurt Airport as she prepared for the second stage of her journey. By now, she'd been traveling for 24 hours. She'd been given an army escort out of Baghdad, accompanying her here from Kuwait. But exhaustion was offset by relief and the ultimate goal ahead. Without passports or any means of getting out, Hanan and her mother were given humanitarian parole, special permission to enter the United States. Since she was burned, her condition has stabilized, but without the treatment she needs, she lives in constant pain. Arriving in Detroit, this was almost the end of her journey, and from where she was taken to one of the finest burns units in the country.
Let's find out how the tube is. Is it bothering the back of her throat?
Dr. Paul Taheri at the University of Michigan was one of those determined to bring Hanan in.
This is certainly a instinctual response, not only by myself, but other members of the team. And when I discussed this with the leadership of the hospital and the health system, they were all supportive, and nobody even thought about saying no. Everybody said yes instantaneously.
From the moment she arrived, the treatment began. Watching all this, Hanan's mother, grateful to America despite the fact that it was the blast from an American bomb that caused her daughter's injuries.
We appreciate, yes, that is true, but at the same time, they're the people that are helping us at the same time. Not only that it was the bombing from the United States, but they helped us also. They brought us here to treat my daughter.
The days ahead will change her life. What Hanan has found is an opportunity that simply would not exist in Iraq, where it would be impossible to find the sterile conditions that she needs. Ahead is a course of treatment that will be long, difficult, and sometimes painful. But now, at least, she has hope. Tim Rogers, ITV News, at the University of Michigan.
We wish her well as she recovers. And now it's time for Judy Woodruff and Inside Politics. Hello, Judy.
Hi there, Miles. Thanks very much. Coming up at the top of the hour, it was the picture of the week. Now, 1 week later, it is the center of a controversy. We'll go live to Capitol Hill and the White House for some tough talk on the presidential landing on the USS Abraham Lincoln. Plus, Dick Gephardt picks up a key endorsement in his quest for the White House. We'll tell you who's backing the congressman from Missouri. Inside Politics starts at the top of the hour after a break and a look at the headlines.
Something remarkable is at your fingertips. Now you can call anyone in America
For 3 cents a minute, 39 cents to connect. And not only is it 3 cents anywhere in the U.S., but also to Canada and to Western Europe.
Introducing 1010-987. There's no monthly fees, nothing to sign up for. All you do is dial 1010-987 so you can use it right now. Hey, a rate this low never went so far. 1010-987.
It's hard enough rushing through a stressful world during your waking hours. So why add to that stress in bed, tossing and turning on an uncomfortable metal spring mattress? You deserve a good night's sleep. And that's just what you'll get with the Tempur-Pedic Swedish Sleep System, the only mattress that uses the gravity-defying Tempur material originally developed by NASA. Instead of uncomfortable metal springs, the Tempur-Pedic mattress uses billions of viscoelastic memory cells. This soft yet supportive material automatically adjusts to every curve of your body, providing a weightless-like sleep surface that you have to feel to believe.
It feels like it's actually forming its own glove to me.
I can't really find an uncomfortable position.
It's like nothing I've ever felt before in a mattress.
Now you can feel it for yourself. Call and we'll rush you a free sample of the revolutionary Tempur material, along with this video and information kit. You'll learn how metal springs create pressure points that cause you to toss and turn. Tempur-Pedic reduces pressure points so you can get a better night's sleep.
The Tempur-Pedic mattress is unique in that it is firm, but yet it molds to your body, thus relieving those pressure points and allowing you to get a much better night's sleep.
First night was amazing. The second night, I woke up the next morning, no back pain. And I've always had back pain. I was sold after 2 nights.
And because Tempur-Pedic doesn't transfer motion, you'll never disturb your partner. Look how this glass of red wine doesn't tip over, even when she jumps up and down. Try that with a metal spring mattress. Don't be fooled by imitators. Only the Tempur-Pedic mattress uses the revolutionary Tempur material originally developed by NASA. Tempur-Pedic, changing the way the world sleeps.
Call 1-800-215-3500 for your free video, information kit, and free sample of the revolutionary Tempur material. Call now.
CNN Sunday at 6, a special report. North Korea, a mysterious nation revealed. Its people, its leader, and the real threat of war. Anderson Cooper hosts North Korea, the nuclear gamble. CNN Sunday, 6 Eastern.
Hello, everyone. I'm Arthel Neville in the CNN newsroom. Judy Woodruff's Inside Politics begins in 60 seconds. But first, the latest headlines at this hour. For the first time, the Pentagon is saying it might have found evidence in Iraq of a banned weapons program. Defense Department officials say U.S. forces in Iraq are doing tests on a trailer. They say it matches the description of a mobile biological weapons lab that was given by various sources, including Iraqi defectors. Another tape said to have been recorded by Saddam Hussein has surfaced. An Australian newspaper, the Sydney Morning Herald, says it obtained the audio tape in Baghdad. It includes a call for Iraqis to rise up against foreign occupiers. U.S. officials are examining the message. And not too much to cheer about on Wall Street today. Checking the numbers right now, we have a look at the Dow was down, the NASDAQ was down. Those numbers will pop up shortly. You can take a look on your screen. In the meantime, that is a quick of the headlines, and I'm Arthel Neville. Don't go anywhere because Judy Woodruff's Inside Politics begins right now.
He's the president's top political advisor, considered the mastermind behind Mr. Bush's rise to the top. And today, Karl Rove did something he rarely does, speak out in public.
People are going to see the candidate as he or she is at the end of the parade. They're going to try to the best of their ability to make a decision about who they ought to vote for on the basis of who they think would be best for the times.
He wants to make America safer by making the country less dependent on Middle East oil.
No matter how strong we are in other ways, how safe we want to be, foreign countries can pull us down.
We'll go one-on-one with Joe Lieberman. It appears twice is enough. Why is two-time presidential candidate Gary Hart passing on a third run for the White House? Now, live from Washington, Judy Woodruff's Inside Politics.
Thank you for joining us. The White House, the White House often downplays any suggestion that the next election is already a major item on the president's agenda. But there are increasing signs Mr. Bush is gearing up for the 2004 campaign. Vice President Dick Cheney has accepted the president's request that he once again serve as his running mate in 2004. And today in New Hampshire, the president's top political advisor, Karl Rove, made a rare public appearance where his topics included the nation's economy and the war on terrorism. Our senior political correspondent, Candy Crowley, was there for Karl Rove's remarks. She's with me now for an update. Candy, we know that we know that President Bush probably isn't going to face any primary opposition, so why is Karl Rove in New Hampshire?
Well, basically, it is full of Democrats up here most of the weeks and the weekends, so it's always good to keep the president's name and the embodiment of the president out there. Here's what Karl Rove said as he first came to his first stop in Bedford. I said, well, you know, what's the strategy, Karl? And he looked back and said, not to make any news. So he tried very hard to give only the broadest of hints about the president's reelection strategy.
The president understands we have two great necessities: to win the war on terror and to strengthen the American economy. And he believes that it's vital that we strengthen the American economy.
If there is any primary strategy to the president's reelection campaign, it is to stay as presidential as long as possible. And while Karl Rove is the embodiment of George Bush and politics, he too is trying very hard to look into both what he calls policy and pushing for the president's programs.
That we need a growth package. So the question is, if you agree that we need to grow the economy, then we ought to grow the economy with the biggest possible package that's reasonable and fiscally responsible.
Rove did take some questions, said he thought they would find weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and he defended the Patriot Act, which is coming under increasing criticism by Democrats. Rove says he thinks it's done some good.
For itself is that despite the enormous power of al-Qaeda and the reach of al-Qaeda, that the country has not been hit again since 9/11. And a lot of that has to do with some of the tools that have been given to law enforcement and the changed attitude among the FBI and the CIA to attempt to deal with these threats of terrorism before they come inside the United States.
As you know, Judy, the primary season in New Hampshire has not been kind to candidates named Bush, but in the year 2000, this George Bush did win the general election here in New Hampshire. It always helps to have somebody up here, and they have had a long list of Bush administration officials who have been up here courting voters even while Democrats steal the headlines. Judy?
In essence, Candy, they're not taking any chances.
Right.
All right, Candy Crowley reporting for us from New Hampshire, where she's going to be spending a lot of time over the next year or so. Candy, thanks very much. The president's Top Gun-style arrival on board the USS Abraham Lincoln last week made for some dramatic pictures. So dramatic, in fact, that Democrats say they expect the images to return in the form of campaign advertising. Some Democrats also complained that the trip was a waste of money that also delayed the carrier's arrival in California. Well, the Navy today disputed those claims, pointing out that the ship's arrival date was set before the president's trip was announced. For more on the political back and forth over the president's trip, let's turn to CNN's Jonathan Karl on Capitol Hill and CNN senior White House correspondent John King. John Karl, let's start with you. Do Democrats really think they can make an issue out of this?
Well, they are deeply divided on that question, Judy. On one hand, you've got Robert Byrd in the Senate and Henry Waxman over in the House trying very hard to make an issue out of this, calling it a political stunt that wasted taxpayer money, and it really touches a nerve among Democrats. A lot of Democrats were angered when the president came out and had that wonderful photo opportunity on the aircraft carrier. They saw it as brilliant campaign-style treatment, but they thought that this was a misuse of the military. This was exploiting the military for his own purposes. So it does touch a nerve, but Democrats are keenly aware that whenever you bring this issue up, you're going to see these very pictures that you're seeing right now. George Bush triumphantly being greeted by the troops on the USS Lincoln, and that's not a good situation. As one senior advisor to one of the top-tier Democratic candidates for president told me, quote, anytime you talk about Bush on an aircraft carrier, you're talking about what Bush wants to talk about. This senior advisor says, look, Democrats should be trying to hit the president on the economy, on health care, on domestic issues, and that this is something that could easily backfire.
Okay, John Karl reporting from the Capitol, and now let's move down Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House. John King. John, are they worried at all about any damage from this criticism coming from the Democrats?
They don't seem to be worried at all, Judy, and as John Karl just noted, they hope as I speak we show the pictures yet again. Here at the White House, one senior aide said, bring it on. If this is what they want to talk about for the next year, we're happy to do so. They say that Henry Waxman is wrong on the facts, that they looked at the costs here at the White House and that it costs roughly the same for using a helicopter or for the president using that jet. And they say the Navy said the jet was much safer because the president could, if there were some trouble, eject from a jet. You cannot, of course, eject from a helicopter. Here at the White House, they also dispute the politics in the trip itself. They say, of course, the president would benefit from the pictures, but Ari Fleischer today saying the president went onto the deck of that carrier to fulfill one of the duties he has as commander-in-chief.
I think it does a disservice to the men and women of our military to suggest that the President of the United States or the manner in which the President visited the military would be anything other than the exact appropriate thing to do. And I think that the 5,000 sailors on that ship recognize this for what it was. The President going out there to say thank you to those who risked their lives.
And Judy, as you noted at the top, they also say here at the White House that the Navy had announced the arrival back at the port in San Diego for May 2nd, so that even if the ship was ahead of schedule, it would not have gone ashore because of the security, the other dock workers, logistics, and simply getting the families of those sailors into the port. The ship would not have gone to shore even if the president was not aboard because they were not ready on the shore for that ship to arrive. Here at the White House, they say what Congressman Waxman and other Democrats are doing reminds them very much of what Republican Congressman Dan Burton did, often critical of Democratic President Bill Clinton's travels. Here at the White House, they say they were critical of Dan Burton during the 2000 campaign. They think Henry Waxman is doing the same thing now, but they say if this is what the Democrats want to fight about and not the economy, bring it on. Judy.
Okay, John King, and we should add, when I asked Congressman Waxman about this a short time ago, he said he wasn't going to take the Navy's word for the cost of all this. He was going to wait for the General Accounting Office. So we shall see. We'll all be watching. John, thank you very much. He has got a plan to make America safer by making it less dependent on Middle East oil. Next, my one-on-one interview with Senator Joe Lieberman. Plus, Gary Hart says no to another shot at the White House. We'll go past the headlines to find out why the two-time presidential candidate won't make a third run.
Inside Politics is brought to you by Fidelity Investments, because you're not just invested, you're personally invested.
It's been tough lately, but you stay the course.
Because to you, investing is a journey. And like any journey, the time comes when you gotta ask directions.
But who are you going to ask?
Who are you going to ask? Some stranger standing by the economic roadside?
You want to ask someone who's
made this trip thousands of times before. The last thing you want to hear on this trip is, hey, are we lost?
Being in control of your financial future has never been more important. Call 1-800-FIDELITY for a comprehensive portfolio analysis today.
Recently, all the winners of the Car and Driver Best Pickup Award got together for a little reunion. It's good to see everyone again. Silverado, the three-time winner, the only winner of Car and Driver's Best Pickup Award. Silverado, the truck from Chevy. The most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
Was the war in Iraq a mistake? That is just one of the questions I asked presidential candidate Bob Graham. My interview with the Democratic senator from Florida coming up.
Something remarkable is at your fingertips. Now you can call anyone in America
For 3 cents a minute, 39 cents to connect. And not only is it 3 cents anywhere in the U.S., but also to Canada and to Western Europe.
Introducing 1010-987. There's no monthly fees, nothing to sign up for. All you do is dial 1010-987 so you can use it right now. Hey, a rate this low never went so far. 1010-987.
I don't know what to do, Doc. I keep losing home loans to Ditech.com.
I see.
Customers apply online or by phone 24/7. They never come to the bank anymore. Even my mom got a loan from Ditech.
Very interesting. Looking for a faster, easier way to get a mortgage? Call or log on to Ditech.com for today's low fixed rate.
So what do you think, Doc?
I think you just lost another loan to Ditech.
Ditech.com, 1-800-71-FIXED.
Today on CNN Early Prime at 5, new first-hand tales of heroism from the battlefield. Marines wounded in Iraq share their stories with Wolf. Then at 6, companies ravaged by scandal are turning to the auction block. You'll be surprised what they're willing to sell. And at 7, high school girls out of control. See the video that has parents and school officials outraged and hear from those that were there. Wolf Blitzer reports Lou Dobbs' Moneyline, live from the headlines. It's all part of CNN Early Prime today.
The United States would eliminate its oil imports completely 20 years from now. That is just one of the highlights of Senator Joe Lieberman's National Energy Plan. The Democratic presidential candidate unveiled his plan today in Washington. Among other things, it would give tax breaks to Americans who buy fuel-efficient vehicles. Earlier today, I asked the senator if that would be fair to Americans who drive SUVs and other gas guzzlers.
We've got a problem, and it saps our strength, and it puts our working families' budgets, our small business budgets, at the mercy of people outside of America when we ought to be independent. So, look, people will still have the ability to buy cars that aren't fuel efficient, but the difference in my approach here is that we're not setting a particular number, fuel efficiency number. We're saying you've got to save at least 2 million barrels of oil a day within 10 years. Figure out how to do it, trade with one another. If one company wants to put out some gas guzzling cars, they're going to have to pay some other company for putting out more efficient vehicles.
So, Senator, let me ask you broadly. You distinguished yourself in the recent days, the debate over the weekend, from a number of the other Democratic candidates for president. You support President Bush on the war. Right. You don't like the Gephardt-style universal health care plan. But for Democratic primary voters who are looking for an alternative to George W. Bush, are you enough of an alternative? Is there enough difference between you and the president?
The important thing that I'm saying here is that the American people will not vote for a Democratic candidate for president unless that candidate gives them a sense of safety and security, but also gives them hope about the economy and social progress in our country. And I'm the one Democratic candidate who can give the American people both confidence on security and confidence for a better economy. And that's what the Democrats want. Democrats want to win. They want to take the country forward.
Senator Robert Byrd, one of your colleagues, went to the floor of the Senate yesterday and said he's questioning the motives of President Bush in going to that aircraft carrier last week to make the speech on Iraq. He said, quote, "It's an affront to the Americans killed and injured in Iraq to exploit the trappings of war for a momentary spectacle of a speech." Do you agree with him?
I wouldn't have used that language. I mean, look, this president, it wouldn't be the first to do something for the effects it had on the media. I'd say that the 127 Americans who died in the defeat of Saddam Hussein died in a just cause that has greatly increased American security. The president can choose however he wants to note that.
So you don't agree with even the sentiment that he was expressing, even if the language you wouldn't have used, you don't agree with the point he was making?
No, I don't. I mean, I think we've got more important things to do here, and the important thing is to get together and take America forward.
You accused Senator John Kerry over the weekend of being ambivalent on the war. He says he hasn't been ambivalent. He said he supported the effort to go and disarm Saddam Hussein. He simply believed that diplomacy should have been given more of a chance. What could be clearer than that position?
Well, it's not a clear position. Most everybody wanted Saddam Hussein to be out of power. The question is what we were going to do about it. And you know, Senator Kerry's own spokesperson, Chris Lehane, a couple of months ago, I believe in February, said that Senator Kerry's position was ambivalent, but so was the position of the American people. So Senator Kerry's ambivalence reflected the American people. To me, it was a time for leadership. We had given diplomacy every opportunity we could. We'd given Saddam Hussein every chance we possibly could have given him to disarm. All that was left was war. We did the right thing, and we're safer as a result of it.
Senator Joe Lieberman speaking with me earlier today. Former House Minority Leader Dick Gephardt is getting a boost in his bid for the White House. CNN has learned that Representative Ed Pastor will endorse Gephardt later this hour. Pastor is perhaps the most influential Hispanic Democrat in the early primary state of Arizona. The event is a political fundraiser. The entertainment, the Dixie Chicks. Up next, the U.S. Senator forging ahead with plans made before the music group picked up some political baggage.
CNN Today, first-hand tales of heroism from the battlefield. Marines wounded in Iraq share their courageous stories on Wolf Blitzer Reports. CNN Today, 5.
If you're buying or refinancing a home, Instafi is a direct lender that offers the lowest rates available.
Today's low fixed rate is 4.625%.
1-800-INSTA-FI. You owe it to yourself to call Instafi.
Today at the Room Source from 10 till 10. Don't miss the 12-hour Save the Tax sale. Save the tax on every item in every room store-wide. It's like buying tax-free and get no money down, no interest and no payments for 1 full year, even on sale prices. Don't miss the 12-hour Save the Tax sale. Save on every item in every room and get no money down, no interest and no payments for 1 full year. Today till 10, only at the Room Source.
At the Room Source, of course.
If you're buying or refinancing a home, Instafi is a direct lender that offers the lowest rates available.
Today's low fixed rate is 4.625%.
1-800-INSTA-FI. You owe it to yourself to call Instafi.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Checking the headlines in our Campaign News Daily, Arkansas Democratic Senator Blanche Lincoln plans to hold a fundraiser next month at a Dixie Chicks concert. The event was planned before the group's lead singer criticized President Bush over the war in Iraq, which led to a fierce backlash from many country music fans. An aide says Lincoln does not agree with the singer's comments about the president, but she does support her right to free speech. In Massachusetts, the state's budget crunch is being overshadowed by a dispute over naming a portion of the Big Dig Expressway project for longtime U.S. House Speaker Tip O'Neill. GOP Governor Mitt Romney wants to name a portion of the highway the Liberty Tunnel, but Democratic lawmakers want to name it for O'Neill. Democrats say they have the votes they need to honor O'Neill, but Republicans are threatening to stall the measure with amendments. The budget problems in New York City have taken a toll on Mayor Michael Bloomberg's approval ratings. A new Quinnipiac University poll finds just 32% of Big Apple residents approve of Bloomberg's job performance. 56% say they disapprove. Inside Politics will be right back.
Campaign News Daily is brought to you by AARP, the power to make it better.
Here, Senator Jordan. Here, salad on the outside, honey.
Okay.
They're here. Hi, come on in. Have a seat. How are you? Thanks for coming to my prescription drug summit. Before we leave today, I want us to get an affordable drug benefit in Medicare. Everybody on board? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure.
Let's eat.
If one person could do it alone, the world wouldn't need AARP.
I leave work at 7, start my trip home, and that's when I make my call to my son. It gives me some dad time that much sooner. It's like being home with him before I actually get home.
With Singular's 7 to 7 plan, your nights start 2 hours earlier at 7 p.m. No one else offers that. Plus, get nationwide long distance and get a free phone with a $20 donation to Special Olympics.
I call it the Kyle Lewis It's Important My Night Start Early plan.
Come into Singular now to find the plan that fits you best.
Are you in on it? Go to the new cheaptickets.com with new fare search technology for lower prices than ever. Or call now for new travel deals on cars, cruises, condos, and vacation packages. Why just save on airfares? Introducing new low hotel prices. Now save up to 70%. Cheap Tickets, the best kept secret in travel.
Taking a look at how many people are closely following the Democratic campaign for president so far, or the campaign at all. Florida Senator Bob Graham has officially kicked off his presidential campaign, formally announcing in his home state of Florida what we've already known unofficially for weeks. Well, I spoke with Senator Graham after his announcement yesterday, and I began by asking how he plans to make the argument that President Bush has been shirking his responsibility in the war on terror.
Well, Judy, first, I guess the best historical analogy to what's happening now is what happened to President Bush's father, who came out of a war in the Persian Gulf with even higher approval ratings than his son has today. And then it was a combination of what happened after the war ended, plus the failure to give attention to the economy that resulted in his defeat in November of 1992. I think the current President Bush has the same challenge. I think his economic plan that he's submitted will not, in fact, stimulate the economy out of its current doldrums. I believe that the real challenges in Iraq are now beginning to start, and the need to restart the war on terror.
Do you think the war in Iraq was a mistake?
In my judgment, it was the wrong priorities. Certainly Saddam Hussein either is or was an evil man, but there are a lot of evil people in the Middle East and Central Asia. I think we should go after those evils that have the greatest capability of injuring Americans first. And in my judgment, those are the international terrorists who have both the demonstrated will, as seen on September the 11th, and the capability, because of large numbers of their operatives embedded in the United States, to do damage to Americans.
Senator, let me ask you about this. When you ask a number of people what do they think about Bob Graham as a candidate for president, one of the first things they say is he physically up for the job? He's 66 years old. He's just had major heart surgery. If he's the nominee, he's going to be running against a vigorous, younger incumbent president. What do you say to them?
I had heart surgery in late January. 3 months ago, the doctors have given me a green light, and they've said that my heart is significantly more efficient today than it was 4 months ago. I have always conducted vigorous, full campaigns which take the issues right to the people. That's what I intend to do in 2004.
Candy Crowley, our reporter, whom you know, in reporting on your announcement, said he's a man with a lot of gravitas but no pizzazz. What do you say about that? Is that a problem when you're running for president?
Well, I'm sorry that Candy didn't pick up on my charisma. Maybe over time she will do so. But I think what the American people are looking for now is they want a moderate centrist who can actually begin to solve some of their problems, whether it's prescription drugs under Medicare or beginning a serious effort at protecting our environment. They also want someone with executive experience. They want someone who has new ideas, and those who are really interested in electing a Democrat are looking at the map and saying the last 3 presidents we elected lived in Texas, Georgia, and Arkansas. Does that say something about where our candidate in 2004 should come from?
Senator, this is kind of a mean question, but I'm going to quote something an Orlando Sentinel columnist wrote in the last day or so. He said Bob Graham was looked at by 3 Democratic nominees for president. It was Bill Clinton, it was Michael Dukakis, and Al Gore. And he said all 3 of them looked at him and decided that he would not be their running mate. And he went on to say that was the right decision. What do you say about that?
Well, I am not running for vice president. I am running for president of the United States. I believe I have the combination of qualities to be president, and I fully expect to do so.
Florida Democratic Senator Bob Graham, who announced he is officially running for president. Coming up, he says he would have been a very good president, but Gary Hart will not be one of the Democratic candidates in next year's race. We'll find out more from our Bruce Morton just ahead.
Closed captioning provided by Oreck 8-pound upright vacuum.
Looking for a lightweight vacuum that's really powerful? Try my Oreck XL free for 30 days. Nothing gets by on Oreck.
Something remarkable is at your fingertips. Now you can call anyone in America
For 3 cents a minute, 39 cents to connect. And not only is it 3 cents anywhere in the U.S., but also to Canada and to Western Europe.
Introducing 1010-987. There's no monthly fees, nothing to sign up for. All you do is dial 1010-987 so you can use it right now. Hey, a rate this low never went so far. 1010-987.
Let's spend the night together. Well, I'll satisfy you with every need, every need. And now I know you satisfy me.
Escalade ESV, the biggest of the breed. Cadillac, breakthrough.
Actor Christopher Reeve was on Capitol Hill today for the introduction of a bill that bears his name, the Christopher Reeve Paralysis Act. It would provide additional funding for neurological and paralysis research. We'll have an interview with the actor tomorrow.
Every day, thousands of people are making the switch to IDT long distance. Here's why.
With IDT, I pay just 5 cents a minute for all of my state-to-state calls, all day, every day.
My daughter lives on the West Coast and I live on the East Coast, but we talk on the phone every day. With IDT, we can talk for 20 minutes and pay just $1.
Well, I switched to IDT because I found out I was paying too much with Sprint.
Too much with AT&T.
Way too much with MCI.
With IDT, I have no monthly minimums.
No 1010 numbers, no time restrictions, no complicated plans.
And IDT doesn't round up to the next minute, so I don't pay for time I don't use.
Compare IDT at just 5 cents a minute with AT&T at 7 cents, Sprint at 10 cents, and MCI at 25 cents. You'll choose IDT.
I save money on every call. That's it.
5 cents a minute, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. IDT long distance. No one does it for less.
Your pet's same exact heartworm and flea medications delivered to your home, saving you time and money. 1-800-PET-MEDS. We deliver savings and convenience on HeartGuard, Advantage, Frontline, and all other pet medications. Order now and receive free shipping.
CNN Tonight, Diane Sawyer, the only network anchor to interview Scott Peterson. Now learn about the $1 million scandal she's unraveled. Diane Sawyer for the hour, only on Larry King Live. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
The race for the White House on the Democratic side will not include one familiar face, former Senator Gary Hart. He has decided not to join the crowded field. Here now, CNN's Bruce Morton.
I want to give some speeches. I want to see what the public's response to those speeches is, and then make a decision in March.
The decision is no. Gary Hart won't run for president. He told the Denver Post he felt strongly about issues, but you've got to have enthusiasm about the mechanics. I don't. At 66, this is probably his last hurrah.
I think it closes the chapter on somebody who 20 years ago was regarded as a rising star, a policy wonk, and someone who would maybe set the agenda for the Democratic Party for a generation.
His star shone brightest maybe in 1984 when he almost beat out frontrunner Walter Mondale, until Mondale challenged Hart's philosophizing with a slogan a hamburger chain had coined.
Where's the beef?
In 1987, he started as frontrunner, but reporters were reporting stuff they never used to write about. The candidate seen with model Donna Rice faced a question seldom asked before.
Have you ever committed adultery? I do not think to answer that question.
But the reporting about Rice and a boat called the Monkey Business killed his chances, though not his marriage, which endures today. Back then, he got 1% in the Iowa caucuses, though. It was over.
And I know I could have been a very good president, particularly for these times. But apparently now we'll never know.
We won't know this time either, but with 9 candidates already running, he may have made a wise decision. Bruce Morton, CNN, Washington.
Gary Hart bowing out. And that's it for Inside Politics. I'm Judy Woodruff. Thanks for joining us. Crossfire starts right now.
Crossfire. On the left, James Carville and Paul Begala. On the right, Robert Novak and Tucker Carlson. In the crossfire, the president's carrier landing creates political turbulence.
I am loath to think of an aircraft carrier being used as an advertising backdrop for a presidential political slogan.
Was this presidential showboating?
This president is proud to have visited the Abraham Lincoln, to have flown onto it to say thank you in person to those who defend our country.
Plus, keeping Dick Cheney on the ticket and his old company in Iraq. Today on Crossfire. Live from the George Washington University, Paul Begala and Tucker Carlson.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Crossfire. This afternoon, we're taking off on President Bush's use of the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln for political showboating. But first, let's catapult into the best political briefing in television, our Crossfire Political Alert. The United States Army has admitted that the no-bid $7 billion contract awarded to Halliburton Corporation in Iraq was far more extensive than the Bush administration previously revealed. The Halliburton contract covers not only extinguishing oil well fires in Iraq, but also potentially the operation and distribution of Iraqi oil. Vice President Dick Cheney still receives up to $1 million a year from Halliburton in deferred compensation from his tenure as CEO. Cheney told today's Dallas Morning News that he will remain on the ticket with President Bush for the 2004 campaign. And why not? Why bother returning to the private sector when you can bring corporate compensation with you right into the White House?
I think you're on to something here, Paul. I have to admit, Dick Cheney is in it for the money. He's vice president for the profit he can make from a company he no longer works for. I mean, this is actually moving into the grassy knoll territory of crackpot theories.
Why doesn't he level with us? Why doesn't the White House tell us what they gave Halliburton, how much of a contract they got, and what they're supposed to be doing?
Well,
just level with us.
No, but you just read they got a contract to help clean up the oil well fires and distribute.
And how much else?
Actually, there aren't that many.
No-bid contract.
There aren't that many companies this biggest B2B news in the world that can handle.
My father spent 40 years of his life working for one of those companies. Tucker. I know about those
then
companies.
you know that specialize in A, putting out oil well fires, and B, distributing oil.
Everybody can distribute oil. That's what Exxon does, and Shell, and Mobil, and
say
BP.
It's a conspiracy.
No, it's a ripoff.
A remarkable story by Sam Dealey in this morning's Hill newspaper may prove devastating to the John Edwards for President campaign. An analysis of fundraising records shows the former personal injury lawyer from North Carolina has received suspiciously large amounts of cash from low-level law firm employees, some of whom are registered Republicans with no history of political activism. The Justice Department is already investigating allegations that Edwards took money last month from law firm employees in Arkansas who expected to be reimbursed for their donations, which is, of course, a highly illegal practice. Is the John Edwards campaign now facing its own version of the Buddhist temple scandal? We will keep you posted.
Well, I'm sure you know this, but this is how the laws work. It is the donors who have to comply with the law. Not every campaign cannot possibly screen. Not even Governor Bush, who raised millions of dollars. I'm sure some of that fell through the cracks. I don't blame Bush for that. I don't blame Edwards for this. I'm not for Edwards or any Democrat. I'm for all of them. But I think it's highly suspicious when the Justice Department, as they did a few weeks ago, starts leaking that, well, we're investigating.
I'll tell you,
the
actually,
Edwards
it
campaign.
wasn't the Justice Department that leaked it. It was the Washington Post that interviewed an employee of that law firm in Little Rock who said, actually, I'm giving this money and I expect to get it back from my boss.
If that's true, that's a problem for that employee, not for the candidate.
But that's exactly right. But this news story shows that low-level, I mean $30,000 a year employees who are Republicans are giving the maximum to a candidate nobody's ever heard of? Come on.
But that's not Edwards' fault.
We'll see.
We shall see. Jonathan Alter of Newsweek magazine, he was the reporter who, along with the Washington Monthly's Josh Green, outed Bill Bennett as a degenerate gambler, tells the Washington Post reliable source today that documents prove that Bennett is not telling the truth when he says he only gambled 3 or 4 times a year. A reliable source today also tells us that the holy roller turned high roller has been offered a new job, executive director of the National Coalition Against Legalized Gambling. The group's leader, and I am not making this up, says Bennett could do for gambling what Betty Ford did for alcohol addiction. Rumor has it Bennett will take the job provided they relocate the headquarters to the Whale Room at the Bellagio Casino. So, good news for Bill. He landed on his feet.
First of all, to call him a degenerate gambler is a bit over the top. Second, what happened to this whole idea that what people do in their private lives is their business? I mean, this guy didn't even lie under oath, and you're calling him a degenerate. It seems a bit much.
It's not his private life, it's his public life. He's made a living off of preaching his morality to everybody else and lecturing us that we're immoral because some people like to listen to dirty lyrics, or some people happen to be born gay, or some people actually voted for Bill Clinton, and he lectures us for that. Well, he's blown $8 million of his family's money at the casino.
But if you're against that kind of lecturing, why are you lecturing Bill Bennett?
I'm just pointing out that he's a hypocrite, and I'm welcoming him back to the fore and welcoming him to his new job.
Fellow hypocrites, I guess.
I don't ever claim to be more moral than Bill Bennett. He claims to be more moral than you.
Okay. Speaking of someone who claims to be more moral, there is more evidence today that Americans simply can't bear to hear another word from, thankfully, former President Bill Clinton. Earlier this year, Clinton signed a stunningly lucrative contract with CBS News to do a debate segment on 60 Minutes with retired Senate Majority Leader Bob Dole. Less than 2 months in, Clinton has bombed badly. Ratings stink, public interest is nil. You've probably never seen it, and good for you. CBS executives tell USA Today they're likely to cancel the segment after a few more weeks. It turns out that when he's not embarrassing himself or pardoning criminals, Clinton just isn't that interesting.
Gee, or when he's not creating 23 million new jobs, setting in place the strongest economy in American history. The fault here, of course, lies not with Bill Clinton or Bob Dole, who's also a very distinguished public servant, but with CBS 60 Minutes and that old crank who runs it, who actually attacked Crossfire. Hey, guess what, Don Hewitt? 21 years later, Crossfire's still here, and your Clinton-Dole thing is already
I tend to agree.
You want to see good debate? Tune into Crossfire.
I tend to agree it was badly produced, but if you listen to what Clinton says, most of the things he thinks are very sort of conventional NPR to sort of nothing at all. He's not a very interesting thinker, is the problem. That's true.
Well, I'm glad that you're willing to pass judgment on the morality of other people in gambling and now Clinton's intellect.
I'm making an aesthetic judgment, and he's just not that interesting.
Well, I'm glad that you don't find him interesting. Why do you fixate on him in such an unhealthy way? Anyway, coming up next, why President Bush's landing on the aircraft carrier USS Lincoln may not have been quite as smooth as the White House expected. That will be our debate. It's coming up next. Stay with us.
Join Carville, Begala, Carlson, and Novak in the Crossfire. For free tickets to the live Washington audience, call 202-994-8CNN or email us at cnn@gwu.edu. Now you can step into the Crossfire.
They both worked their way up the ladder. Same executive perks, same six-figure salaries. So why does one look forward to early retirement, while the other looks forward to the 15th and the 31st? Some people already know our financial representatives excel at a lot more than life insurance. Northwestern Mutual Financial Network. Are you there yet?
Shipping durability testing. Electrostatic surge simulation. Extreme environment performance analysis.
Hey!
Structural integrity. Structural integrity. Structural integrity.
You name it, we do it. Over 11,000 hours of internal and external testing per Dell model.
Harsh.
But effective. Right, that's why Dell is one rock solid, reliable PC.
Can you imagine?
You have no idea.
Now you can get a Dimension desktop with an Intel Pentium 4 processor and an awesome flat panel display for just $699 after mail-in rebate. Call or go online now and get free shipping. And check out our new notebooks. You're not just getting quality, you're getting a Dell.
And now over here, the torsion chamber.
Rock solid PCs. Easy as Dell. Dell PCs use Intel Pentium 4 processors.
Introducing new America Online 8.0. With hundreds of new features, there's never been a better time to try it.
You've got mail.
With 8.0, I can customize my email.
AOL's new parental controls I can set up for each one of my children. Now AOL searches are faster than ever with Google.
The customer service is free and it's 24 hours a day.
Call now and get 1,025 free hours for 45 days. There's no commitment and you don't even need a credit card.
America Online has so much more.
New AOL 8.0 with hundreds of new features. There's never been a better time to try it.
High school girls out of control. CNN Tonight see the video that has parents and school officials outraged and hear from those who were there. Plus a closer look at the Saddam tape. Join Paula Zahn live from the headlines. CNN Tonight, 7 Eastern.
Welcome back to Crossfire. In lieu of contributing new ideas, fresh candidates, or constructive solutions to America's problems, the Democratic Party is instead out to sea, literally. Unable to match last week's pictures of President Bush's visit to the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, members of the Democratic Party have decided instead to whine about those pictures. Bush, say Democrats, was somehow out of line when he thanked members of the military for their sacrifices in the war against Iraq. Have Democrats gone crazy, or do they have a point? That's our debate this afternoon. In the Crossfire, New Jersey Congressman Robert Menendez, who's the chairman of the House Democratic Caucus, and Republican Congressman Mike Pence of Indiana.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Mr. Pence, let me start with you. Thank you for joining us. You bet, Paul. I do have to say, as somebody who used to do this for a living, that was about as good as it gets in terms of a photo op. It was wonderful. What I have a problem with is that apparently the White House misled us. Ari Fleischer, the president's spokesman, told the country that the reason the president had to land on that carrier in a jet with a tailhook is because it was too far out to sea to land the chopper safely. Well, it was 39 miles out to sea, according to press accounts. I flew with President Clinton on a helicopter. We landed 70 miles out there. Why did the White House mislead us?
Well, I don't think the White House did mislead us, Paul.
Come on.
They actually...
Like they don't know where their boats are? He's Commander-in-Chief.
And I want to admit to you, I traveled with the Speaker of the House a week before this.
To the Truman.
And went to the USS Truman in the Mediterranean, did a tailhook landing with Speaker Dennis Hastert on the deck, the flight deck of the USS Truman. And so the sights and sounds of what the President experienced are still ringing in my ears, as well as the briefings that we got. These ships are very dependent on weather and the ability to move around in the sea. As Ari Fleischer said, the White House thought that, and frankly the Navy thought that that aircraft carrier was going to be a couple hundred miles out to sea. They made better time overall because of weather, came close in, and frankly the President landed in that aircraft on the flight deck because he wanted to experience that. He wanted to identify as Commander-in-Chief with the men and women who were the heroes of Operation Iraqi Freedom, and I for one thought it was just terrific.
Congressman Menendez, I feel sorry for the Democratic Party, as I often do, but never more so than now. The war, which most Democrats opposed, has been a success. The president, who most Democrats really don't care for, is riding high. You hated seeing the picture of him in the aircraft carrier, and I understand why. But it doesn't make political sense to whine about something like this.
Well, we need less Top Gun and more fiscal responsibility. We need a president who's focused on the economy and people's unemployment levels. And while he was making his tailhook landing, another 48,000 Americans were left unemployed at the end of April. Now, that's the type of important issue that the president needs to be dealing with. And I have to be honest with you. You know, we all know about photo ops. But, you know, the custom-made flight suit, $200. Keeping that ship, slowing it down so he could have this special landing, about $800,000 to $1 million in terms of the fuel necessary to keep it going.
But I think you're factually incorrect. According to the Navy, wait, hold on, let me just correct that.
It's $800,000.
According to the Navy, it didn't happen. The Navy said today that did not happen.
What is shameless is delaying the return of 4,000 sailors from the longest deployment in 30 years to their families. That is what's shameless at the end of the day.
What do you say to the new dads who've never seen their new babies, who risked their lives for our country and were delayed for a day so they could be props in Bush's photo op? What's your answer?
Well, let me tell you something. My information from the Navy and as the White House, I think Ari Fleischer addressed this very recently, there was absolutely, Bob, with all due respect, there was no delay in the scheduled
39 miles out, parked for an hour for overnight.
There was
so
no delay in the scheduled arrival of the Abraham Lincoln into port. When the date and the time the families were given was honored. And look, here's the issue, and we can disagree on this, and I, for one, come from a district where there's been enormous loss of jobs. I have a tremendous burden for the issues that you're raising, Bob, and we hope to do something about that with tax relief this week. But I think the real issue here is, what was the appropriate venue? Was it to go in amidst the troops to identify as commander-in-chief with the people who risked life and limb, some of whom paid the ultimate price to win Operation Iraqi Freedom?
And bring every camera with you. This wasn't about the troops, it was about Bush.
Or was it to come into the well of Congress
himself,
and have a bunch of politicians stand up and carp and wave like we did
Reports that came back. There are plenty of opportunity to be with troops. We're all for the troops. But hiding behind the troops for $1 million taxpayer-funded public relations stunt is not, does not create a responsive chord with the 8.8 million Americans who are unemployed in this country.
But it's not clear that you know what you're talking about, because as Mr. Pence has just said, the Navy and the White House have both said that what you said is factually wrong.
No, the Navy has said, when we asked them, how long does it take to keep a ship going, steaming, and they said 800,000 to $1 million.
Since
and
you're so
Boston Globe had it. The president's own spokesperson said, well, he could have gone out there in a helicopter. He chose not to.
Congressman, since you're so acutely aware of waste, fraud, and abuse,
which is something Republicans are always concerned about.
And I'm concerned about it.
There's two elements of that here:
let me ask my
waste
question,
and abuse, for sure.
And my question to you is, Congressman Henry Waxman, really one of the most appalling publicity hounds in the Congress, I mean that as a compliment, is starting an investigation into this, which will waste untold thousands of taxpayer dollars. And are you on this? You on top of this right now?
Tucker.
Congressman.
My colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle constantly are pointing out to billions of dollars they say exist in the federal government in waste, fraud, and abuse. Now, they've had 8 years of a majority to be able to root out the waste, fraud, and abuse. Well, if in fact that ship was slowed down, if in fact it cost $1 million for the president to do his Top Gun stunt, if it delayed those 4,000 sailors from the longest deployment in 30 years to return to their families, to me, that's waste and that's abuse, and that's not something that should be
Bob raises the right issue. Bob raises the right issue. Was it a waste? Let me tell you something. When I was with the Speaker of the House amidst the 5,500 men and women aboard the USS Truman a week earlier.
How many network cameras did you bring with you to promote yourself?
There were no network cameras there. The Speaker of the House
doing your job instead of
landed. Let me tell you something. Those young people, and they're humbling to be around. You've been around them, Bob. You've been around them. These young people filled the deck to meet Speaker of the House Hastert just the way they filled the deck to meet the president. If it cost $1 million, Bob, if it cost $2 million to celebrate them and what they did in Operation Iraqi Freedom,
but you can celebrate them. You can celebrate them. No, wait a minute. You can celebrate them, Congressman, can you not, without making ads? Will the president use this for ads for the Republican Party? or for his campaign?
I can't say. I certainly
Why
hope
won't
that
he
the
say?
president tells his whole story.
I'd rather celebrate them by restoring the veterans' benefit cuts that they're returning back that this administration has in their budget. That is the way in which you celebrate the
Then why have Democrats wasted an entire news cycle whining about a picture, and where are your solutions to bringing back veterans' benefits, etc.?
Our solutions are on the table. We have voted for returning veterans' benefits. Our package for stimulus takes care of real Americans, people who are unemployed, and we're not out there going ahead and not providing solutions to those 8.8 million Americans, to the 350,000 who at the end of this month have no unemployment compensation to run on, to the 48,000 who got laid off last month.
We're going to take a quick
That's what
break.
we need the president focusing on.
But instead, we're talking about aircraft carriers. Next, the quickest question and answer session in politics. We call it Rapid Fire. Later in Fireback, one of our viewers saves the Democrats time and money by picking the most obvious candidate for president. We think you know who he is. We'll tell you in a moment. We'll be right back.
With Konica, you can change the whole tone of your business. You can make it look better. You can make it move faster. You can make it more productive. And even more profitable. This is Color Force and the complete line of color printers and copiers from Konica. It's time to change the tone.
Next on CNN, first-hand tales of heroism from the battlefield. Marines wounded in Iraq share their courageous stories on Wolf Blitzer Reports. Next on
If you're buying or refinancing a home, Instafi is a direct lender that offers the lowest rates available.
Today's low fixed rate is 4.625%.
1-800-INSTAFI. You owe it to yourself to call Instafi.
Attention investors. Right now, there's a volatile situation in the foreign currencies market. Huge profits can be made. With an investment as small as $2,500, you could see returns of $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 or more. In just a few months, the foreign currency market is trading at 10 times the rate of the Dow. You owe it to yourself to check out the huge profit potential in the foreign currency market. Call the number on your screen for your free investment kit. 30 seconds is not enough time to explain this tremendous opportunity.
True Value makes you feel at home, wherever your home may be.
Register to win a $50 True Value gift certificate for Mom. See participating stores for details. Be sure to pick up the May Bargain of the Month. Get a Green Thumb 4-piece garden tool set for just $9.99. True Value. Help is just around the corner.
I'm Ronnie Deutsch. I have settled IRS tax bills for only $20. $20!
Ronnie was able to help us settle this debt for only $20.
Saved me $34,000.
Saved me $10,000.
When she says that she can settle this for pennies on the dollar, she absolutely means it.
You deserve a fresh start. Let me help you settle your IRS tax bill.
Call the law offices of Ronnie Deutsch at 1-800-478-9889 for a free and confidential tax analysis. Call 1-800-478-9889.
If you're buying or refinancing a home, Instafi is a direct lender that offers the lowest rates available.
Today's low fixed rate is 4.625%.
1-800-INSTAFI. You owe it to yourself to call Instafi.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. Coming up at the top of the hour, more tantalizing tape of Saddam Hussein. But does it offer any clues on where he is? And we're waiting for a live news conference from the president over at the White House on the war and rebuilding Iraq. And what happened to those Cuban asylum seekers who frantically tried to reach U.S. shores only yesterday? We'll update you on that. Those stories just minutes away on Wolf Blitzer Reports. Now back to Crossfire.
Matthew Wolf. Welcome back to Crossfire. Fasten your seatbelts. Store your tray tables in the full and upright locked position. It's time now for Rapid Fire, where the questions are tighter than a presidential jumpsuit, and the answers ought to be short enough to land on an aircraft carrier. We're talking with Republican Congressman Mike Pence of Indiana and New Jersey Democrat Robert Menendez. He's the chairman of the House Democratic Caucus.
Congressman Menendez, former President Bill Clinton landed twice on aircraft carriers in '93 and '96, wasting tons of money in the process but producing good pictures. You complained when he did?
The fact of the matter is that nowhere near that it cost $1 million, and it wasn't the same circumstances, and it wasn't for the purposes that President Bush did.
Congressman Pence, the difference is President Clinton did not delay anybody's reunion with their family, nor did he film a campaign commercial. If Bush films a campaign commercial, will the Republican Party reimburse we, the taxpayers who paid for this thing?
Well, Paul, I'm not aware of any plans or if they had a film crew alongside, but let me tell you something.
If they do, shouldn't they pay us back?
I want to be clear. I never would have criticized President Clinton the time that you accompanied him to an aircraft carrier, and I think that the commander-in-chief being among our troops at the end of a successful victory is exactly where we want him to be.
Senator Byrd of West Virginia attacked the president, one of his long stem winders on the Senate floor. Over his long career in the Senate, how much money do you think Senator Byrd has wasted giving these long soliloquies?
How could you ask me that in a democracy, in the greatest bastion of democracy? The fact of the matter is the Senate is a place, as is the House, for debate.
And money wasted.
Senator Byrd has the right to debate.
When you flew out into the Mediterranean, onto the Harry S. Truman, you saw those heroic sailors. Did you wear one of these phony baloney Tom Cruise jumpsuits like Bush so you could pretend to be a real fighter jock?
Paul, if they'd have offered me one and if I could fit into
you
it,
didn't,
I'd
you
have
didn't
put
need
it on in a heartbeat.
You didn't because you didn't need it, right?
Congressman Menendez, as you know, Congressman Waxman is starting an investigation. How many Democrats has he investigated during his time in Congress?
I have no idea.
Probably not zero.
Well, I think what he goes after is issues, regardless of who is behind those issues. And I think if you look at Henry Waxman's history, he's done many during a Democratic administration,
well, that is a
as
whole
well as
other
Republican.
Show that we're unfortunately going to have to save for the time. Thank you very much, Congressman Menendez, Congressman Pence. Thank you both very much. We appreciate it. Thank you. One of our viewers has noticed our bell sometimes fails to cut off debate. He suggests an alternative next in Fireback. It's truly cruel and distasteful, therefore you won't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
If you'd like to fire back at Crossfire, email us at crossfire@cnn.com. Make sure to include your name and hometown.
Closed captioning provided by Oreck 8-pound upright vacuum.
Looking for a lightweight vacuum that's really powerful? Try my Oreck XL free for 30 days. Nothing gets by on Oreck.
It's been called the greatest doo-wop show of all time.
Yes, I'm the great.
An evening of legendary groups. A night full of unforgettable oldies. Now bring it all into your home with the Doo-Wop Gold Video Collection. From the Cadillacs to the Duke of Earl. You'll get 21 vocal group classics. Get Doo-Wop Gold on VHS or DVD for just $19.99. But call in the next 10 minutes with your credit card, and we'll cut the price in half. That's right, you get 21 unforgettable performances for just $9.99. Then preview other great doo-wop videos. Keep only those you want. Cancel anytime. And remember, call in the next 10 minutes with your credit card, and you'll get Doo-Wop Gold for only $9.99.
16 candles.
So go ahead and turn back the clock with this once-in-a-lifetime collection.
Use your credit card and call 1-800-400-7997. That's 1-800-400-7997 to order Doo-Wop Gold for $9.99 plus shipping and handling. Or send check or money order to Doo-Wop Gold, Department 1, Richmond, Virginia 23280. Call now or order online at timelife.com.
Code. We've got a teacher who wants to go to Hawaii this summer, has a tight budget, and can leave anytime in July. Destination Orbits.
She could use my molecular transporter, but I'm still waiting for government approval.
Until then, there's my revolutionary new Flex Search. It's the most powerful low-fare search ever created.
Our teacher will be sipping Mai Tais in no time. Another mission accomplished, Code.
Welcome back to Crossfire. Time now for Fireback. Our email bag has been filled with response to the president's landing on that aircraft carrier. Betsy Warner in Arlington, Virginia writes, after watching our president speak aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln, I was wondering if there's been any news as to when Bush will officially christen the ship the USS Showboat. Well, that would be if they named it after Bush. That'd be a good name for him. Or the USS AWOL, since he didn't show up for a good bit of his National Guard duty.
Keep running on that, Paul. That'll work. Richard Moeller of Kingston, Ontario, which is in Canada, a foreign country to the north, writes, okay, time to get rid of that bell. I realize that you have to keep things moving because of the cut in time, but please find a less annoying way of doing it. Maybe electric shocks to your hosts who filibuster. Richard, I'm sort of for that.
Electric shocks?
Didn't they used to have that in the back seats of cabs in Paris?
I have no idea.
I think they did.
You could actually shock the cab?
Yes. No, the cabbie could shock you up. It's France.
That would enjoy
it. It only goes one way. That's right.
Okay, Joe in North Hollywood, California, writes in about the controversy about Bill Bennett and his gambling addiction. At least we know what Bill Bennett did with his tax cut. Cha-ching, boing, insert coin. I like an email with sound effects. Thank you, Joe.
I do too. Cha-ching, boing. Boing, an underused word.
Yeah.
All right, next up is Tim from St. Louis, Missouri. He writes, Tucker, I agree with you that Al Sharpton should be given the Democratic nod for the 2004 election. I also think that Paul Begala and James Carville should support him because Sharpton represents everything that their party stands for. You know, Tim, I can't think of a single issue on which Al Sharpton diverges from the National Republican Party.
I can't think of a single issue. You see, Al Sharpton doesn't represent, he never won an election for a Democrat in any primary. Rick Santorum is the number 3 Republican in the Senate with his homophobic right-wing crackpot views comparing gay people to incest. He's the embodiment of the Republican Party.
Yes, sir.
Paul, be honest, please. Aren't the Democrats...
You be honest, too. Tell me your name and your hometown.
Tico Perez from Orlando, Florida.
Perez, welcome to Washington.
Thank you, Paul. And be honest, isn't the problem that the Democrats are just jealous, that they need something to attack about the event at the aircraft carrier because it looks so genuine, and that perhaps the president looked like such a leader because he, in fact, is one?
Well, you're half right.
Be honest. Be honest. Mr. Perez wants you to be honest.
I won't speak for anybody else. I sure was jealous. It was a beautiful photo op, but you know, they should not have misled us. They should tell the truth about what they're doing and why. They should say, you know what, it's a taxpayer-funded commercial, and we're going to refund. They got enough money. RNC's got hundreds of millions of dollars. They should pay us for their propaganda.
It's not all about campaigns. He is the commander-in-chief. Sorry, didn't care for it.
He is the commander-in-chief. Chief Justice Rehnquist says so. From the left, I am Paul Begala.
And from the right, I'm Tucker Carlson. Join us again tomorrow for another edition of Crossfire. Wolf Blitzer Reports starts right now. See you tomorrow.
Happening this hour, a live speech inside the White House, questions and answers with the president. What will he say about Iraq? We'll have live coverage. Also, fighting over that fight. Why did a U.S. Senator blast President Bush? The White House is firing right back. Wolf Blitzer Report starts right now. Where is the deposed dictator?
And I'm going to focus on how to face these invaders and kick them out from Iraq.
A new audio tape supposedly recorded this week by Saddam Hussein. Casualties of combat.
I should be dead. The Kevlar helmet I was wearing split in 2 pieces.
The twist of fate that saved one Marine's life in Iraq. Just released. Video of September 11th hijackers and planners caught on tape at an Al-Qaeda wedding. High school hazing out of control.
When I looked up and I saw blood, I knew that this wasn't right.
A tradition turned ugly. Why police are now investigating. He's called the elevator rapist, a serial attacker terrorizing New York City. 9 victims so far. We'll have the latest on the search.
CNN Live this hour, Wolf Blitzer reports live from the nation's capital with correspondents from around the world. Wolf Blitzer reports starts now.
It's Wednesday, May 7th, 2003. Hello from Washington. I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting. There are new indications right now on a key question left over from the war, whether the Iraqi leader is dead or alive. And this is Saddam Hussein becoming another Osama bin Laden? Take bin Laden, like exactly bin Laden, tapes purportedly of Saddam Hussein keep popping up. Our senior international correspondent Nick Robertson is joining us now live from Baghdad with more on this newest audio tape. Nick?
Wolf, these tapes were handed to a journalist on Monday night. In fact, they were handed by two people who pulled up in a car outside of his hotel, talked to his translator, who used to work at the Ministry of Information, one of those Ministry Information minders that used to go out with journalists. The two men gave that former minder the tape. They told them that the tape was of Saddam Hussein, and it was a message to the Iraqi people. Seemingly in contrast with the writing on Baghdad's walls, Saddam Hussein's first purported verbal message since his fall from power is a call to arms. Reportedly recorded this week, it was delivered in a tired voice. You, the Iraqi people, men and women, stand together against the invasion and show your stance as much as you can by writing on walls, or making positive demonstrations, or not selling them anything, or buying anything from them, or by shooting them with your rifles and trying to destroy their cannons and tanks. Hussein's message finding little support in Baghdad's Adamiyah neighborhood, traditionally pro-Saddam. We don't have the ability to fight the US Army, says Abu Khattab, an agricultural engineer. We don't even want to fight the American troops. They're preserving our security. The streets of Adamiyah were the last place Hussein is thought to have appeared publicly. His new message refers to his birthday and the looting of the Iraqi National Museum, both events occurring since that appearance and his removal from power. According to the new audio tape, resistance will be a secret struggle, reminiscent of Hussein's Ba'ath Party underground movement in the 1960s. Through this secret means, I am talking to you from inside Great Iraq, and I say to you, the main task for you, Arab and Kurd, Shia and Sunni, Muslim and Christian, and the whole Iraqi people of all religions, your main task is to kick the enemy out from our country. That he who is working with the foreigners is working against you. For Iraq's former foreign minister Adnan Pachachi, returning from several decades in exile, the specter of the speech troubling.
I fully understand the apprehension that some people feel that he may suddenly be among us.
Among anti-Western protesters to whom CNN played the speech, Hussein's words falling flat. Whether Saddam is dead or alive, he's finished as far as we Iraqis are concerned, he says. Saddam is over, and we don't want him back. A group of looters we also played the tape to, undecided whether it was Hussein. Saddam had 7 doubles, he says, and we say it's not him. Whether it is his voice or not, we're against him anyway, says this looter. Well, even if the people here aren't concerned about the authenticity of the tapes, it does pose a question for US officials here. Will this call to arms amount to a sustained and serious attack on US troops here now and in the future, or will it just fade away like so many of Saddam's portraits around the city? Wolf?
Nick Robertson in Baghdad with that tape. Thanks, Nick, very much. Let's get a little bit more on that audio tape supposedly made by Saddam Hussein this week.
I don't want to talk in details about the occupation and why and how. I'm going to focus on how to face these invaders and kick them out from Iraq. I addressed some messages before, many messages. Some of them were by my voice, and some were addressed to the mass media. But we know, and you know very well, the mass media in the whole world is controlled by the Zionists. and especially by its supporters in the White House. Your enemy came to Iraq and they thought that the Iraqi people would receive them with flowers, but they were surprised. Some people now are changing their minds about the Americans and the occupation. We have no option but to struggle to satisfy God, our high principles, and ourselves as well. They tell many, many lies, and you, the Iraqi people, have won your moral battle because the Americans destroyed Iraq and stole Iraq's ancient archaeology by destroying the Iraqi National Museum. This time, we are standing against America, a tyrant power that rules the world. You, the Iraqi people, will shame the Americans as the Palestinians shame the Zionists. Work hard. Work hard through this for the sake of God, and then victory will be visible. Work hard for God, you, the Iraqi people, Iraqi women, Iraqi men, and we are with you. We are working with you.
Saddam Hussein supposedly on that audio tape. A lot more investigation underway right now over at the CIA, the National Security Agency, on the authenticity of that tape. By the way, the Iraqi Two of Hearts is in coalition custody right now. The Ba'ath Party regional commander, Ghazi Hamoud al-Ubaidi, was number 32 on the U.S. military's list of 55 most wanted members of Saddam Hussein's regime. U.S. officials gave no details on whether he was caught or turned himself in. Right now, a total of 19 of that list have surrendered or have been captured. Others may be dead. Hundreds of Iraqi doctors took to the streets of Baghdad today, vowing they will not accept the American-appointed head of the health ministry. The doctors said they took the action because the official was the number 3 man at the health ministry under Saddam Hussein. Lieutenant General Jay Garner, the head of the U.S.-run Iraqi administration, said not all officials under Saddam Hussein were necessarily bad and that he needs their help in the new government. A suspected biological weapons laboratory has been discovered in Iraq, but is it a smoking gun of Iraqi weapons of mass destruction? Our senior Pentagon correspondent Jamie McIntyre is picking up that part of the story. Jamie?
Well, Wolf, still no discovery of weapons of mass destruction, but today the Pentagon went on the record saying they believe they've found Iraq's means of producing them. The Pentagon says this truck trailer, stopped by Kurds at a checkpoint in northern Iraq last month, is almost certainly a mobile biological laboratory. Officials say the size of the vehicle and the equipment inside, including a fermenter and air cleaning system, match the description given to the U.S. by an Iraqi defector before the war and used to produce these drawings shown to the UN.
The experts have been through it, okay, and they have not found another plausible use for it.
But burned by previous premature suggestions of WMD finds, the Pentagon is withholding a final verdict until the suspected germ factory, which appears to have been cleaned with strong ammonia, can be dismantled to search for trace amounts of bioagents.
On the smoking gun, I mean, I don't know.
So far, the search for weapons of mass destruction in Iraq has been fruitless for the U.S. military. Of the 576 sites they identified before the war, they've searched 70 of them, found no weapons, and they found 40 new sites, but no weapons have been found there either. Wolf?
Jamie McIntyre with the latest from the Pentagon. Thanks, Jamie, very much. If Osama bin Laden and Saddam Hussein are ever found, they'll owe a lot of money. A federal judge has awarded families of 2 victims of the September 11th attacks almost $104 million. And the judge assessed the damages caused by bin Laden and Hussein, among others, saying lawyers had shown that Iraq provided material support to bin Laden and al-Qaeda, an assertion that has not been officially proven by the U.S. government. Meanwhile, some of the 9/11 suicide hijackers are seen on a newly released video of a wedding celebration in Germany. Details on that from CNN national correspondent Mike Betcher.
The video shows us members of the now infamous Hamburg al-Qaeda cell that investigators believe was the core group of the 9/11 hijackings. The groom in the October 1999 wedding reception in Hamburg, Germany, is Saeed Bahaji, who German authorities accuse of helping plot the New York and Washington attacks. He fled Hamburg just days before 9/11 and is still at large. Seated to his right, Ramzi bin al-Shiba, a key al-Qaeda figure who investigators believe played a major role in masterminding the terrorist plot. He was arrested in Karachi, Pakistan, exactly 1 year after the World Trade Center and Pentagon attacks. During the reception, bin al-Shibah comments that all in attendance were part of a class for which there would be a test. There will be some who pass and some who fail, he said. Marwan al-Shehi, who was one of the hijackers of United Flight 175 that crashed into the second World Trade Center building, is standing on the far right of the group, which is singing to the groom. Also at the reception, Ziad Jarrah, a hijacker of United Flight 93 that crashed into a Pennsylvania field. Hijack leader Mohammed Atta is not seen in the video, but investigators believe he was also present, as was Mamoun Darkhanzali, who was under investigation by German police for funneling money to the group. He denies any terrorist involvement. The videotape has been in the hands of German authorities for many months, but was recently released to lawyers representing the families of those who died in the 9/11 attacks. For investigators, lawyers, and families, it provides a rare glimpse of the mysterious Hamburg cell that was celebrating a wedding at the same time they were believed to be plotting an attack. Mike Betcher, CNN, Atlanta.
And President Bush is preparing to speak to reporters this hour. He'll be answering reporters' questions. We'll see what he says if asked about that controversy about his speech aboard the Abraham Lincoln last week. Of course, CNN will have live coverage. That's coming up in the next few minutes. Plus, hunt for a serial rapist. Do you recognize this man? Police say he's on the loose and terrorizing women. We'll go live to New York City for the latest. Also, girls out of control. A high school ritual turns violent. And fueling the fire, SUVs back in the frying pan again. First, today's news quiz. Which brand vehicle was rated the worst in quality by consumers in the annual J.D. Power and Associates survey? GM Hummer, Ford Land Rover, Kia, Saab. The answer coming up.
I deal with life and death situations.
We touch a lot of lives every day.
I can't have a bad day.
It's a fight all the way, and for me, I have to win that fight.
People's lives are in your hands.
I've seen kindness heal.
I never get bored. I saved a life.
I know I make a difference.
This is who I am.
There's nothing I'd rather be.
I am a nurse. I'm a nurse.
I'm a nurse.
I'm a nurse.
I'm a nurse. Be a nurse. A message of caring from Johnson & Johnson.
Out here, the grass never stops growing, and you gotta take care of that. Show 'em, boys! Fresh cut grass smells like victory.
Grand times and grand savings are going on now during the grand event at Miracle Ear. Now's the time to take advantage and experience all the digital hearing aids have to offer and save up to $1,000. Digital clarity, Miracle Ear's distinctive service, and up to $1,000 in savings? Now that's truly grand. Hurry, this grand event ends May 21st. Call or visit any of our 1,000 Miracle Ear locations, including many in Sears stores. Don't miss this grand opportunity going on now.
I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris in the CNN Weather Center. We have a report of a tornado on the ground in Randolph County into east central parts of Alabama. The emergency management reports the tornado between Ashland and Lineville, and this is pushing off to the east now at 25 miles per hour. And I want to get close up as much as we can and show you this cell right here. Very impressive, very strong hook on this supercell thunderstorm. It is just south of Interstate 20, and it is heading across over to the state line. If you live in Carrollton over towards Peachtree City, this storm is heading your way. We'll have more coming up. Wolf Blitzer reports right after this.
CNN Tonight, Diane Sawyer, the only network anchor to interview Scott Peterson. Now she unravels $1 million scandal. Larry King Live, CNN Tonight.
Are you upside down in debt? Do you owe taxes, credit cards, or are you behind in your house payments? Bankruptcy can eliminate your unsecured debts or reduce your bills by 50% or more. Stop harassing phone calls now. At the American Attorney Center, we accept many qualified cases with no money down and easy payment plans. Yes, no money down. Call 1-800-BANKRUPT for a free debt review by phone 24 hours a day. Call 1-800-BANKRUPT, someone you know and trust. Call now.
Homeowners thinking about refinancing? Don't go back to square one with another 30-year program. Get ahead of the game. HMS Capital can remove years of payments from your existing mortgage with a 25, 20, 15, even 10-year loan program. No points, no fees. It costs nothing to apply.
Hi, my name is Mark Tice, president of HMS Capital. My offer is simple. Refinance your existing home loan and not $1 will come out of your pocket or be added to your existing loan balance.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
You're looking at live pictures of the White House momentarily. The president expected to emerge with the Spanish prime minister. They'll be making statements, answering reporters' questions. We'll go there live as soon as they emerge. In the meantime, a manhunt is now underway in New York City for a serial rapist. Since January, several women have been raped in Manhattan and the Bronx. CNN's Maria Hinojosa is covering the story. She's joining us now live. Maria?
Wolf, you know, this story is drawing a lot of attention because of the fact that New York City hasn't been this safe in terms of street crimes in 40 years. The only numbers that have continued to rise, though, are the numbers of rapes in the past decade. Now, this is Chelsea. It's considered one of New York's hippest neighborhoods. But since January, in this 10-square block area, there have been at least 4 rapes. It started with one rape about a block west of here. There were another 2 10 blocks south of here. The last rape happened just 1 block east of here, and that was in an office building just 5 days ago.
Police got a break when a security camera captured a man they suspect of 9 assaults and 6 rapes, the latest a 23-year-old actress in a Chelsea office building.
The perp mumbles something about his floor being locked. Does she know where the stairwell is? She leans her head out the point. He grabs her.
The building has tight security, but witnesses said the attacker is a smooth talker, chatty, even non-threatening.
All I know is don't go to the 7th floor. Don't hang out at the 7th floor. Like, when you leave at night, just leave at night. Make sure you leave with someone or just leave.
This time, safety in numbers may not work.
In the initial cases, he grabbed 3 girls. In another case, he grabbed 2 girls. So normally I would advise the buddy system is helpful, but this offender has shown a tendency to strike with more than one victim present.
Which means even more fear and stress for young New York women. Tiffany lives on the same Bronx street where one rape happened and works in the Chelsea building where the actress was attacked.
I'm getting a little emotional because I live on Girard Avenue. I have a 2-year-old daughter, and it's going to make me very cautious about where I go.
The only thing the victims share is that they were young women, but they were from different races and economic backgrounds.
It makes me not want to come into this area, especially at night.
Street patrols are passing out leaflets and offering escorts, but that hasn't stopped the fear of a serial rapist still on the loose.
I be scared. I'm on the 1st floor. I'm scared to even go in the elevator or go in the building by myself. I call my brother. One of my brothers downstairs to come get me.
Wolf, now almost all of the women that I have spoken to say that they've changed something in their lifestyles because of this. They say that they're watching their backs, they're super cautious about elevators, and some women say point blank, they're just not speaking to any strangers. Wolf.
Maria Hinojosa with a very disturbing story from New York City. Thanks, Maria, very much. Meanwhile, college hazing makes the news occasionally, but we have some video of high school hazing in a Chicago suburb, an affluent Chicago suburb. That is CNN's Whitney Casey is covering this story in Northbrook, Illinois. Tell us all about it, Whitney.
Well, Wolf, local authorities here have been working with the state attorney's office on criminal charges, and they hope to have those criminal charges filed as late as Friday. So far, they've already found out 50 of the girls that are in that them since Sunday. There are no ramifications coming from the school here because they have no jurisdiction. The game was held off campus and was not sanctioned by the school. It happened around 1:30 on Sunday, and according to officials that It started out, and 10 minutes into the game, there was some mild hazing with syrup and eggs, and that escalated into human waste and animal waste being thrown at the girls, according to officials. Then bats and buckets were hit. Some of the girls were injured. Some had to go to the hospital. 5 had such major injuries they had to go to the hospital, and there were many others that were also injured.
Tabasco sauce and vinegar and stuff like that in my eye, and just Spam on my face, and fish guts, pig ears. There was pig intestine wrapped around my neck.
And we spoke with the school principal earlier today. He says he believes that this football game escalated into melee and a fracas of sorts because alcohol was involved and other factors.
There were some similar actions that happened the year before, but nothing that we really were knowledgeable of. And I think that the girls had that done to them that year, and now this year they've looked at that and said, you know, this is something that I've got anger about, and I want to do the same thing to someone else.
Just to give you a little bit of background about this school, it's in a very affluent suburban area of Chicago. 97% of the seniors who graduate will go off to college, and the principal also says that many of the seniors he saw in that videotape were A students. Wolf?
Shocking that this happens out there. Whitney Casey, thanks very much. We'll continue to follow the fallout from that story. In the meantime, we're keeping an eye on the White House, where President Bush shortly will be answering reporters' questions. A lot of questions. We'll see what the answers are. We'll bring it to you live as soon as it happens. Also,
I was definitely blessed that I'm not paralyzed or dead.
Fresh from combat, an American Marine shares his story. And the long swim to freedom, why only one of these men may be sent back to Cuba. Plus, The Matrix Unloaded. Hollywood unleashes a special effects extravaganza. We'll show you. Stay with us.
What happened?
Something remarkable is at your fingertips. Now you can call anyone in America for 3 cents a minute, 39 cents to connect. And not only is it 3 cents anywhere in the U.S., but also to Canada and to Western Europe. Introducing 1010-987. There's no monthly fees, nothing to sign up for. All you do is dial 1010-987 so you can use it right now. Hey, a rate this low never went so far. 1010-987.
Yeah, I take pride in my yard. It's a lot of work, but it's worth it. We enjoy the fresh air, the sunshine. Of course, mosquitoes are a problem, but we manage.
Get the most out of your yard with Mosquito Magnet. This patented process silently and continuously kills mosquitoes and other biting insects. Protect your backyard with Mosquito Magnet. It's up to 50 times more effective than other traps.
Mosquito Magnet, Fatal Attraction.
No matter what you enjoy doing outside, you'll enjoy it more with Mosquito Magnet.
Attention homeowners, mortgage interest rates have changed. If you still haven't refinanced your old higher interest mortgage to a new lower fixed rate, or if you want to cash out some equity, now may be a great time to lock in a new low fixed rate from Ditech.com. Don't wait for mortgage rates to go up again. Refinance now while Ditech's rates are still low. Call 1-800-71-FIXED or log on to Ditech.com right now. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
I sacrificed my weekends printing high-volume jobs and never get a thank you. He says things like win-win situation and gets a company car. If only I had better room presence.
Toshiba copiers make you look good.
Major fighting may be over, but many American servicemen and women injured in Iraq are just beginning the very long process of recovery. Bethesda Naval Hospital outside Washington, D.C. has already treated more than 200 Marines and sailors from the war in Iraq. 19 of them are still there. I visited some of them only yesterday, including one Marine whose life was saved by a twist of fate.
If you can sort of stumble on.
What strikes you about Patrick Tieterman and so many of his buddies is how young they are. Corporal Tieterman, a fresh-faced kid from Chicago, had a job more important and dangerous than you'll find in the hands of most 21-year-olds.
I was a sniper team leader for 1st Battalion, 7th Marines.
The story of how he got to Bethesda Naval Hospital outside Washington, D.C. is compelling for several reasons. starting with how close he came to not being here at all.
I was definitely blessed that I'm not paralyzed or dead.
And how close he came to witnessing history. 24 hours before the fall of Baghdad, 24 hours before his fellow Marines engaged in a fierce firefight at Baghdad University, Tiederman's orders had him just south of the capital, taking out Iraqi resistance atop a warehouse roof.
There were just small pockets of resistance in the area, 2 3-man groups who had AK-47s and possible RPGs and whatnot. And our job was to just observe forward and make sure no one was waiting in ambush the AAVs or the tanks. And it was metal roof, and I stepped through like a patch. It was like a fiberglass patch, from what I understand. I didn't even see it. And next thing I know, I'm laying on the ground looking up at a hole in the roof.
How many stories did you fall?
As far as I understand, it's about 50 feet.
So what's the first thing you do remember?
Waking up in Germany.
He now remembers a twist of fate that saved his life.
I should be dead. The Kevlar helmet I was wearing was split in 2 pieces. So those things aren't supposed to break. We usually don't even wear flags or Kevlars. It was just the fact that I was on top of a roof and I was such an obvious target.
As it is, Tiederman's got multiple fractures on both arms and 1 leg. He's needed several surgeries, with more to come. Doctors say it will take about a year for him to fully recover. What do you regret? Do you regret joining the Marine Corps?
No, definitely not. No, Marine Corps has actually taught me a lot of things. I regret not being there with my platoon right now.
And just this morning, Corporal Tiederman was released from Bethesda Naval Hospital. He goes on convalescent leave, then will undergo additional surgery and rehabilitation. Remember, it could take a year for that complete process to wind up. Don't miss another part of our story tomorrow. We'll speak with another young Marine hit by a rocket-propelled grenade. He talked to me about his wounds and what he's learned from the experience and what he regrets. Flying into controversy, President Bush gets blasted for this photo op. Was it cheap publicity or good politics or national security? Also, fueling the fire, the battle over oil, patriotism, and SUVs. And a school bus nightmare. Was an abusive driver caught in the act? But first, a look at some other news making headlines around the world. The first major study of the death rate from SARS is out. British scientists report that in Hong Kong, it's killing 20% of all patients hospitalized with the virus. A peace offering after months of bitter dispute over war against Iraq. French President Jacques Chirac sent British Prime Minister Tony Blair 6 bottles of vintage wine for his 50th birthday. Russian space officials suspect a computer glitch caused Sunday's off-course rough landing of a Soyuz capsule. The 2 Americans and 1 Russian on board endured 8 times the force of gravity and missed the landing site by almost 300 miles. Japanese police and media are following an unusual group. They call themselves Panawave Laboratory, and they reportedly believe tidal waves and earthquakes will ravage the world next week. No charges for The Who's Pete Townsend, but he must register as a sex offender for accessing child pornography on the internet. Townsend says he's not a pedophile and was a victim of sexual abuse himself. He says he was researching for his autobiography. And Paul McCartney reportedly has called out his lawyers over a documentary about his wife, former model Heather Mills. The real Mrs. McCartney is set to portray her as a gold digger and worse. And it's airing tonight in Britain. And that's our look around the world. Let's go to the United Nations. The Secretary of State's been meeting with the UN Secretary General Kofi Annan. He's speaking to reporters right now.
And it is also a resolution that will give a role to the Secretary General to play and the United Nations to play the vital role that President Bush has spoken of.
Sir, Pope yesterday commented on Turkish television saying that Turkey should apologize for its policies about Iraq. Do you think Turkey should apologize?
I didn't hear that. It's well known that we were.
What's your idea? What's your opinion on Turkey's stance so far?
Yes. Well, I was in Turkey a few weeks ago, and as Mr. Wolfowitz said, and as I said then, we had been disappointed by Turkish actions earlier in the year, but Turkey is a good friend, a good ally, and they're working with us now in a very cooperative way. Notwithstanding that disappointment of a couple of months ago, remains a strong friend and ally, and we have a good partnership with Turkey, and I'm sure it'll continue to grow in the years ahead.
Germany and France would be on board with the Iraq resolution, the former dissidents in the military strike.
We are working with all of our friends, and to include Germany and France and Russia and China and the elected 10 members as well, on this resolution. And whatever happened in the past was in the past. We are not now talking about a matter of war. We're talking about a matter of peace. We're talking about a matter of hope. We are talking about helping the Iraqi people. And this resolution has that as its singular purpose, to help the Iraqi people to attain a better life for themselves and their children, and to put in place a democratic form of government representing all the people of Iraq that will live in peace with its neighbors and be a responsible nation among the family of nations. Thank you.
The Secretary of State briefly speaking with reporters following his meeting with the United Nations Secretary General Kofi Annan. Earlier, the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury John Snow announced that the U.S. was unilaterally lifting some of the sanctions against Iraq. The reason? No more Saddam Hussein regime, no more need for those sanctions. A serious subject, though, between the U.S. and other members of the UN Security Council. We're standing by. President Bush expected to emerge very shortly, answer reporters' questions at the White House. We're going to go there live as soon as he comes out. In the meantime, let's take a quick break.
Whether you're on a straightaway or a twisted road, Kumho's always ready for the unexpected. Design technology, Kumho.
In the desire to move ideas forward, printing in black and white has served us well. But color is more effective. The fly in the ointment. Cost. Imagine a multi-function printer that gives you low-cost color without raising the cost of your black and white. The new Officio 1232 from Ricoh. Ricoh.
Spin, spin, spin the globe. It's your turn to spin the globe. Spin it, spin it, spin it.
All around the world, Siemens helps companies prosper by providing them with systems and controls that assure quality regardless of quantity. Whatever the product, wherever consumers consume, we want to help them savor life better.
Spin, spin, spin the globe. It's your turn to spin the globe.
There's a world of always snow, somewhere far away from home. Ooh, we can begin again. Shed our skin like the sun shining. At the edge of the ocean, we can start over again.
It's powerful. It's beautiful.
I can see that. How did they make it so incredibly smooth? It's technical.
Antonio, tonight you'll drive my car.
Again?
Again.
Introducing the entirely new Lexus RX 330. Putting the world on notice. Again.
CNN Live this hour. Wolf Blitzer reports live from the nation's capital with correspondents from around the world. Here now is Wolf Blitzer.
Welcome back to CNN. President Bush expected to be answering reporters' questions any minute now. We're going to go to the White House as soon as he comes out with the Spanish Prime Minister. Will be there live. First, though, let's get the latest headlines. For that, we go to CNN's Arthel Neville. She's in the CNN newsroom in Atlanta.
And hello, everyone. Here are the headlines at this hour. Halliburton's contract for post-war reconstruction in Iraq is larger than previously thought. The Army Corps of Engineers said the deal gives the company the power to run all phases of Iraq's oil industry, not just putting out oil well fires. Vice President Cheney is the former head of Halliburton. The severe weather that has been pummeling the South is causing flooding in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Officials there say almost 300 structures have been damaged, and they put the cost at $7 million. There are no reported injuries. An anthrax scare shut down part of Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills. It was prompted by a letter received at the Giorgio Armani store claiming to be contaminated with anthrax spores. Now, that letter is being tested, and most nearby stores were planning to reopen soon. And no comment yet from Michael Jordan on his forced departure from the Washington Wizards. The team's owner says he has decided not to return Jordan to the front office, where he started with the team 3 years ago before returning to the court in 2001. I'm Arthel Neville. Those are the headlines making news at this hour. Now back to Wolf Blitzer Reports. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Arthel. We're standing by for President Bush. He'll be answering reporters' questions in the White House in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, the White House is strongly dismissing criticism of the president's visit and televised speech last week from aboard the aircraft carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln. Our White House correspondent Suzanne Malveaux is joining us now live with that. Suzanne?
Well, Wolf, it's a controversy that seems to grow hour by hour. You remember those spectacular pictures, the landing of President Bush aboard the aircraft carrier, the USS Lincoln, with thousands of sailors returning home. Dramatic tailhook landing, catching the third cable aboard the S-3B Viking jet. Well, Democrats in Congress, led by Senator Robert Byrd, are calling it a shameless, self-serving political stunt that cost the American taxpayers $1 million and delayed sailors from reuniting with their families because the carrier slowed down for Mr. Bush's overnight visit. Well, Congressman Henry Waxman is calling for the General Accounting Office to force the White House to come clean with the costs. The White House refuses and is taking exception with all of these accusations.
I am loath to think of an aircraft carrier being used as an advertising backdrop for a presidential political slogan. And yet, that was what I saw.
I think that the 5,000 sailors on that ship recognized this for what it was. The president going out there to say thank you to those who risked their lives.
Now, White House and Navy officials say that, yes, the president wanted to land aboard the aircraft carrier like Navy pilots, that he could have taken the helicopter, but the decision was made, Navy suggested, for safety reasons, because they say that really it was the safest way to land. If, in fact, they missed that landing, they crashed in the water, that he would have been able to eject from the aircraft. Also, they say there was no difference in cost. It was about $5,000 for a helicopter as well as a jet landing. And finally, that there was no delay in actually getting that aircraft carrier back to San Diego for those families to be reunited. They say that the date was set May 2nd, that despite if you slow down or speed up that aircraft carrier, it was going to arrive and dock on May 2nd because of the incredible logistics to get an aircraft carrier to shore, and also because of the thousands of family members that really rearranged their lives to be there on that specific date. Wolf?
Suzanne Malveaux with that part of the story at the White House. Suzanne, thanks very much. And remember, we're standing by. We'll go back to the White House as soon as the president and the Spanish Prime Minister emerge. They'll be answering reporters' questions, making a statement. CNN, of course, will have live coverage. That's coming up. Here's your turn to weigh in on the aircraft carrier controversy. Was Senator Byrd right to blast President Bush? We'll have the results later in this broadcast. Please vote at cnn.com/Wolf. While you're there, I'd love to hear from you. Send me your comments. I'll try to read some of them on the air each day at the end of this program. That's also, of course, where you can read my daily online column, cnn.com/Wolf. Vice President Dick Cheney says he will indeed run for re-election next year along with President Bush. Cheney, who's had 4 heart attacks, says his health is good enough to make the run. Cheney said the president asked him to be his running mate, and he's agreed to do so. The Democratic presidential hopeful Joe Lieberman unveiled the National Energy Plan earlier today, one he says would slash U.S. oil imports by almost 2/3 within a decade and end the need for overseas oil completely in 20 years. The Connecticut senator says his plan would achieve its ambitious goals in part by boosting the fuel economy of passenger cars, minivans, and gas-guzzling SUVs. Also part of the plan, an emerging process for turning coal into pollution-free hydrogen. Lieberman says he can reach the 10-year benchmark with a $25 billion investment and without drilling in Alaska's Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, something that President Bush certainly would like to do. The verbal battle over SUVs and gas mileage is apparently heating up with a new ad that mimics Detroit car commercials until the very last line.
It is the first car built for the road and the world around it. It can take America to work in the morning without sending it to war in the afternoon. With a sophisticated braking system that stops our dependence on foreign oil. It is 40 miles to every gallon and thousands of dollars saved at the pump. The only problem is Detroit won't build it.
In response, the Alliance of Auto Manufacturers says this: we're using every technology available to make SUVs as fuel efficient as possible. Laci Peterson's family today endorsed a federal bill that would allow violent crimes against a pregnant woman to be treated as crimes against two people. Our congressional correspondent Kate Snow is picking up that part of the story on Capitol Hill. Kate, welcome back.
Oh, thank you, Wolf. It's not a new piece of legislation. It's actually been passed in the House before, but supporters are hoping that Laci Peterson's family and her whole tragic story will certainly add some weight and force the issue here in Congress. The bill says that federal crimes would be treated as you described, Wolf, that it's not just a crime against two people, it is a crime against two people rather than a crime against one person. Laci Peterson's parents and siblings wrote the sponsors of this bill, and they said, quote, as the family of Laci and her unborn son Connor, this bill is very close to our hearts, knowing that perpetrators who murder pregnant women will pay the price not only for the loss of the mother, but for the baby as well, will help bring justice to these victims and hopefully act as a deterrent to those considering heinous acts. But opponents of this legislation say they're being used. The Petersons are being used. Her family is being used in support of a bill that they say is really about abortion rights. Opponents of this bill saying that what it would do is undermine abortion, defining the fetus as a full-blown person. Still, the momentum, Wolf, is on the other side of this one. Republicans control both the House and the Senate, and with the family of Laci Peterson on board, this might be before the president, with him willing to sign it sometime later this year. Wolf.
Kate Snow with that story. Thanks, Kate, very much. The reason I welcome Kate back, she just came back from 5 months of maternity leave. Congratulations to her and her husband as well. An update now on a story we brought you yesterday, a drama in the waters off Florida Keys. 4 Cubans jumped off a boat, swam for what they hoped would be a new life here in the United States. But not all of them made it, and for one, the nightmare is far from over. Our national correspondent, Susan Cadniati, is joining us now with the latest on this. Susan?
Hello, Wolf. At this hour, the only Cuban emigrant who did not make it to shore yesterday remains aboard a U.S. Coast Guard cutter. Now, according to a family here in Miami who says they are a relative of his, the man used to live in Florida back in 1983, but accidentally wound up back in Cuba. They don't want him to go back. While all this is sorted out, we'll show you how this all began nearly 24 hours ago. For much of this day, the only Cuban who surrendered was held at sea aboard a Coast Guard cutter, the U.S. deciding whether to send him back or let him stay. He and 3 companions say they left Cuba Saturday before the Coast Guard intercepted them Tuesday, just 2 miles off the Florida Keys. 4 Cuban migrants trying as fast as they can to make it to shore. If they don't, they could be sent back to Cuba. But before they jump in the water, there's trouble when the Coast Guard orders them to stop.
They tried to hit the Coast Guard boarding officers with oars.
The Coast Guard says the migrants were using more than oars.
Knives, machetes, and oars, swinging them at the boat crew. At that point, you're forced to use force against them by use of pepper spray. That immediately dissolved the situation. They dropped their weapons, as did we.
The men jumped overboard, accepting life jackets, and for more than 3 hours kept swimming toward shore, surrounded by the Coast Guard.
They're still paddling. Look at them.
The Coast Guard uses minimum force necessary to compel compliance with migrants. We are out there trying to help migrants. We are, trying to save them.
The men eventually waded to shore, celebrated with a salute, then navigated mangrove swamps for several minutes before hitting dry land. Authorities were waiting and took them into custody. In Miami, relatives said they recognized some of the men and looked forward to an expected reunion.
I love you so much. I love you so much. You're welcome home.
U.S.-Cuban migrant policy remains at odds with other groups who are rarely granted asylum and are usually deported. Haitian migrant advocate Ira Kurzban calls it a policy steeped in politics.
Particularly, we're coming up to a presidential election year, where, as you know, Florida was the pivotal state. So I think this had much more to do with politics than refugee policy.
If the U.S. follows its usual policy, the Cubans who did make it to land will be allowed to stay. Now, in a twist, Wolf, Panama's government has offered asylum to the man who did not make it to shore. So far, the U.S. officials have no comment on that. Back to you.
Susan Candiati in Miami. Thanks, Susan, very much. We're only minutes away from President Bush live at the White House. He's about to have a news conference with the Spanish Prime Minister. Reporters will be asking questions. We'll go there as soon as it begins. In the meantime, abuse caught on tape. Parents alleging their disabled son was beaten by his school bus driver, and they say they have the tape to prove it. Stay with us. Earlier, we asked which brand vehicle was rated the worst in quality by consumers in the annual J.D. Power & Associates survey. The answer, the Hummer. Buyers criticized the $50,000 Giant for everything from poor gas mileage to lack of power. The Land Rover came in as the second worst.
Visit the islands of the Bahamas, only minutes from the U.S. And now, you'll save more than just travel time.
From now on, long-distance, local, and high-speed internet will be together. Voice and data networks for companies large and small will be together. The innovations of one of the world's largest internet providers and the simplicity of one global network will be together. Together, under one name. MCI.
They both worked their way up the ladder. Same executive perks, same six-figure salaries. So why does one look forward to early retirement, while the other looks forward to the 15th and the 31st? Some people already know our financial representatives excel at a lot more than life insurance. Northwestern Mutual Financial Network. Are you there yet?
Your pet's same exact heartworm and flea medications delivered to your home, saving you time and money. 1-800-PET-MEDS. We deliver savings and convenience on HeartGuard, Advantage, Frontline, and all other pet medications. Order now and receive free shipping.
First day on the job, huh? Right behind you. I envy you, kid. You're going to be building the best cars Buick has ever built. So be proud, be precise, and treat it like the craft it is. Any questions?
Is it true this place is haunted?
Quality is alive and well at a car company called Buick.
You're looking at the White House momentarily. We're expecting the President of the United States, the Prime Minister of Spain, to be emerging, answering reporters' questions. They've been meeting, discussing Iraq and other issues. We'll go there live as soon as that news conference begins. In the meantime, the parents of a 9-year-old Milwaukee boy with Down syndrome were told their son was misbehaving on the school bus, so they decided to put a tape recorder in his backpack. What they heard told a very different story. Brian McKeag of CNN affiliate WTMJ reports.
For months, Jacob's parents were getting notes from bus driver Brian Duco saying Jacob's behavior on the bus was unacceptable.
No one expects to hear their child being abused.
But when they heard this tape recording, they say it was Duco's behavior that was unacceptable. According to the criminal complaint, Duco yelled at Jacob, "Stop before I beat the living hell out of you," And do I have to tape your mouth shut? Because you know I will. His parents say you can hear the driver slapping Jacob in the face.
He couldn't have said, Mom or Dad, this guy is hitting me. He couldn't say that. He doesn't say that.
Jacob still says the name of the bus driver, no Brian. In Milwaukee, Brian McKeag, today's TMJ4.
The long-awaited sequel to a box office smash will take you behind the scenes of The Matrix Reloaded as soon as we come back.
CNN Tonight, Diane Sawyer, the only network anchor to interview Scott Peterson. Now she unravels $1 million scandal. Larry King Live, CNN Tonight.
Hi, I'm William Walker, and I used to sell satellite dishes. A word of advice if you're thinking about getting one, don't. They were going to charge me $250 for the install, so I figured I'd do it myself. How hard could it be? I used to sell them. To get a signal, I had to put the dish on a pole. Then the wind knocked out the picture. The dish company told me, wait, they'll come back. I got rid of the dish and got Comcast digital cable. I don't sell the dish anymore.
Mom wants to buy a car. So? She's looking at used station wagons.
Used station wagons?
I don't want to be dropped off at school in a used station wagon.
VHIX.com lets you search thousands of cars by price.
Now that's cool.
Our mom find that?
So you can find one everybody likes.
Jenny left these downstairs. That's a fun car.
Amazing as that is. VHIX.com, roadmap to the automotive world.
Auto insurance specialists. Real people talk about real value.
I saved about $400.
And they were able to double my coverage and save me almost $1,000.
With AIS, I saved $1,200 a year.
I saved $600.
They saved me over $200.
Saved me $600, just like. With AIS, we saved $800, which is just absolutely incredible.
Thanks, AIS. Call AIS for your free rate comparison. What will you do with the money you save? Call 1-866-424-4247.
It's America's largest historical district, and it's fun for the entire family. Virginia City is where the West comes alive every day, from train rides to gunslingers. Your gang can explore mines and interesting museums, visit historic saloons, and do some great shopping. Virginia City is the ultimate in family entertainment, and it's very affordable. Come up and stay overnight in our hotels, motels, and RV park. Virginia City, the Wild West at its best.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Come on!
Dizzy just watching that. The sequel to the mega hit movie The Matrix opens next week. CNN's Eric Hong looks behind the scenes at what's new in The Matrix Reloaded.
We've done things that I don't believe have ever been attempted in Western action cinema before.
With regard to the stunts, it was much more involved and much more intense.
You see representation of humanity in its fullest.
Man and machine square off once again in The Matrix Reloaded. Directed by Andy and Larry Wachowski, the second installment in the franchise features familiar characters, as well as some fresh faces.
With the new movie, they've introduced enough new elements to extend the mythology.
To prepare for the intricate fight sequences, stars underwent 4 months of martial arts instruction, training so intense that Carrie-Anne Moss, who plays Trinity, suffered a broken leg.
I came into the process really gung-ho and excited, and then I was taken down within 7 days of training.
The first Matrix grossed more than $450 million worldwide, became the first film ever to sell 1 million DVDs, and spawned a visual style copied and parodied in other films like Shrek. With a budget of nearly $130 million, about twice that of the first film, there's pressure for The Matrix Reloaded to raise the bar.
That pressure, started at the top, and we all just tried to give all that we had to the project.
And in case you're wondering, filming on the third movie, The Matrix Revolutions, has already been completed, and it's scheduled for release in November. Eric Hong, CNN, Los Angeles.
And from the Matrix Reloaded to the White House, we'll go there live as soon as President Bush and the Spanish Prime Minister Jose Maria Aznar emerged. We're standing by for that. In the meantime, our web question of the day is this: was Senator Robert Byrd right to blast President Bush? Vote now at CNN.com/Wolf. And we'll have the results and the president, maybe, as soon as we come back.
That's me. And this is Kate. She's just like me. First bike ride, first prom. Then my little girl grew up. Around then, I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. Still, things were looking up. Until I turned 50. I felt 90.
For some, there's Remicade. Remicade relieves the pain of RA and helps stop further damage to your joints. Your doctor may add Remicade if you're on methotrexate already and not responding well. Remicade is not for everyone. Certain people with heart failure should not take Remicade. Serious, sometimes fatal infections such as TB have been reported. Your doctor should evaluate your risk of infection. Tell your doctor right away if you develop any sign of an infection while on Remicade. There is a risk of serious infusion reactions, which may include hives, difficulty breathing, and low blood pressure. Call today and talk to your rheumatologist.
Last year, Kate was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. And she's so young. At least she won't suffer like I did.
Closed captioning for selected programs provided by Mederma.
Life can leave its mark on you. Mederma will help scars appear softer, smoother, and less noticeable, so you always stay a work of art.
We're about to hear from the President of the United States. In the meantime, here's how you're weighing in on our web question of the day. Was Senator Byrd right to blast President Bush? Look at this. 61% of you say yes, 39% of you say no. Remember, this is not a scientific poll. Lou Dobbs is standing by to pick up our coverage. He'll bring us the President of the United States and the Spanish Prime Minister, Jose Maria Aznar. They should be emerging, Lou, any second now at the White House, making statements and answering reporters' questions.
Well, thank you very much. Indeed, I've just been told that the Prime Minister and President Bush are moving to the podiums. They'll be talking, both of them addressing. Let's listen in.
An important friend of America, President Jose Maria Aznar. I welcome you back to the Casa Blanca. It's good to see you again. Jose Maria is a man of principle and a man of courage. Under his leadership, Spain has been a strong partner in the war against terror and has stood with a coalition to liberate the people of Iraq. He believes in freedom, freedom for all. Together, Spain and America will continue to meet the responsibilities of free nations for the peace and security of the world.
Bienvenidos, y es un honor para mí darle la bienvenida a un importante amigo de los Estados Unidos, el presidente de gobierno José María Aznar, que regresa a la Casa Blanca. Es un placer volver a verlo. José María Aznar es un hombre de principios y de valor. Bajo su liderazgo, España ha sido un fuerte socio en la guerra contra el terror y formó parte de la coalición para liberar al pueblo de Irak. Él es un hombre que cree en la libertad para todos. Y juntos, España y los Estados Unidos seguirán cumpliendo con las responsabilidades de los países libres en pos de la seguridad y la paz en todo el mundo.
We last met in March at the Atlantic Summit in the Azores. The 8 weeks since have been a momentous chapter in the history of freedom.
La última vez que nos reuniéramos fue en marzo, en la cumbre del Atlántico en las Islas Azores. Y las 8 semanas desde entonces han formado parte de un capítulo importantísimo en la historia de la libertad.
We liberated the people of Iraq from a brutal dictatorship.
Hemos liberado al pueblo de Irak de una dictadura brutal.
We brought greater security to people of all nations.
Hemos llevado mayor seguridad a los pueblos de todas las naciones.
I want to thank the President for Spain's diplomatic support before the conflict.
Quiero darles las gracias al presidente por el apoyo diplomático de España antes del conflicto.
And for the use of Spanish airspace and bases as the war grew closer.
Y por el uso del espacio aéreo y bases españolas al ir acercándose la guerra.
I also offer my condolences to the family and friends of the two members of the Spanish media who lost their lives while covering the hostilities.
También quiero ofrecer mi más sentido pésame a la familia y a los amigos de los dos periodistas españoles que perdieron sus vidas durante su cobertura de las hostilidades.
Both Spain and the United States are committed to a stable, democratic, and peaceful future for the people of Iraq.
Tanto España como los Estados Unidos están dedicados a un futuro pacífico, democrático y estable para el pueblo de Irak.
Spain has shown that commitment by sending medical and engineering units to help the Iraqi people.
España ha demostrado esa dedicación enviando unidades médicas y de ingeniería para ayudar al pueblo iraquí.
And I thank you for that help.
Y quiero darte las gracias por ese apoyo.
Today I have moved to ease sanctions imposed by the United States against Iraq's old government.
Hoy he promovido aliviar las sanciones impuestas por los Estados Unidos en contra del antiguo gobierno de Irak.
First, based on the authority recently given to me by Congress, I am suspending the Iraq Sanctions Act, which restricts the export of certain equipment necessary for Iraq's reconstruction.
En primer lugar, en base a la autoridad recientemente otorgada a mí por el Congreso, estoy suspendiendo la ley de sanciones contra Irak que restringe la exportación de equipamientos necesarios para la reconstrucción de Irak.
Secondly, I'm directing Treasury Secretary Snow to relax administrative sanctions on American companies and citizens conducting business in Iraq that contributes to humanitarian relief and reconstruction.
Segundo, estoy dándole indicaciones al secretario del Tesoro Snow para aliviar las sanciones administrativas con respecto a empresas y ciudadanos americanos que realicen negocios en Irak y contribuyan al alivio y reconstrucción humanitario de ese país.
Soon at the UN Security Council, the United States, Great Britain and Spain will introduce a new resolution to lift the sanctions imposed by the United Nations.
Y pronto en el Consejo de Seguridad de las Naciones Unidas, los Estados Unidos, Gran Bretaña y España van a introducir una nueva resolución para eliminar sanciones impuestas por las Naciones Unidas.
The regime that the sanctions were directed against no longer rules Iraq.
El régimen contra el cual estaban dirigidas las sanciones ya no impera en Irak.
And no country in good conscience can support using sanctions to hold back the hopes of the Iraqi people.
Y en buena conciencia, ningún país puede apoyar el uso de sanciones para detener las esperanzas del pueblo iraquí.
Across the globe, Spain and America will continue as strong allies in the war against terror.
En todo el globo, España y los Estados Unidos seguirán siendo firmes aliados en la guerra contra el terror.
Today, the United States took steps to cut off financing for the Batasuna organization because of its ties to the ETA.
Hoy los Estados Unidos han adoptado medidas para cortar el financiamiento de la organización Batasuna por sus lazos con el ETA.
We believe that the people of Spain, like everywhere, have a right to live free from terror.
Creemos que el pueblo de España, como los pueblos de todo el mundo, tienen el derecho a vivir libres del terror.
We will also work for a better world beyond the war on terror.
También vamos a trabajar en pos de un mejor mundo más allá de la guerra contra el terror.
We are committed to expanding trade, which builds prosperity on both sides of the Atlantic.
Estamos dedicados a expandir el comercio que aumenta la prosperidad de ambos lados del Atlántico.
We'll work together to address global poverty and the terrible diseases such as HIV/AIDS.
Y vamos a trabajar juntos para combatir la pobreza global y las terribles enfermedades como el VIH/SIDA.
Spain and the United States will stand on the side of people everywhere who are striving for greater freedom, tolerance, and opportunity.
España y los Estados Unidos estarán del lado de los pueblos en todo el mundo que luchan por lograr mayor libertad, tolerancia y oportunidad.
We are determined to help build peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians.
Estamos decididos a ayudar a construir la paz entre israelíes y palestinos.
Last week's confirmation of Abu Mazen and his cabinet permitted the release of the roadmap for peace, developed with Russia, the European Union, and the United Nations.
La confirmación la semana pasada de Abu Mazen y su gabinete permitió la presentación del mapa para la paz desarrollado con Rusia, la Unión Europea y las Naciones Unidas.
Spain and the United States are determined to take advantage of this moment of opportunity for peace.
España y los Estados Unidos están decididos a aprovechar este momento de oportunidad para la paz.
I'm grateful for the wise counsel and for the friendship of José María Aznar.
Estoy muy agradecido por los sabios consejos y la amistad de José María Aznar.
Bienvenidos.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Quiero en primer lugar dar las gracias al presidente George Bush una vez más por
Speaking now, Spanish Prime Minister Jose Maria Aznar, just concluding a meeting with the president.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would firstly like to thank President George Bush and thank him because of this kind invitation.
Quiero además darle las gracias personalmente porque hoy es el gobierno de Estados Unidos, por iniciativa del presidente, ha tomado una decisión muy importante para nosotros en la lucha contra el terrorismo, que es considerar Batasuna como una organización terrorista y, por lo tanto, como parte de la organización terrorista que tantos crímenes y tantas víctimas ha causado en España.
And I want to thank the President personally because upon his initiative, the U.S. government has taken an extremely important decision in the anti-terrorist struggle by illegalizing Batasuna, that has supported considering it, a terrorist organization as part of the terrorist organization that has made so many victims in Spain.
Quiero recordar que hoy precisamente desde la Casa Blanca
will be taking questions at the conclusion of Prime Minister Jose Maria Aznar's comments in just a matter of moments, and CNN, we will be staying with the President and the Prime Minister.
I want to recall here in the White House precisely that in July 2001, that is to say, before 9/11, President Bush committed himself very firmly in Madrid to solve and help to fight terrorism.
Estamos hablando, por lo tanto, de profundas convicciones que nos unen.
So we're speaking of deep convictions that unite us.
Y quiero que todos sepan que el presidente Bush ha cumplido escrupulosamente su palabra y su compromiso.
So I want you all to know that President Bush has scrupulously met his commitment.
Y en el día de hoy, muy especialmente, en un apoyo fundamental en nuestra lucha contra el terrorismo.
And today, in a very fundamental support in the struggle against terrorism.
Y yo, como presidente del Gobierno de España,
and I, as President of the Government of Spain,
como español,
as a Spaniard,
y como amigo,
and as a friend,
le doy muy especialmente las gracias.
Would like to thank him most especially.
Segunda cuestión que quiero decir es que la relación de España y Estados Unidos es una relación extraordinariamente sólida.
The second thing I want to say is that the relationship between Spain and the United States is extremely solid.
Fuerte.
Strong.
Firme.
It's firm.
Y deseamos que sea así también, no solamente ahora, sino para el futuro.
And we want it to be that way not only now, but also in the future.
Y creo que eso se basa en visión compartida de muchas cuestiones y de muchos problemas del mundo.
And I think that it is based on a shared vision and on shared values on many things.
Acabo de poner el ejemplo más importante, tal vez el riesgo más importante que tenemos todos, que es el terrorismo.
I've given one clear example of the most serious risk, perhaps to us all, terrorism.
Pero esta relación se basa en la creencia firme en valores compartidos.
But this relationship is based on firm belief in shared values.
Y en principios que defendemos.
And in principles that we defend.
Y que proclamamos.
And that we proclaim.
Y que asumimos.
And that we assume.
Y también se basa en algo muy importante.
And it's also based on something that is very important.
En que los compromisos se cumplen.
In that commitments are met.
Y en algo que en los tiempos actuales merece la pena recordar.
And that's something that these days is worth remembering.
Que es el valor de la palabra dada.
And that's the value of giving your word.
Cuando se da la palabra y se cumple la palabra, la confianza surge en la relación política y en la relación personal con toda facilidad.
When you give your word and you keep it, then that gives rise to trust, and that in turn to
y yo
friendship.
Creo que eso es lo que deben hacer los países serios y los gobiernos serios.
And that, I believe, is what serious countries and serious governments must do.
En relación con Irak, que hemos hablado, y agradezco mucho todas las informaciones que me ha facilitado el presidente.
With regard to Iraq that we've spoken about, I very much appreciate all the information that the President shared with me.
Sencillamente, normalmente hemos hecho lo que teníamos que hacer.
Well, we've done very simply, very normally, what we had to do.
Pero hoy afrontamos el futuro con optimismo.
But today, we confront the future with optimism.
Desde una esperanza fundada para el pueblo iraquí en libertad y en democracia.
From a founded hope for the Iraqi people in freedom.
Haber ganado la libertad para los iraquíes
Having won freedom for the Iraqis
es la mejor esperanza que podemos sembrar para el futuro de Irak.
is the best hope we can sow for Iraq's future.
Y nosotros deseamos una Irak democrática,
And we want a democratic
en la
Iraq
que los iraquíes decidan su futuro,
in which the Iraqis may decide their own
sean
future.
dueños de su futuro
They can have their own future in their own hands,
y naturalmente puedan vivir en libertad.
and naturally that they can live in freedom.
Para eso nosotros estamos comprometidos, España, en la reconstrucción de Irak.
That is something that Spain is committed to Iraq's reconstruction.
Y naturalmente copatrocinaremos con nuestros amigos de los Estados Unidos y británicos la nueva resolución que pueda, evidentemente, afrontar también desde el punto de vista del Consejo de Seguridad el futuro de Irak.
And we will naturally co-sponsor with our friends and partners, the United States, Great Britain, the new resolution that the Security Council
Ayer mismo le dije al
take on to
secretario
that
general de las Naciones Unidas, Kofi Annan, que había que levantar las sanciones.
Yesterday I told Secretary General Kofi Annan that sanctions had to be lifted.
Y creo que eso debe hacerse lo más rápidamente posible,
And I believe it should be done as quickly as possible
porque ya no existe la razón de ser de las sanciones.
because they've lost their reason to exist.
Y con esa resolución cumpliremos también uno de nuestros compromisos en las Islas Azores,
And with that resolution, we will also be meeting one of the commitments of the Azores.
que es la definición de un papel central de las Naciones Unidas en el proceso.
And that is defining the central role of the United Nations in the process.
Bien, una última consideración en relación con Oriente Medio.
One last consideration regarding
Israelíes
the
y
Middle East.
palestinos.
Israelis, Palestinians,
La puesta en marcha del itinerario
the starting out of the roadmap
es la expresión de un fuerte compromiso político de todos
is the expression of a firm political commitment of all of
y la
us
expresión de un fuerte compromiso político del presidente Bush.
and the expression of President Bush's firm political commitment.
Eso abre posibilidades
That opens up possibilities
porque después de la situación y de la crisis de Irak se han abierto muchísimas posibilidades
because after the situation in Iraq, now many
y abre
possibilities open up.
responsabilidades.
But it also opens up responsibilities.
Todos tienen que cumplir su responsabilidad.
Everyone has to meet their
Y valoramos también
responsibilities.
muy positivamente los pasos que ha dado la autoridad palestina.
And we very highly value the steps taken by the Palestinian Authority.
Esperamos el éxito del primer ministro Abu Mazen
We wish Abu Mazen success,
y trabajaremos juntos activamente porque se siembre también de convivencia, de paz y de esperanza la relación entre israelíes y palestinos.
and we will actively cooperate so as to sow the relationship between Israelis and Palestinians with coexistence, peace, and hope.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Dos preguntas por lado. Tom.
Mr. President, how are you doing in getting a resolution put together that will win the support of some of the critics on the Security Council, namely Russia and France? And is the United States prepared to ignore the sanctions if June 3rd deadline comes and it's necessary?
Yeah.
And Mr. President Asman, what will you be able to do to help win this speedy vote you talked about? And do you find that public opinion at home is making it harder for you to make such a case?
You want to translate? He managed to violate a rule. He asked two questions instead of one question, but that's okay. He's been around a long time.
La pregunta tiene que ver con la resolución y si están trabajando con Rusia y Francia y si los Estados Unidos está dispuesto a ignorar algunas de las cosas que están diciendo los críticos y también la opinión del señor presidente de gobierno con respecto a este tema.
Yeah, listen, we discussed the resolution today. We believe there is a mood to work together to achieve a resolution that will expedite the reconstruction of Iraq.
Bueno, hemos hablado de esto hoy, hablamos de la resolución y estamos de acuerdo en que en este momento existe un ambiente como para trabajar mancomunadamente y poder trabajar en pos de Irak.
The read from at least our diplomats at the United Nations is that the kind of the atmosphere that existed prior to the war has changed, and that people now want to work together for the good of the Iraqi people.
Lo que están diciendo nuestros diplomáticos en las Naciones Unidas es que el ambiente que existía antes de la guerra es distinto al que existe en este momento y que todos quieren trabajar juntos para mejorar la situación en Irak.
I think Jose Maria shares that sentiment.
Es un sentimiento que creo que José María comparte.
Absolutamente. Espero que sea verdad.
Absolutely. I hope it's true.
Por nuestra parte, desde luego, la posición que he mantenido antes es una posición bien clara.
For our part, the position I've maintained is a clear one.
Y hace falta que todos contribuyan a ello en el Consejo de Seguridad.
And everyone needs to contribute to it within the Security Council.
Se trata del pueblo iraquí, espero que tengamos éxito.
And it's all about the Iraqi people, so I hope we're successful.
Presidente Bush, ha ofrecido usted su pésame a los familiares de los dos periodistas españoles que han muerto en la guerra de Irak. Yo quería preguntarle si considera que fue un error disparar contra el Hotel Palestine, que el ejército estadounidense disparara contra el Hotel Palestine en el que murió José Couso, y si piensa así, ¿cree que debería pedir disculpas al gobierno español y a la familia de José Couso? Y para usted, presidente Aznar, ¿cree que el gobierno español debería condenar ese hecho en concreto? Gracias.
Well, President Bush, you have expressed your condolences to because of the death of the two Spanish journalists in Iraq. My question would be, do you think this was a mistake, firing against the Palestine Hotel, and under which fire Jose Couso died? And if so, would you apologize? Do you think it's necessary to apologize before the Spanish government and the family of these journalists?
I think war is a dangerous place.
Me parece que la guerra conforma un lugar peligroso.
And I think that nobody would kill a journalist intentionally.
Nadie mataría a un periodista intencionalmente.
El gobierno de los Estados Unidos ha dicho que ha sido un error y nosotros creemos al gobierno de los Estados Unidos porque estoy absolutamente convencido que nadie intencionadamente puede disparar hacia un lugar donde quiera o pueda haber víctimas, en este caso periodistas, nada más. Lo ha dicho muchas veces y ha manifestado el presidente su pesar y su condolencia por ello. Y yo le agradezco la sensibilidad que tiene, en ese caso habiendo citado expresamente a las dos víctimas españolas que desgraciadamente perdieron la vida.
Well, the U.S. government has already said that this was a mistake, and we believe this. I am truly, fully convinced that no one would intentionally fire against innocent victims, and in this case, the journalists who died. And that's all, that's it. The President has often expressed the pain that this produces and his condolences because of this. And I think that's clear enough.
Stephen.
Criticism of your aircraft carrier landing.
Exactly what it was. The fact that it was on the fourth hook?
I guess that's it. I think the words were flamboyant showmanship.
Yeah. No, listen, it was an honor for me to go on the USS Abraham Lincoln. I appreciate the chance to thank our troops. It was an unbelievably positive experience. And not only was I able to thank our troops, I was able to speak to the country and talk about not only their courage, but the courage of a lot of other men and women who wear our country's uniform. Glad I did it. It was also a really good landing.
La pregunta es que ha sido criticado el presidente por aterrizar sobre un portaaviones en un avión caza. El presidente pregunta a qué se refiere esa crítica, si tiene que ver con la forma en que aterrizó el avión. Pero en todo caso dice que fue un enorme honor poder visitar a los hombres y a las mujeres, las tropas que estaban en ese portaaviones, la oportunidad de darles las gracias personalmente. Fue una experiencia increíblemente positiva, no solamente para hablar ante este grupo de gente, sino también para poder dirigirse a todo el país desde el portaaviones, también poder alabar el valor de estas personas a bordo del portaaviones y de tantos hombres y mujeres en uniforme. Fue una oportunidad hermosa y muy valiosa.
Se negaron a apoyar la guerra en Irak en el Consejo de Seguridad de la ONU.
I'm sorry.
The criticism is that the criticism was made of Chile and Mexico that they would not support the resolution in the UN Security Council of the war against Iraq. What is your opinion of this?
They're friends of ours. Period.
Son nuestros amigos y punto.
We've got great relations with Mexico. We will continue to have great relations with Mexico. We've got an important free trade agreement with Chile that we're going to move forward with.
Tenemos excelentes relaciones con México, seguiremos teniendo excelentes relaciones con México y tenemos un importantísimo acuerdo de libre comercio con Chile y vamos a seguir adelante con ellos.
Por mi parte tengo que decir que además de ser nuestros amigos son familia.
For my part, I have to say that in addition to being our friends, they're family.
Thank you all.
Gracias.
Spanish Prime Minister Jose Maria Aznar, President Bush wrapping up what was between the two of them about 15 minutes of combined statements, a broad range of statements. Let's go now to Suzanne Malveaux at the White House. Suzanne, the Prime Minister and the President looked like indeed they were partners tonight.
Well, one thing that really stood out is that this White House really wants to move the ball forward, and as quickly as possible. The president not only calling for the suspension of sanctions, but for the lifting of sanctions, saying that they would go ahead with that UN Security Council resolution, calling for that fairly soon. Also, however, acknowledging the expectations from European as well as Arab allies that, yes, the U.S. is committed to the Middle East roadmap, the peace plan between the Palestinians and the Israelis, and that he took the opportunity to recommit the administration to moving forward in that effort. Also, he was asked by one of the journalists, well, what about Russia and France, both of them against this early repeal of the UN sanctions, lifting those sanctions, and he described the mood very differently than before when he dealt with the UN Security Council. He said that the atmosphere prior to the war has changed, that we want to work through, and he also talked about using a very familiar argument from the White House, is to do what is best for the Iraqis. This is something that they hope by using this type of language, it'll be more conciliatory, they'll be able to bring people closer together. And finally, one last point here is that the president has been rewarding, he's been thanking allies, those who have agreed with the administration on the war with Iraq, but he took the time when asked about, well, what about Chile, what about Mexico, are they still friends of the administration? And he said absolutely, they are friends, period, and he reasserted the commitment of the United States for that free trade agreement that'll move forward with Chile. Lou?
And Suzanne, he asserted Spain along with the United Kingdom and the United States as sponsors of that resolution to lift those sanctions. Full partnership for Spain as a result. Suzanne Malveaux from the White House, thank you very much. Tonight, persuasive, if not compelling evidence that Saddam Hussein did possess weapons of mass destruction. The most senior U.S. general in Iraq said his forces have found what he terms plenty of documents that prove Saddam Hussein was making chemical and biological weapons. The Pentagon also today confirmed it has evidence that Hussein used mobile biological weapons laboratories. Our senior Pentagon correspondent Jamie McIntyre will have that story for us tonight. And just about everyone in Congress wants to cut taxes. So does the president, of course. But no one seems to be able to agree on how much taxes should be cut and which taxes should be cut. The chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, Congressman Bill Thomas, will be here to talk about why action is required to create jobs. And we'll hear why Detroit's addiction to gas-guzzling SUVs could be making this country dependent on Middle East oil. Robert Kennedy Jr., Ariana Huffington will join us to talk about how the car industry in Detroit could take action to cut this country's oil consumption and dependence. The commander of U.S. forces in Iraq today said his troops have plenty of evidence that Saddam's regime had weapons of mass destruction. Lieutenant General William Wallace said the coalition has discovered documents that proved there was an active weapons program. Also today, the Pentagon confirmed it's found a suspected mobile bioweapons lab. Senior Pentagon correspondent Jamie McIntyre reports.
The Pentagon says this truck trailer, stopped by Kurds at a checkpoint in northern Iraq last month, is almost certainly a mobile biological laboratory.
What we've seen so far of the labs is that it matches very closely, as was said in the Pentagon today.
Officials say the size of the vehicle and the equipment inside, including a fermenter and air cleaning system, match the description given to the U.S. by an Iraqi defector before the war and used to produce these drawings shown to the UN.
The experts have been through it, okay, and they have not found another plausible use for it.
But burned by previous premature suggestions of WMD finds, the Pentagon is withholding a final verdict until the suspected germ factory, which appears to have been cleaned with strong ammonia, can be dismantled to search for trace amounts of bioagents.
On the smoking gun, I mean, I don't know.
So far, the search for Iraq's banned weapons has been fruitless. Of the 576 suspected WMD sites the U.S. identified before the war, teams have now inspected 70. No banned weapons were found there, nor at 40 additional sites discovered since the war began. Could the intelligence have been faulty?
It's too early to tell. It really is. That will come more clear as there's more access to the people that are making the decisions.
The commander of U.S. ground forces has his own theory. Appearing by teleconference from Iraq, Lieutenant General William Wallace told a Pentagon briefing that the time between when the UN inspectors left and the U.S. troops arrived was so short, the Iraqis didn't have time to retrieve any weapons from their hiding places.
Because they were so clever in disguising that and burying it so deep that they themselves had a problem getting to it.
The Pentagon hopes to prove that the mobile lab was used to make deadly anthrax or botulinum toxin. But even if the tests come back positive, it will show only that Iraq once had bioweapons, not that it had them at the beginning of the war. Lou?
Jamie, thank you. Jamie McIntyre, our senior Pentagon correspondent. National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice today accused France of taking NATO hostage during the Iraq War. She added that France threatened smaller countries with reprisals if they supported the war against Saddam Hussein. It is the latest in a series of critical remarks by senior U.S. officials about some NATO countries. Kitty Pilgrim reports.
With allies like these, well, what are you going to do with allies like these? That's the message today from top U.S. officials. U.S. National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice railed against France and Germany today, telling Spanish newspapers, quote, nobody should take NATO hostage, adding, it was very unsettling that Germany and France tried to prevent NATO from reinforcing the security of Turkey. There were many unsettling things in that process, unquote. NATO found it hard to come to a decision about the collective defense of Turkey in the event of war in Iraq. The moment was decried as a deep split in the 50-year-old Atlantic Alliance. In an interview with CNN Turk, Paul Wolfowitz took on another ally, Turkey, saying it should accept it, quote, made a mistake, unquote, by not offering more support. Turkey's parliament voted down allowing U.S. troops to stage a northern front in Iraq.
At the end of the day, I think Turkey's paid a bigger price for that than we have. I think, for one thing, the whole economic package could have been something much more substantial, but I also believe we would have achieved more rapidly the kind of stability in northern Iraq that is as much in Turkey's interest as it is in ours.
Mr. Wolfowitz added that Turkey should follow Washington's lead on Syria and Iran. The message to our allies was loud and clear. We could use a little more support here. Lou?
Kitty, thank you very much. Kitty Pilgrim. A huge European contract for aircraft engines has been awarded to a European consortium, reportedly after pressure from France and Germany. The $3.5 billion contract was about to be awarded to Pratt & Whitney Canada, a subsidiary of United Technologies. But it was awarded instead to Europrop International after the multinational group cut its price at the last minute. The engines will power the new A400M military transport aircraft. The Wall Street Journal reported France and Germany threatened to pull out of the project if it did not have European engines. Turning to Wall Street, stocks today took a bit of a breather from a spring rally. The Dow Jones Industrials down 27 points. The Nasdaq fell 17 points. The S&P 500 lost just about 0.5%. Christine Romans with more on the trading day. Christine?
Well, Lou, a strong volume, declining stocks only slightly ahead of advancing issues, and a third of the Dow stocks closed higher, and earnings season is almost over. With S&P 500 profits up more than 13%, it's the best earnings growth since the third quarter of 2000, and now 4 quarters in a row of positive earnings. Now, that earnings progress among the catalysts for this spring stock rally. The Dow up 7% so far this quarter, the broader S&P 500 and the Nasdaq up even more. Meanwhile, 91% of the S&P 500 stocks are above their 50-day moving average. Now, look at that. That's rare. Technician John Roque highlights just a handful of times that's happened in recent memory: in June 1997, March 98, and November 1998, and of course, right now. And he points out, Lou, that each of those examples occurred in a secular bull market and was not followed by an important market setback, although he doesn't rule out, a lot of technicians don't rule out, maybe a little consolidation. It's been a pretty good spring so far, Lou.
That's a little bit like the one-armed economist, isn't it? The fact is that it occurred early in each of those secular cycles.
Absolutely, early, and there were gains to follow. So 91% of the S&P 500 companies above the 50-day moving average. It's rare, but it can be a good sign.
A good time? A good time. I like it. Christine, thank you very much. Christine Romans. Former Enron executive Rex Shelby today surrendered to the FBI. Shelby, one of 5 executives from Enron's broadband division, charged last week. A total of 15 now charged. Another 50 executives from the rest of corporate America charged, and all of that coming in 520 days since Enron's bankruptcy. No one has, of course, been sent to jail. Wall Street executives are notably absent from the list of those criminally charged over the past 18 months. In fact, few investment bankers and analysts were even barred from the industry following the government's big billion-dollar settlement with 10 investment firms. The settlement, the subject of hearings today in the Senate, and our quote of the day comes from that hearing on Capitol Hill. Without holding executives and CEOs personally accountable for the wrongdoing that occurred under their watch, I do not believe that Wall Street will change its ways or that investor confidence will be restored. That from the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee, Senator Richard Shelby. The dollar today rebounded slightly against the euro, nonetheless at 4-year lows against the European currency. Joining me now to discuss what is happening, what some are calling an export of America, we're joined by Chief Investment Strategist at Prudential, Edward Yardeni. Ed, good to have you with us.
Thank you, Lou.
4-year lows for the dollar against the euro. We're seeing massive current account deficits, trade deficits, jobs being shipped all over the world. How much concern is there on your part?
Well, the lower dollar actually is a short-term positive for the U.S. economy. It helps to make our exports more competitive. Really, the biggest negative is for Europe. It's really a strong euro that's creating problems over there. And you know, the Federal Reserve just the other day, just yesterday, said that they're concerned about deflation. One way to move away from that kind of risk is to have a weaker dollar, which brings a little bit of inflation back home.
A weaker dollar, nonetheless, making European products more expensive here. We are sending jobs abroad while we have unemployment here, a jobless recovery. Where does the dollar fit in that mix, Ed?
Well, the dollar, to the extent that it has been weaker, makes our exports more competitive. And as a result, I think that some of our companies already are showing better profits overseas. And of course, profits earned overseas are worth more in dollars when the dollar gets weaker. And that's helped some of the first quarter profits numbers, which has helped the stock market.
And in helping the stock market, we have seen concurrently a significant slowdown in capital flows, particularly from Europe into our markets, both equities and fixed income.
Absolutely right, Lou.
And that looks troublesome.
Absolutely. I mean, foreign investors really have stopped buying our equities. It's almost really stopped completely after the massive purchases of about 3 years ago. However, foreign central banks, particularly in Asia, are buying a lot of our government securities and our federal agency securities, mortgage-backed securities, and that's why we've seen this unusual situation where the dollar's been weak, and yet the bond yields, instead of going up, have actually gone down, because foreign central banks in Asia don't want to see their currency get too strong. It's the Europeans that have let their currencies get too strong, I think.
Ed Yardeni, we thank you very much for joining us here.
Thank you, Lou.
When we continue our thought of the day, a timely reminder about the cost of freedom. In some of this country's scandal-ridden corporate titans had expensive tastes in art, along with almost everything else. And now much of that art collection is on the auction block. Jan Hopkins will have the story of criminal art. And then,
without sending it to war in the afternoon.
A provocative new campaign taking aim at Detroit and challenging American car companies to clean up their act. Ariana Huffington of the Detroit Project, Robert Kennedy Jr. of the Natural Resource Defense Fund. Join me next.
Lou Dobbs Moneyline is brought to you by Fidelity Investments, because you're not just invested, you're personally invested.
It's been tough lately, but you stay the course.
Because to you, investing is a journey.
And like any journey, the time comes when you gotta ask directions.
But who are you going to ask?
Who are you going to ask? Some stranger standing by the economic roadside?
You want to ask someone who's made this trip thousands of times before.
The last thing you want to hear on this trip is, hey, are we lost?
Being in control of your financial future has never been more important. Call 1-800-FIDELITY for a comprehensive portfolio analysis today.
Bill, we have a bachelorette party that wants to find a great hotel in Florida, and money's tight. Destination Orbitz.
Well, sir, our new hotel matrix is loaded with options. I just negotiated another Orbitz Saver for a hotel in Miami. In fact, Hunt and Star are there right now.
This Orbitz Saver hotel's amazing. Close to the beach, and the view's magnificent.
It certainly is.
Hi, Candy. The bachelorettes will be pleased. Another mission accomplished, Bill.
See it grow. See it succeed. If you have an idea, a plan, a dream, see it with CIT.
Leaving my job to start Amazon.com was a tough decision because we didn't know if anybody would buy anything online. In the first 30 days, we shipped to all 50 states and 45 different countries.
Well, in the early stages of Flextronics, the company was relatively small. Today, we have approximately 95,000 employees. I rarely travel anywhere in the world where I don't see products that we make.
Back in 1981, we knew digital technology was going to create a new market for analog integrated circuits. Today, linear technologies has even exceeded what I dreamed could be possible.
Entrepreneurs need to have a vision, but they also have to be flexible enough to change.
The trick is constantly moving, constantly innovating.
It is having a point out in the future that you're driving to and searching for ways to really influence the world.
NASDAQ is focused on the future and changing the way people do things.
Linear technology.
Amazon.com.
Flextronics, listed on NASDAQ. NASDAQ 100 companies.
American drivers love their SUVs, but even their owners are frustrated by their lack of fuel efficiency. GM's Hummer ranked dead last in a new J.D. Power poll of vehicle quality, a new ad campaign that takes on all gas guzzlers and challenges the companies that make them began airing today.
It is the first car built for the road and the world around it. It can take America to work in the morning without sending it to war in the afternoon, with a sophisticated braking system that stops our dependence on foreign oil.
Joining us now, the people behind that ad, syndicated columnist Ariana Huffington, co-founder of the Detroit Project. She joins us from Washington. And Robert Kennedy Jr., the senior attorney of the National Resources Defense Council. Thank you both. And Bob Kennedy joining us from Los Angeles. First, let me ask you, Ariana, what do you want to accomplish with this poll, this ad?
Well, this ad, Lou, is intended to really put pressure on Detroit and on Washington to use the existing technology to put on the road hybrid SUVs, fuel-efficient cars. The consumers can have all the choices they want. Detroit is really in trouble. As you know, they have to use zero financing to unload their cars and $8 billion of advertising a year. So how about taking the lead instead of letting the Japanese lead the way once again, both in cars like the Prius, the smaller car that Toyota puts out, and Lexus has now announced is putting out a Lexus SUV. The technology exists, let's use it.
Robert Kennedy, you are in absolute sympathy and agreement on that objective?
Yeah, Toyota is expecting to put out 300,000 hybrid cars by a year by the end of the decade. The technologies are out there for us to have SUVs. Next year, Toyota is going to release an SUV that has the power of a V8, but it has the fuel efficiency of a compact. Within a decade, they're going to be selling 300,000 a year, and Detroit is losing ground. Ford and General Motors are sinking backwards, and we are losing our capacity to maintain market share. But if we raise fuel efficiency on our automobiles by 7 miles per gallon, we eliminate 100% of Mideast oil imports into this country. So this is the best domestic policy, economic policy that we can have. It's also the best foreign policy that we can have.
Accepting that, let me ask you both. What can you accomplish that traditional market forces cannot? The consumer speaks loudly and certainly most often far more effectively than either regulators or special interest groups of any kind.
Well, unfortunately, Lou, this is not a free market. You know, we have at the moment massive tax credits for very large SUVs. We have, as you know, an SUV loophole that allows them not to have to comply to fuel efficiency standards if they are over 8,500 pounds in weight. And so there are many disincentives at the moment to doing the right thing. What is in the public interest?
If I may say, that doesn't affect many SUVs. That would affect only the largest of the SUVs.
Yeah, but that's a very substantial part of the market.
But also, Lou, we're not dealing with a free market because giant subsidies, about $55 billion a year in federal subsidies to the oil industry, allows the oil industry to artificially lower the price of gasoline. If we were paying the true price of gasoline, we'd be paying $4 or $5 a gallon like they're paying in Europe, and consumers would be screaming at Detroit to build us cars that get 40 miles per gallon, and Detroit would be producing SUVs that get 40 miles per gallon. Because of that market distortion, we have created a problem, a national security problem and an air quality problem in this country, and at some point the government has to step in and intervene and say to Detroit, you have to build the kind of cars that you would be building if market forces did prevail.
Do you not think, though, both of you, that Detroit is making its decisions, it's responding to consumers, and if indeed Toyota or any other company comes up with a large SUV that gets 40 miles to the gallon and takes over the market, they will have spoken. Isn't that really the logical way that this should unfold?
But look at the 70s. Remember the whole debate about seat belts? Remember Detroit telling us that they couldn't do it, it would put them out of jobs and it would bankrupt them. There was all this amazing debate at the time, and now
I don't care. I understand. I'm not saying to you whether they go bankrupt or not is really their choice. This is America. If they can't deal with the marketplace and someone else can deliver the product, let them go bankrupt, right?
No, what I'm saying is that very often when we're talking about innovation, like the seat belts were in the 70s or the hybrid technologies now, there's tremendous resistance from Detroit. And I know it doesn't make sense, but that's how it is. They prefer to spend millions of dollars every year lobbying Congress. You know, they spent $37 million last year alone to stop the fuel efficiency standard legislation that Senators McCain and Kerry had put forward.
Robert Kennedy, you get the last word here.
Well, the problem is, Lou, is that the choices that they're making now, which are driven by the lobbying dollars that they're sending to Washington, are imposing costs on the rest of us. Huge national security costs, where we now spend $60 billion a year protecting the oil industry's infrastructure in the Mideast because we cannot live without Mideastern oil. We're also injuring our credibility when we're trying to bring democracy to the Mideast because people over there think this is just an oil grab. The automobile industry is imposing those national security burdens on the rest of Americans, and at some point the government needs to step in and say, look, we need you to put yourselves where the market would put you if we did have a free market economy in this country.
Robert Kennedy Jr., Arianna Huffington, we thank you both for joining us here tonight.
Thank you.
That brings us to our poll question tonight. How much does gas mileage influence your decision to buy an automobile? A lot? Somewhat? Not at all. Cast your vote at CNN.com/moneyline. We'll have the preliminary results coming up in the broadcast. The results of last night's poll question. How important is it to U.S. credibility that Iraqi weapons of mass destruction be found? 77% of you said very important. 10% said somewhat. 12% said not at all. This may not be a scientific poll, but your answers are very important to us, and we find them illuminating. When we continue, speaking of illumination, the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, Congressman Bill Thomas, will be here to talk about a $550 billion tax cut proposal that his committee passed last night, and the executives behind some of the worst corporate scandals in history had expensive taste. Billions of dollars in artwork from Enron, Vivendi, and others on the auction block. Jan Hopkins with the story. Stay with us.
See you down there.
Excuse me, is there a Bank of America ATM around here?
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of them.
Just around the corner at Field and Griffin.
There's another one at the theater.
Down there by the post office.
9th and Main.
Right by the deli.
Rivers, there's one on Crescent. Another one right across the courtyard.
You know what?
Right across the street.
More ATMs where you need them.
There's one more, right?
From Bank of America. Higher standards.
John Mapes is 42, mortgage, married, 2 great kids. He wants to protect his family with a $500,000 term life insurance policy. What do you think it'll cost him? $100 a month? 60? 40? Actually, none of the above. John can get a $500,000 policy from a highly rated insurer for under $24 a month. His secret? SelectQuote. SelectQuote is impartial. They'll search the pick of insurers like these to give you a choice of your best prices. SelectQuote has great savings on term life for women, too. John's wife, Carrie, can get a $500,000 policy for under $15 a month. SelectQuote has helped make term life insurance affordable for hundreds of thousands of people since 1985. How about you? Just call this number or visit SelectQuote.com.
1-800-394-8997.
A scaled-back version, in some ways, of President Bush's tax cut proposal expected to go before the House. On Friday, the House Ways and Means Committee approved the $550 billion package last night. This version would reduce taxes on corporate dividends. The president had wanted to eliminate them. Joining me now from Capitol Hill, the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, Congressman Bill Thomas. Good to have you with us, Mr. Chairman.
Nice to be here again, Larry.
The principal difference in your mind between the version you passed last night and where you were going into this?
Well, the House had passed the president's plan, which was to take the double taxation of dividends away and tax it only once, remove the individual side, bring it to zero. We did that. We passed that. The Senate could not handle it, and as we now find out later, there's a whole lot more they can't handle. And what we did then in the budget agreement between the House and the Senate was to do the unusual thing of having the Senate reconcile, as we say, to a $350 billion tax package, and the House reconciled to $550. The old boring House said we were going to bring it up on Tuesday, which we did and passed it, and we're going to bring it up on Friday, and we're going to pass it. We're not much news if you're looking for controversy. We have a package that will lower the dividends and the capital gains tax rate to 15%. If you're lower income level, i.e. you're taxed at only the 10 or the 15% bracket, you only have a 5% tax on dividends and capital gains.
You know, Congressman, I can hear people right now doing some quick calculations saying that is a tremendous windfall for investors. And is it a disproportionate windfall in this tax cut?
Well, I don't think it is, Lou, because the world has changed. Where people used to work a long time for a company and they would get a pension, it was a defined benefit. Now people more and more are getting defined contributions, and they have to be an active participant in their retirement. And for people at moderate incomes to say, if you do invest in the market, if you do go into capital assets, you'll only have to pay a 5% rate. I think it encourages more participation in areas that can provide a better return.
And again, in terms of stimulating this economy, because this tax cut, and I can't recall a time when I've heard this said of a tax cut in my career of covering tax cuts, This tax cut is all about jobs. Now, you have focused on depreciation bonuses. You've focused on expenses for small business and accelerating, in fact, the definition of small business capitalization. Is it doing enough to stimulate the creation of jobs?
Well, another important part of that equation, Lou, is you can have a sale, and that's all you do with the expensing the depreciation. For the next 2 years, you'll have an enormous advantage if you buy something during that time. But if you don't have any money to buy it, it doesn't do any good. So what we've done is added also the net operating loss carryback, it's called. It means that if you are losing money now, instead of the usual 2 years under the law, you can go back 5 years and offset current losses against profits you may have had somewhere over the past 5 years. That also then creates the money for you. You now have cash you otherwise wouldn't have had to actually participate. It's estimated that that provision, along with the dividends and capital gains, will produce about 1.2 million jobs by the end of calendar year 04.
Congressman, we have time for one quick question and one quick answer, if you would entertain it. How big do you project the deficit to be in 2004 after this tax cut at the $500 billion level is passed?
It's difficult to tell. I don't know that we'll get 500. The key is if you're spending deficit dollars to invest in the future to bring in more revenue, that's not bad. At least we're not doing what the old regime used to do, spend deficit dollars to create spending programs that grew. It's a better way to spend the deficit because we're not going to get more revenue if we don't turn this economy around.
Congressman Bill Thomas, the powerful chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee. As always, good to have you here.
Nice to be here. Thanks again.
Speaking of taxes and debt, we're going to keep track of the national debt on this broadcast with the help of the National Debt Clock. This near Times Square in New York City. We can see the national debt tonight at just about $6.5 trillion. Your family's share of that debt, roughly $70,000. Don't write a check yet. We'll be coming to you later. Turning to our thought of the day and the price of freedom, today's quote from a man who defended it throughout his tenure. Quote, "Freedom is a fragile thing and is never more than a generation away from extinction. It is not ours by inheritance. It must be fought for and defended constantly by each generation." That from the 40th President of the United States, Ronald Reagan. Some of the world's most scandal-ridden companies are hitting the prestigious New York auction circuit, trying to raise some much-needed cash. It seems many of the most famous examples of corporate greed shared a love of art. Jan Hopkins has the story.
It was more of an executive suite that when you got off of the elevator, these hung, and then the great Rothko, and this was there as well.
Jean Moreau's painting used to hang outside the executive offices at Seagram's headquarters in New York. It is now on the auction block at Christie's. Vivendi is selling the entire 2,500-piece Seagram collection. Jean-Marie Messier inherited the collection when he bought the company in 2000. Messier and Vivendi are now being investigated for securities fraud in France and the U.S. Messier used to look at this Mark Rothko painting when he came to his office. Seagram bought it to go in its new building at the end of the 1950s.
They probably paid $10,000 or $15,000 at the most for this at the time, and now it's worth between $6 and $8 million, we think.
The famous Picasso curtain that hangs in the Four Seasons restaurant is also being sold by Vivendi to help pay down its $13 billion debt. Two paintings that belong to former Imclone CEO Sam Waxel are being auctioned by Sotheby's this spring. Waxel is waiting for sentencing on charges he avoided paying more than $1 million in taxes on his art purchases. Sotheby's is selling a Willem de Kooning from that collection valued at $2 to $3 million, and a Roy Lichtenstein estimated at more than $500,000.
Does not light up, but composed this sort of Hollywood style.
The $4 million Enron collection of contemporary art is the main attraction at the spring auction at Phillips Gallery in New York. Lee Fastow was on the committee that selected the art. Last week, she was charged in connection with the scandal at Enron that led to the demise of the company. Enron creditors will benefit from the art auction of pieces like Soft Light Switches by Klaus Oldenburg, which should sell for $500,000 to $700,000.
Anytime you have a name that is so well known as Enron or any other corporation, it always adds interest and value to a piece of property or a collection.
The first painting in the corporate crime auctions goes on the block here at Christie's in just a few minutes. It's the Jean Moreau that hung outside of Jean-Marie Messier's office. Christie's estimates it will go for $400,000 to $600,000. So, Lou, do you want me to put in a bid for you?
Janet, thanks for the thought, but I'm still sort of hung up on that soft light switch. How much was that?
Right. That was, they paid about $560,000 and then they might get $700,000. Kind of appropriate for Enron, don't you think?
Well, not wanting to comment on Art, but I think not all of the crimes have been committed on the corporate side. Jen Hopkins, thank you very much. When we continue, we'll have the preliminary results of our poll tonight. We'll also have your thoughts, and I'll share a few of my thoughts about the president's tax cut. Stay with us.
Closed captioning provided by Prudential Real Estate.
The Prudential Real Estate Network can get you moving. With over 44,000 sales professionals you can rely on. Find out why millions of people are sold on Prudential Real Estate.
I have a very simple view of life, is that life is really balance and control. It's how do you struggle between balancing all the different things in life and yet maintain a sense of control or calmness. So it's a balancing act. Number one, you want to, adhere to the company mandate about containing benefit costs and also provide a very adequate level of service to the employee. On the other hand, you also are the, front line to handle the employees that has difficulties with their benefit issues. Actually, I'm a very, serious ballroom dancer. Both requires perfect balance and harmony with your partner. So in my world, business world, my partners are the employees and the insurance provider.
Every benefits manager has a story to tell. At Cigna, we provide employee benefits that hear them. Cigna, a business of caring.
I used to get so many financial statements each month. Bank statements, stocks, 401ks.
Yeah.
Too much.
And now?
I've got one team of Merrill Lynch financial advisors working beyond stocks.
For instance?
Investments, mortgages, even cash management. One strong perspective. So I can relax. Which isn't easy for me.
Introducing Total Merrill. We see your financial life in total.
The Dobbs Report is sponsored by Merrill Lynch. We see your financial life in total. Total Merrill from Merrill Lynch. Log on to cnn.com/moneyline to email your comments and questions and read Lou Dobbs' column in Money Magazine. On newsstands now.
Now the preliminary results of our poll. How much does gas mileage influence your decision to buy a car? 60% of you said a lot, 27% said somewhat, 13% not at all. Now, a lot of you have asked me to comment on the president's tax cut proposal, to give you my opinion, so here goes. The purpose of the cut, the president says, is to create jobs, more than 1 million of them. And in a typical slowdown or jobless recovery, which is what we're experiencing, that would be a terrific idea. But this isn't a typical jobless recovery. This time we're emerging from 2 years of declining business investment, not a contraction in consumer spending. And cutting taxes on dividends isn't, in my opinion at least, likely to be much of a stimulus to this economy, certainly not in the short term. Philosophically, I'm against cutting dividend taxes because it means that work will be taxed disproportionately higher than investment. And I don't think that's fair to the working men and women of this country. Admittedly, either case can be argued. That's just where I come down on it. So I'm not a big fan of the president's plan, and I should tell you I'm certainly not a big fan of the Democratic plan. But if we're going to create jobs, let's create jobs. Accelerating individual tax rate cuts is helpful. Raising incentives for small business is certainly helpful. And anytime we can help small businesses in this country, we should do so. They're the ones creating most of the jobs. Big business needs leadership from CEOs who are certainly highly paid, but who right now are tepid and almost milquetoast in their enthusiasm for the growth of their companies. Kick them in the pants, Mr. President. Tell them to show leadership and to earn those big bucks. With deficits rising this year to more than $400 billion, I believe that's a lot of stimulus already in this economy. And I believe the economy is well on its way to stronger growth. But then I'm not running for election next year. Now a quick look at some of your thoughts. Marcia Graham from Fairmont, West Virginia wrote about the importance of finding Iraqi weapons of mass destruction, saying it is not important to find WMDs in Iraq because the funding of terrorists has been stopped by a change of regime in Iraq. Bob Bronner of Bainbridge Island, Washington, disagreed, saying finding weapons of mass destruction is extremely important to the credibility of the president. He said that was the reason we went to war against Iraq. We love hearing from you. Send us your thoughts at loudobbs@cnn.com. For all of us here, good night from New York. Live from the headlines with Paula Zahn will be coming up next.
The White House is urging Congress to make it a federal crime to kill an unborn infant. Are Republicans exploiting the memory of Laci Peterson for political advantage? SUVs, it seems like everybody's driving them and everybody else seems to hate them. Tonight, why won't Detroit make fuel-efficient vehicles? A painting unseen for 65 years is set to go on the auction block.
It does represent a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for today's collectors.
Will the masterpiece be put back on public display or will it disappear again? Live from the headlines with Paula Zahn in New York.
Good evening and welcome on this beautiful evening in New York City tonight. It is May 7th. Coming up in this hour, the oil giant once run by Vice President Dick Cheney. Will it play a larger role in post-war Iraq than previously thought? According to a Democratic congressman, Halliburton has a deal not only to operate Iraq's oil fields, but to distribute the oil it produces as well. Also ahead is one of the biggest cult movies in recent memory. The Matrix is almost reloaded and ready to go at your local theater. We'll have a preview a little bit later on. But first, is it a hoax or is it proof that Saddam Hussein is still alive? That is the debate tonight after the release of an audio tape said to have been made by the ousted Iraqi president. According to an Australian newspaper, the tape was delivered to its reporters in Baghdad by two unidentified men. Senior international correspondent Nick Robertson joins us now from Baghdad with the very latest on that. Good evening, Nick.
Good evening, Paula. Well, if it is genuine, it certainly is the first time that Saddam Hussein will have been heard speaking out since the end of the war, since he was ousted from power. Now, on this tape recording, he makes a reference to his birthday on April the 28th, where incidentally he says that he was well supported on his birthday in Iraq, and that wasn't something that we witnessed here, that's for sure. He also talks about the looting from the National Museum. Now, both of these events occurred after U.S. forces arrived in Baghdad, after he was forced out of power. So this is an indication that this recording may indeed have been made quite recently. The people that have listened to the tape for us here in Baghdad feel reasonably confident it could be Saddam Hussein. The quality of the tape, they say, is poor, but it is his phraseology, does indeed sound like his voice. What this tape appears to be is the first organized call for an organized resistance against the United States forces inside Iraq, calling for Iraqi people to shoot at U.S. troops, calling for them not to do business with U.S. troops, indeed saying anyone doing business with a foreigner was essentially going against the Iraqi people. Also calling on the Iraqi people to write anti-American slogans on the wall around Baghdad. But the message, and if it was from Saddam Hussein saying that he was still inside Iraq.
Through this secret means, I'm talking to you from inside Great Iraq, and I say to you, the main task for you, Arab and Kurd, Shia and Sunni, Muslim and Christian, and the whole Iraqi people of all religions, your main task is to kick the enemy out from our country.
Now, when we talked to people around Baghdad today, they said to them it didn't matter whether or not this was Saddam Hussein or not Saddam Hussein. They weren't going to follow this call to arms. They said they have no interest in the former Iraqi leader and therefore they wouldn't fight for him. And indeed, we went to one neighborhood in Baghdad where people used to support Saddam Hussein quite strongly. Absolutely no evidence of support there today. People saying we're not going to fight the U.S. troops for one reason. They're protecting us here right now, so we're not going to do it. Paula?
Is there a belief that there is still enough opposition out there where this message would be taken seriously and where there would be a serious attempt made to sabotage the American effort here?
That's really a very critical question at this time, and it's no doubt something that U.S. officials here will be wanting to pay a huge amount of attention to. The reason being, this could be the beginnings of a serious and sustained threat to U.S. troops here. Now, there's no indication that we've seen from talking to people here today that there is that level of support, but it doesn't mean that that support cannot be found in some areas of the country, some areas of Baghdad. Paula.
Nick Robertson, thanks so much. While the fate of Saddam Hussein remains uncertain at this hour, more and more of his former associates are now in U.S. custody. The latest name on the list of prisoners is Ghazi Hamoud al-Ubaidi, an official of Hussein's Ba'ath Party. He was number 32 on the U.S. Most Wanted list and the two of hearts on those U.S. issued playing cards. Now, as U.S. troops continue their search for former Iraqi leaders, they're also searching for evidence Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. Officials say a trailer seized in northern Iraq appears to have been used as a mobile biological weapons laboratory. It is now being examined in Baghdad. The Bush administration is lifting some of the sanctions imposed against Iraq when Saddam Hussein was in charge. The administration also announced some new rules to make it easier to send humanitarian aid into Iraq. These rules will also allow individuals to send up to $500 a month to friends and family members in Iraq. Of course, efforts to end the suffering of Iraqis are taking many forms. And Tim Rogers of International Television News has the story of a wounded Iraqi teenager who has come to a Michigan hospital for help.
She is the first in America, and now with a chance of recovery, Hanan has found her safe haven.
Welcome, Hanan. I'm Dr. Tahiri. I want to say hi. Welcome to America.
Thank you.
She is here with her mother because of the extraordinary determination of those who made it happen, eventually persuading the Pentagon, the American government, and General Tommy Franks, the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, to let her come. I met Hanan at Frankfurt Airport as she prepared for the second stage of her journey. By now, she'd been traveling for 24 hours. She'd been given an army escort out of Baghdad, accompanying her here from Kuwait. But exhaustion was offset by relief and the ultimate goal ahead. Without passports or any means of getting out, Hanan and her mother were given humanitarian parole, special permission to enter the United States. Since she was burned, her condition has stabilized, but without the treatment she needs, she lives in constant pain. Arriving in Detroit, this was almost the end of her journey, and from where she was taken to one of the finest burns units in the country.
Let's find out how the tube is. Is it bothering the back of her throat?
Dr. Paul Tahiri at the University of Michigan was one of those determined to bring Hanan in.
This is certainly an instinctual response, not only by myself, but other members of the team. And when I discussed this with the leadership of the hospital and the health system, they were all supportive, and nobody even thought about saying no. Everybody said yes instantaneously.
From the moment she arrived, the treatment began. Watching all this, Hanan's mother, grateful to America despite the fact that it was the blast from an American bomb that caused her daughter's injuries.
We appreciate, yes, that is true, but at the same time, they're the people that are helping us at the same time. Not only that it was the bombing from the United States, but they helped us also. They brought us here to treat my daughter.
The days ahead will change her life. What Hanan has found is an opportunity that simply would not exist in Iraq, where it would be impossible to find the sterile conditions that she needs. Ahead is a course of treatment that will be long, difficult, and sometimes painful. But now, at least, she has hope. Tim Rogers, ITV News, at the University of Michigan.
Now it's time for some of the headlines across America tonight. A federal judge in New York is holding Osama bin Laden and Saddam Hussein financially responsible for the 9/11 attacks on the World Trade Center. The judge ruled that families of the victims are entitled to more than $100 million from bin Laden, his al-Qaeda organization, and the former leaders of Afghanistan and Iraq. The families are hoping to collect frozen assets, but more court hearings will be required before any payouts take place. Officials Officials think a single arsonist may be responsible for a series of fires at religious buildings in the LA area. In the past week and a half alone, there have been fires at a Presbyterian church, a Baha'i community center, and 2 synagogues. There were court proceedings today in a case involving alleged FBI double agent Katrina Lang. Ling was accused of giving the Chinese government information she got from her longtime lover, retired FBI counterintelligence agent James Smith. A grand jury in Los Angeles today began hearing evidence against Smith, who is accused of gross negligence. Folks in southern Missouri spent another day keeping an eye on the sky after getting more bad weather overnight. Although it hit some of the same areas devastated by Sunday's killer tornadoes, the storm fortunately caused no deaths or injuries this time. With every building damaged or destroyed on Pierce City's main street, some residents are saying the weather was the nail in the town's coffin. Others say it strengthens their resolve. David Mattingly reports. David, good evening.
Paula, for a time today, it seemed that this little town here was coming apart brick by brick. Bulldozers were lining this street along with dump trucks. They were picking up, scooping up all the piles of debris that was in this street left behind by Sunday's tornado, and they were putting it in bulldozers, being taken away, hauled away from here, and some pieces of this town will never be coming back. The town council ultimately will have the final decision on which of these old buildings stay and which of them go. And that is a decision, Paula, that none of them want to make here. These buildings are cherished here, not only because they are an economic draw for tourism, but because they mean so much to the people who have moved here to become a part of this town. There's so much charm in these. In fact, just look on the inside wall of this store up here. You can see some of the old writing, Arabian powder, the world's best poultry food. This used to be a very viable railroad town back in the day, and now over 100 years of history that people just cherish here, and they're not willing to let that go. There was a meeting of business leaders today. They are very much committed to keeping every single one of these buildings standing if they can possibly do it. They are arguing with some of the reports we've heard from structural engineers here in town who have looked at these buildings and say they could fall at any moment. In fact, last night, when the storm front was coming through and there was some severe weather here, there was some concern that the winds with that storm might actually push some of these damaged buildings over. But again, the business leaders, the people who want to keep these buildings up and vital, are saying that they're going to do everything they possibly can to make sure this town stays alive. Paula?
Tell us a little bit more about those who are emboldened to go on.
Some of the business leaders here have made quite a bit of a personal investment. Each one of these buildings is a shop full of antiques, things that they would sell to tourists. We're 22 miles off of the expressway here, and this town had become quite a draw to pull a large number of tourists in here in the summertime, and they were just beginning to get into their big season. Unfortunately, the tornado has hit and turned this town into quite a different kind of attraction. One other thing we want to show you, we're going to turn around this way. Something we haven't been talking about too much today, it's the other side of the street here, the residential section. There was a great deal of activity on this side of the intersection today with all the bulldozers, all the FEMA-funded activity that was taking away the debris here. A lot of the individual property owners are still struggling on their own, and you can see there's still a great bit of debris over where the people still live. We talked to one family, a couple of brothers over there today. Their mother was in her house at the time. It was just by luck that she got up out of the living room to go to the kitchen to get something to eat, because at that time the tornado hit, drove a tree right through the living room. She would have surely been killed. But now the shock is also falling in for the family. Even though she survived, she has no insurance, and they have no idea where she's going to live in the future or what the family's going to do next. So a lot of decisions to be made here, and a lot of people confused right now in the aftermath of what to do next. Paula?
Well, we wish the community well. It's just heartbreaking to see all that damage suffered there. David Mattingly, thanks. Coming up, the criticism continues to mount from the Hill, particularly the Democratic side, about the president's trip to the USS Abraham Lincoln.
This is not some made-for-TV backdrop for a campaign commercial. This is real life. And real lives have been lost.
Also tonight, the bill that would allow violent crime against a pregnant woman to be treated as a crime against two separate people. The family of Laci Peterson endorsed that bill today. Tonight, why some people don't want it to be passed by the U.S. Senate. And then a little bit later on, they are one of the most popular vehicles on the road, and yet they get some of the worst gas mileage, SUVs. Is anything being done about their fuel efficiency? We're watching live from the headlines on this Wednesday night.
eServer.
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 These are not normal servers. They're better than that. They adjust and predict.
So you'll never say rats.
For systems like Linux and other types, too.
They love open standards. No kidding, it's true.
For big firms and small firms.
And those in the middle.
eServer's the answer to your business riddle.
They're flexible, bendable,
super reliable,
utterly viable.
Give them a triable.
IBM eServer X Series features the Intel Xeon processor.
I'm saving $160 a night at this 4-star hotel.
A 3-star for $59 a night.
We're saving $100 a night in New York City.
But we even got the kids their own room.
Priceline now has the guaranteed best prices at top-of-the-line hotels. Save up to 40% off other leading online sites.
I paid $55 less than at Hotels.com.
$60 less than Expedia.
I told them the price.
The exact neighborhood. And even how many stars. And they found it.
Now we'll stay at a hotel instead of the in-laws.
Top of the line, guaranteed best price. Priceline Hotels.
I offer you the car of tomorrow. It has the ride of a luxury sedan, the seating capacity of a minivan.
What's a minivan?
And capabilities of an SUV.
SUV?
Oh, did I mention the compartments for your laptop and your cell phone? They just weren't ready for it. Are you? My name is Harley Earl, and I've come back to build you a great car.
Buick, the spirit of American style.
Your pet's same exact heartworm and flea medications delivered to your home, saving you time and money. 1-800-PET-MEDS. We deliver savings and convenience on HeartGuard, Advantage, Frontline, and all other pet medications. Order now and receive free shipping.
Smart Balance Buttery Spreads, judged the best tasting in the soft vegetable spread category by the American Tasting Institute, helps to improve the ratio of good to bad cholesterol with no trans fatty acids and no hydrogenated oil. Use delicious Smart Balance Buttery Spreads.
You probably remember the dramatic scene last week when President Bush landed in a fighter jet onto the deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln. The images replayed over and over again were seen all over the world, and it seems now Democrats are rationing up their criticism of that scene. Congressional correspondent Jonathan Karl reports.
The triumphant arrival was the kind of picture-perfect moment presidents dream of, and that has some Democrats on the attack.
He acted as if the Air Force property were his personal toys. If he's playing like he's a jet pilot, he ought to do that on his own time and his own money, and not the taxpayers' money, and not for political purposes.
Calling it a campaign commercial, Democrat Henry Waxman has demanded an accounting of how much the president's use of the USS Lincoln cost. But the White House dismisses his accusations.
I think that the 5,000 sailors on that ship recognized this for what it was. The president going out there to say thank you to those who risked their lives.
Privately, White House aides welcome the Democratic attacks. Bring it on, said one official. If they think there is something to be gained by investigating and criticizing the president for going out to welcome the troops home, they are even more ridiculous than I thought. Waxman's attacks followed a blistering speech by the Senate's senior Democrat.
To me, it is an affront to the Americans killed or injured in Iraq for the president to exploit the trappings of war for the momentary spectacle of a speech.
Other Democrats claim the White House delayed the carrier's homecoming by a day, a charge the White House and Navy deny. But every time Democrats raise the issue, the White House gets the image it wants. It's a throwback to the days of Ronald Reagan. His image man, Michael Deaver, used to say it didn't matter if news stories about Reagan were negative as long as they used the stage-managed images of his public events. Pictures, Deaver said, speak louder than words. Less than an hour ago, at a joint press conference with the Prime Minister of Spain, the president was asked about these Democratic charges and had this to say.
It was an honor for me to go on the USS Abraham Lincoln. I appreciate the chance to thank our troops. It was an unbelievably positive experience. And not only was I able to thank our troops, I was able to speak to the country and talk about not only their courage, but the courage of a lot of other men and women who wear our country's uniform. Glad I did it. It was also a really good landing.
Now, even if the Democratic accusations are on target, some Democratic strategists think this issue is a political loser for their party. One senior advisor to one of the Democrats running for president told CNN, quote, anytime you talk about Bush on the aircraft carrier, you're talking about what Bush wants to talk about. This aide, Paula, was saying Democrats are a lot better off talking about the economy than trying to take Bush on an issue like this.
Well, we'll see which of those voices wins out in the weeks to come. Jonathan Karl, thanks so much. Still to come tonight, the legendary guitarist for The Who and the punishment he received today for accessing a child abuse website. That story right after the break. Also tonight, a masterpiece from artist Paul Cézanne, unseen by, I guess, for 65 years now. But tonight, it hits the block at the Christie's Auction House in New York. Get out your wallet. We're going to tell you how much it is expected to fetch. And then a little bit later on, a masterpiece of a very different kind, the cult movie The Matrix, and its newest installment. Get reloaded as Live in the Headlines continues.
What happens if I fail?
Then Zion.
Most people, when told about the idea of Staples, thought it was kind of crazy. 15 years later, Staples has over 1,400 stores around the world.
When I joined Intel, I really wanted to join a company that was at the edge of high technology. We're making things that are more complex than human beings have ever made in the past.
I would hope that people would think about Cisco in terms of changing the way the world works, lives, plays, and learns. And to be a part of that is tremendously exciting.
One of the hallmarks of an entrepreneur is you turn adversity into opportunity.
Great companies learn how to manage during growth, but they also learn to manage during the tough times.
And if you love what you do, I think it gives you the ability to see what might be in the future.
You always have to dream the dream.
And that's the vision part. I like to think we're at the center of the world's economy for the decades to come.
Staples.
Intel.
Cisco. Listed on NASDAQ.
CNN Tonight, Diane Sawyer, the only network anchor to interview Scott Peterson. Now she unravels $1 million scandal. Larry King Live, CNN Tonight.
Homeowners thinking about refinancing? Don't go back to square one with another 30-year program. Get ahead of the game. HMS Capital can remove years of payments from your existing mortgage with a 25, 20, 15, even 10-year loan program. No points, no fees. It costs nothing to apply.
Hi, my name is Mark Tice, president of HMS Capital. My offer is simple. Refinance your existing home loan and not $1 will come out of your pocket or be added to your existing loan balance.
When you see termites, there's only one thing to do. Call the Millennium Eagle at Millennium Termite and Pest. Never fear, the Millennium Eagle is in flight to protect your home. The power of the Millennium Eagle is unequaled when it comes to ridding your home of damaging termites. And now the Millennium Eagle can even eliminate termite colonies before they wreak havoc. With Centricon, the world's first and only termite colony elimination system. Millennium Termite and Pest, protecting life's biggest investment, your home.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
We're going to take a quick look at some of the other stories making news in the world tonight. In Hong Kong, 11 more people have died from SARS, and health officials say 8 more people have become infected. The new cases raised the SARS total in Hong Kong to 1,654, 204 fatalities. A formal caution from British police to Rock and Roll Hall of Famer Pete Townsend today. The Who guitarist admitted breaking the law when he logged onto a website containing images of child abuse in 1999. Townsend said he was doing research on internet pornography. And much of the rock and roll hardware of another member of the Who, John Entwistle, went on display today. It will be auctioned next week at Sotheby's in London. Included are more than 150 guitars owned by the bass player who died just last summer before the band went on tour. And the art world is hoping for big news tonight with the auction of a self-portrait of the artist Paul Cezanne. The semi-annual art sales of the major New York auction houses started this week, and the pre-sale estimate of the Cezanne fell between $15 and $20 million. Maria Hinojosa is standing by where the auction is underway. Maria, what's going on right now?
A very exciting night, Paula. In about 2.5 minutes, the painting sold for $15.5 million. That was the auction price. The actual price that the seller who did this on the phone will actually be $17,367,000. So a lot of money. Now, this was an extraordinary painting. It's the Cezanne portrait of 1895. It's his second to last self-portrait. And what's extraordinary about it is that this painting has not been seen publicly for 65 years. This is only the third owner of this painting, so pretty extraordinary. Now, the most expensive Cezanne painting sold in 1999 for $60 million. They had been expecting this to sell from anywhere between 15 to 20, so the fact that it sold for 15.5 in 2.5 minutes, who knows? A lot of people who watch these auctions say that what happens here really determines the state of the art market, and what's being sold tonight is the Impressionists and the modern art of around the world. Important because this is, again, the self-portrait, his second to last. They say that in this portrait he looked skeptical, questioning. He's got this raised eyebrow, perhaps questioning, looking though directly at his public. But the people here at Christie's are saying that they are pleased with this sale. So again, Paula, the self-portrait of Paul Cezanne from 1895 sold for a mere $17.3 million just about 3 minutes ago. Paula.
Oh, a mere bargain there. Let me ask you this. Do you have any idea who bought it? Do we know if it was a dealer or a private collector or whom?
We don't know yet, Paula. What's extraordinary, though, is what happens in this room. I mean, you have a room full of bidders that, yes, they are actually raising their hands and bidding, but you've got on either side of the room, you've got people on phones all over the world, and these are some of the major biddings are coming in from the phones. I guess these are people who just can't take the time to get off of their yachts to come down to Christie's here in New York. But a very intense, very stressful atmosphere as well, because as I said, what happens here tonight determines the state of the art market. Again, they had been expecting a high bid of $20 million, so we will see what they say about the fact that it sold for $15.5 million. Again, the real price from the buyer will be $17.367. Paula.
Pretty stressful during the cold season. You don't want to sneeze holding a paddle in your hand unless you mean to buy it, right?
I didn't want to make any movements because, you know, they really watch everything that you do. You go like this and that's it. So I was just watching very carefully. Very stressful.
No sneezing allowed. Enjoy the rest of the auction. Maria Hinojosa. Still to come tonight, the deaths of Laci Peterson and her unborn son are reigniting efforts to push a bill through Congress. That bill would allow violent crimes against a pregnant woman to be treated as crimes against two people. Coming up, find out why some people don't want that to pass. Also tonight, they have some of the highest sticker prices and the lowest miles per gallon. We're talking SUVs. So is Detroit doing everything it can to make these vehicles more fuel efficient? That story straight ahead. But first, a look at some of the closing numbers from Wall Street. We're back in a moment.
Baymont Inns and Suites, worth checking into.
I was tired of getting pushed around on the web by junk mail, computer viruses, questionable content. It was time to get tough. So I finally switched to MSN 8, got my butterfly. I mean, this guy never sleeps. He's tough on junk mail, computer viruses, and kid safety. The only thing that's not tough is switching. Who knew a butterfly could be so tough?
Find out why so many people are switching to new MSN 8. Call 866-305-MSN8 and get 2 free months when you sign up. MSN 8 has advanced switching software that automatically moves your AOL address book, notifies your contacts, and forwards your email free for 1 month. Plus, powerful new security features that AOL can't match, like tough junk mail protection, flexible parental controls, and automatic virus protection that scans your emails. All built on advanced software from Microsoft. Why have it tough when switching is so easy? Call 866-305-MSN8 and get 2 free months when you sign up. MSN 8. It's better with the butterfly.
Shipping durability testing. Electrostatic surge simulation. Extreme environment performance analysis.
Hey!
Structural integrity. Structural integrity. Structural integrity.
You name it, we do it. Over 11,000 hours of internal and external testing per Dell model. Harsh. But effective.
Right, that's why Dell is one rock-solid, reliable PC.
Can you imagine? You have no idea.
Now you can get a Dimension desktop with an Intel Pentium 4 processor and an awesome flat panel display for just $699 after mail-in rebate. Call or go online now and get free shipping. And check out our new notebooks. You're not just getting quality, you're getting a Dell.
And now over here, the torsion chamber.
Rock solid PCs. Easy as Dell. Dell PCs use Intel Pentium 4 processors.
One crime, 2 victims, or is that 2 crimes, 2 victims? That's the gist of a bill getting renewed attention in the nation's capital, a bill aimed at crimes against pregnant women. It is known as the Unborn Victims of Violence Act. It's been around for a while, but supporters are hoping a big endorsement will finally get it through and give it some new momentum. Congressional correspondent Kate Snow explains.
In my mind, I keep hearing Lacey say to me, "Mom, please find me and Connor and bring us home."
It is such an emotional story, and sometimes emotion translates into political opportunity.
Baby Connor was found near his mother with his umbilical cord still attached.
A graphic story, the murder of pregnant mother Lacey Peterson, becomes the easiest way to push for a new law that's never made it past the Senate. Lacey Peterson's family knows the power of their story, too. They want a bill named in her memory to make killing or hurting a pregnant woman a crime against 2 people, not just 1. Knowing that perpetrators who murder pregnant women will pay the price not only for the loss of the mother, but the baby as well, will help bring justice for these victims, they wrote to the sponsors. About half the states already have laws treating the fetus as a separate victim of violent crime. California is one of them. Scott Peterson is charged with 2 murders. The bill Republicans are pushing in Congress wouldn't change state law, but would apply to federal crimes, like the murder of a pregnant woman on a military base.
That if an individual attacks a pregnant woman who's chosen to have the child, you ought to throw the book at him.
But opponents of this bill accuse the supporters of the bill of taking advantage of Lacey Peterson's case, of exploiting a tragedy. They see the bill as a backdoor way to get at abortion and to knock down abortion rights because you're defining a fetus as a human life. The bill is expected, Paula, to once again sail through the House up here. And as for the Senate, now controlled by Republicans, they're going to try to push it straight to the Senate floor. No public hearings, don't even go through committee, so it can't get bogged down. The key thing here, Paula, is to try to get this through as fast as they can. Supporters know that once Lacey Peterson's case becomes a distant memory, it might be a little harder. Back to you.
Kate Snow, thanks so much for the update. I want to bring in now 2 people with 2 very different views of this bill. Congresswoman Melissa Hart of Pennsylvania is the leading sponsor of the bill. She joins us now from Washington. Also in Washington tonight, Representative Jerrold Nadler of New York. Good to see both of you. Evening. Congressman, I'm going to start with you first. Congressman Nadler, if someone is found guilty of murdering a pregnant woman, why shouldn't that person be charged with 2 crimes?
Well, our entire history, well, first of all, let me say that whoever's found guilty of murdering Lacey Peterson and the unborn child should, the book should be thrown at him. He should be in jail for the rest of his or her life. But the fact is, if you assault a pregnant woman and you injure the fetus, that should enhance the gravity of the crime. It should be a much more serious crime and a much bigger penalty. But it should be a much bigger crime against the mother. If you define the fetus as a person to make it two separate crimes, then that's a revolution in law, and it has certain implications. Number one, if the fetus is a person, then you're giving the Supreme Court the grounds to say that abortion is murder, and states can't even allow it. That's the real reason. The practical implication of whether it's two crimes or a heavier single crime doesn't make a difference. You can put the person in jail for life, whatever you think the appropriate penalty is. The difference is, as a matter of law, do you define a fetus as a person, which would lead to saying that abortion is murder, which would lead further down the line to placing restrictions on the freedom of pregnant women, because if they're carrying a full-born person, then they have certain responsibilities, and you can say pregnant women could go to jail for endangering the fetus by doing things like drinking or other things. And that's something we've never done in the law. Even in the Bible, it says if you assault a woman and you kill her, or any person you kill them, it's a death penalty. If you assault a woman and she has a miscarriage as a result of that, you pay monetary compensation in the book of Exodus. We have never defined a fetus as a person as a separate crime, and the entire purpose for this bill, as opposed to simply enhancing the gravity of the crime, is to undermine a woman's right to choose.
All right, let's let Representative Hart weigh in on a couple of the points you made. What about the point Representative Nadler raised about why not just introduce a bill that would create a much stiffer penalty for someone who is found guilty of murdering a pregnant woman? What's wrong with that idea?
If you ask Laci Peterson's family, and you ask anyone who has lost a family member, and if even it wasn't the mother, they see this as two victims. The reality is there are two victims here. The family had planned for and probably had the nursery painted and ready to go. They lost a child. They lost their sister, their daughter, as well in this case. There's two crimes here, and that's why it's very important for us to acknowledge that. If the woman had not died in this kind of a crime, and a child dies, and that child was 8 months along, that family lost a child. I think it's really awful for us not to understand that as human beings, the terrible loss that a family faces. And that person who committed that crime would not be charged with a murder. That person would be charged with assaulting the woman, but that's as far as it could go. And that's wrong. We need to make sure that to acknowledge the loss of the two lives here.
Are you saying, Congressman Nadler, that this baby, I mean, when Melissa's saying, and you're being opposed to this bill, you're essentially saying that this embryo was not a victim. Is that what you're saying?
No, what we're saying is that the embryo does not have separate standing as a victim. That's the way the law has always looked at it. Well, and that's exactly right. And if you say that the embryo is a separate and by the way, this law, this bill that Melissa and others are pushing does not define an embryo at 8 months old. It could be at 6 weeks pregnant. But the fact is, people certainly think, and the emotions are real here, that they've lost a potential life, they've lost a child, and I understand that. But there's no reason you can't amend the law, if the law doesn't already say that, to punish that. If the mother survives, but there's a miscarriage, the baby doesn't, the fetus doesn't survive, you could punish that by life imprisonment without defining it as a separate person.
Okay, Representative Hart, your reaction to that?
Yeah, there's a precedent in federal law already. Several years ago, they passed the Innocent Child Protection Act, and that was to prevent capital punishment from being carried out against a woman in prison who was carrying a child. And they defined the child as a child in utero. We're not making the child equal with the adult mother. It is a separate status. It is a child in utero, but acknowledged by us that this is what it is.
All right,
a little boy or little girl that the family is expecting.
I want to give you both a chance to answer this, and we just got really literally 20 seconds apiece. First of all, Representative Hart, what about the point Representative Nadler was making? This is all about an effort to ultimately overturn Roe v. Wade.
Well, actually, specifically in this legislation, abortion is exempted. We do not talk about abortion. He's trying to cloud it for some reason I don't understand. Our purpose in this is to make sure that people are aware that the largest reason for the death of pregnant women in several states, we have statistics, is murder. That means that often that child is the motive. So if that child is killed along with the mother or without, we should certainly acknowledge that as a separate crime.
Representative Nadler,
we should acknowledge it. We should put the person in jail for life if you believe in the death penalty, even give capital punishment. but defining it as a separate person has one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to undermine abortion rights. And that is why this bill and the bills like it in all the states are being pushed by the Right to Life committees and by the anti-choice people. It is a pure anti-choice
Our bill
move.
passed the House
and it has, yes, it
with
did.
pro-life and pro-choice votes.
The
And
fact
it'll
of the
do
matter
so
is
again
it is-
this year.
The fact of the matter is it is pushed by the anti-choice people, and that's the only purpose for it, because every other purpose could be accomplished simply by increasing the gravity of the crime and punishing it by life
There are
imprisonment.
two victims here, and if you only increase the gravity of the crime, you're only
If you define
acknowledging
it
one.
as two
Representatives,
victims,
unfortunately, we gotta leave it
that's
there.
a
We thank
revolution
you,
in the law
Paul.
and only matters for abortion purposes.
Representatives Hart and Nadler, thank you both for joining us
Thank
this
you.
evening, and
Thank
we
you.
will stay in touch with you as this debate rages on. Still to come tonight, the same group that said buying SUVs helps support terrorism has a new claim that your national security might be at risk.
You must think that this is public policy made in an insane asylum. In fact, it is not. It has been bought and paid for by Detroit.
Coming up, the attack on SUVs and what the manufacturers are saying about that. Also tonight, the true story of the comic book comeback. Last weekend's hottest movie making money for Marvel Comics. Sandy Sir will be joining us as Live from the Headlines continues on this Wednesday night.
Mr. Stevens? Yeah. Got you down for over 130 channels, $39.99 a month.
Right. So
every channel's digital quality. There's access to 31 premium movie channels, 60 pay-per-view movie titles a month.
great. So that can go on the back of the roof?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, good. So go ahead and pull around back.
You work for the cable company, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why settle for cable? Switch to DirecTV and get over 130 channels, only $39.99 a month. Call 1-800-DirecTV or visit a participating retailer now.
No first runner-up.
No do-overs.
No mulligans.
No place or show. No silver or bronze.
No 2 out of 3.
No second place. There is only the victor.
And the vanquished. We know where we stand.
You know, hon, you can always stay with Fran and Carl.
Ah, you think I'm a hotel?
Maybe we should just get a room when we get into town. We're booked. Why don't we call your brother Jeff? He's always traveling.
And always on short notice.
The best deals? It's a no-brainer. Hotels.com.
Hotels.com.
Save on thousands of hotels worldwide.
Yes!
Hotels.com. The best prices at the best places, guaranteed.
Announcing great savings on a Gateway Take, Make, and Share bundle. A complete Gateway 300 series home desktop featuring Microsoft Windows XP, plus a digital camera and all the photo software you need to take, make, and share your memories, starting at just $9.99. And we'll make it easy with no payments and no interest for 6 months. Call, click, and come in today for great deals on all the Ready Tech Go bundles. Only from Gateway.
Welcome back. A former FBI agent in charge of U.S. counterintelligence on China was indicted by a federal grand jury today on charges of wire fraud and allowing the removal of national defense information. Charles Feldman has been following the story from L.A. all day long. He joins us live with this breaking news. Charles?
Hi, Paula. Yeah, there are two people, of course, involved in this story. One is, as you mentioned, James Smith. He is the retired FBI agent, and he was indicted, as you pointed out, on 6 counts, wire fraud and gross negligence for allowing the removal from his home and other places of documents believed to be documents relating to national security. The other person in the story is the person you see in this picture right next to him. She is Katrina Leong, and she was his mistress for some 20 years and is accused of being a double agent. She was being handled by him as somebody who was supposed to be spying on China for the U.S. Instead, the government says she was spying on the U.S. for China. She was arrested. She is being held without bond. Action on her, possibly, later this week. But right now, the action centers on James Smith, as I said, indicted not on espionage charges. It wasn't expected that he would be, by the way, Paula, but on charges of wire fraud. What that means is he was transmitting allegedly erroneous reports back to headquarters in Washington about his relationship with her, and also indicted on charges of gross negligence. Paula?
Charles Feldman, thanks so much for that update. Appreciate it. Now we're going to move on to other information for you now from the critics who once said SUV drivers are supporting terrorists. A new ad campaign mostly aimed at shaming car makers into building vehicles that guzzle less gas. Patty Davis has the details.
They are one of the fastest growing classes of vehicles on the road. Sport utility vehicles average just 17.8 miles per gallon. This new ad by the Detroit Project chastises automakers for not doing better.
It's 40 miles to every gallon and thousands of dollars saved at the pump. The only problem is Detroit won't build it.
Syndicated columnist Ariana Huffington founded the Detroit Project.
I used to drive a Lincoln Navigator, so it took me a while to connect the dots. So I don't demonize people who drive Lincoln Navigators. I'm just asking them to connect the dots between our consumer choices and the impact we're having on our oil dependence and national security.
Earlier this year, Huffington's group released ads equating buying an SUV to aiding terrorists.
Gave money to a terrorist training camp in a foreign country.
For their part, Detroit automakers say they are working to improve fuel efficiency, not only for SUVs, but trucks and cars as well. GM showed off its hydrogen fuel cell cars Tuesday on Capitol Hill. They're expected to be on the market by the end of the decade.
Bringing this technology forward very, very quickly.
General Motors plans to unveil a gas and electric hybrid version of its Saturn Vue SUV in 2005. It will get 40 miles per gallon. While consumers are gobbling up 13 mile per gallon Ford Excursions and the 11 mile per gallon Hummer H2, many say they would buy more fuel-efficient SUVs if they were available. In fact, a survey by J.D. Power and Associates finds gas guzzlers are consumers' second most common complaint.
It could be better, much better, because yes, they're big cars and, they burn a lot of gas.
Although the Detroit Project had some trouble getting stations to run its previous ads, it's making a $300,000 ad buy this time. The group says its latest ad may not be its last. Patty Davis, CNN, Washington.
No matter what size your car is, big, small, or somewhere in between, with gasoline prices as high as they are, you have to be concerned about fuel efficiency. Let's ask someone who knows what's good, what's not so good. Jack Gillis, author of The Car Book, joins us now from Washington. Good to see you, Jack. Welcome.
Good to see you, Paula.
Is it your view that it won't be until gas goes to $5 a gallon, if that ever happens, that people won't demand of car manufacturers to produce an SUV that is more fuel efficient?
Well, that's a good point. In fact, we're very used to paying $1.80, $1.90 a gallon of gasoline, and it doesn't seem to be satiating our demand for larger SUVs. I do think, however, some of these political motivations, as well as concern about the environment, is having an impact. The good news is that SUVs today are downsizing. They're becoming more fuel efficient. The bad news is you're still making big trade-offs when you buy the larger SUVs. You're getting a car that obviously eats a lot of gas and also may be less safe than smaller cars on the market.
So besides downsizing SUVs, what other efforts are underway to make them more fuel efficient?
Well, I think the most important effort is the new innovative engine technology, the hybrid engines. Ford has introduced it into one of its smaller SUVs, as well as Honda shortly. And I think that what we're hoping is that the technology will be there so that we can put more powerful hybrid engines, which are more fuel efficient, in these larger vehicles. And that's still a very huge challenge from pure physics. It takes a lot more fuel to power a bigger vehicle.
And when you talk about these hybrid engines, if they ultimately become the norm, what will be their impact on the sticker price?
Well, I think that like we heard from the car makers when we wanted airbags and they said they were going to be very, very expensive. With mass production and with new technology, there really shouldn't be a major impact on sticker price. The key is consumer demand. If consumers start demanding more and more of these vehicles, the manufacturers will figure out how to put them, how to put the technology into the new vehicles that are out there. The bottom line is it's all about dollars, and more consumers are voting with their dollars for more fuel-efficient SUVs.
I wanted to close off this interview now with a new survey that came out by J.D. Power's associate that sort of ranks cars by the, I guess, the problems owners have with them. Go through this list with us and what the significance of it is. The top 3 performers, Lexus, Cadillac, and Infiniti.
Well, I think
and
what's
then in the
most
same survey, you want me to, I'll move on to the next and then you can talk about both of them. And then the worst rank brands were Kia, Land Rover, and Hummer.
Sorry for interrupting. I think one of the most significant aspects is we're seeing a lot of domestic cars showing up on the tops of these lists. That's good news. In terms of using this information to buy a new car, it's more difficult. The true benefit for consumers, however, is that it's getting the manufacturers to compete on something other than moonroofs and color-keyed interiors, but customer satisfaction and quality. And we're all going to benefit when that competition heats up.
Well, you were a big help tonight. We all should have you standing by when we purchase new cars or trucks or whatever it is we're driving around with. Thank you so much for your thoughts tonight.
My pleasure, Paula.
Still to come tonight, the next installment of the box office hit The Matrix, a preview of what promises to be a summer blockbuster right out of the break.
If the night seems to be made for wearing a bikini, and dancing is as spontaneous as walking, if a trip to the market is a trip to the past, you're not dreaming. You're in Puerto Rico.
CNN Tonight, Diane Sawyer, the only network anchor to interview Scott Peterson. Now she unravels $1 million scandal. Larry King Live, CNN Tonight.
If you're buying or refinancing a home, Instify is a direct lender that offers the lowest rates available.
Today's low fixed rate is 4.625%.
1-800-INSTIFY. You owe it to yourself to call Instify.
Hi, we're the Martinos.
And this is where we live. We manage a self-storage company, and we live here too.
When we got the dish, they put it on the roof, and every time there was bad weather, we lost the picture.
I had to go up 5 stories to fix the dish. It was really icy out, raining, really bad weather. Hey, Levi had to come up here and fix this thing?
Dante's afraid of heights.
So we got rid of the dish and got Comcast digital cable.
We're done with the dish.
And the roof.
You're losing your hair, and you haven't ordered Avicor yet? You've heard all about Avicor on radio for years. Now we've brought it to TV, so you can see our successful results with your own eyes.
Medical studies and the FDA have reported the body chemical dihydrotestosterone, commonly known as DHT, as the leading cause of hair loss. Avicor stops DHT from attacking your hair follicles and starts regrowing hair in balding areas. Avicor's DHT blocker is all natural, safe, and effective.
In 6 years of clinical use by tens of thousands of men and women, Avicor regrew hair on virtually everyone.
We guarantee it.
Join the thousands of satisfied men and women who have reversed their hair loss with Avicor. Call 800-275-1957. That's 800-275-1957. Now you can use Avicor risk-free for 3 full months. Call 800-275-1957.
If you're buying or refinancing a home, Instify is a direct lender that offers the lowest rates available.
Today's low fixed rate is 4.625%.
1-800-INSTIFY. You owe it to yourself to call Instify.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
On the ground, now!
You know all those dangerous mutants you hear about on the news? I'm the worst one.
They're comic characters, and they are dynamite at the box office. The X-Men sequel, which came out last Friday, is pulling people into the theaters, as did Daredevil earlier this year, Spider-Man last year, and then, of course, the Hulk is due out in June. These film characters are straight out of the pages of Marvel Comics. So the parent company, Marvel Enterprises, is obviously doing quite well. And Andy Serwer is here to talk a little bit about how they've done it. How did they do it, Andy?
Well, a couple things going on with Marvel. First of all, they had the great characters, Paul. I mean, when you have Spider-Man and Hulk sitting there in your pool of assets, that's just a huge advantage, a big leg up at the box office. But actually, this company's benefiting from its own misfortune because it was so badly managed for years that now they've able to be unfettered and unshackled, and they're releasing these things, all these movies coming out this decade, whereas with Superman, that came out in the 1980s, Batman came out in the 1990s. They've finally gotten rid of all the litigation hanging over this company, and now they're just exploiting, as they say in this business, all these great characters.
Are there any other companies that have paralleled this kind of turnaround? Or is this one unique when you look at just how much its stock price has jumped?
Yeah, well, they're all kind of unique. And this one, you know, of course, comic books, that's a pretty singular business. But, you know, it sort of speaks to this problem that so many companies are going through right now. So many companies down and out, in the dumps, shareholders worried, employees worried, customers worried. But if the company has real assets, real tangible things that people want to buy, they have a much better chance of coming back. So that's something really to look for. And if you take a look at some of these companies here we've identified, there's Marvel. Over the past 3 years, stock up 250%. But look there, Mattel, that stock is almost doubled. Now,
home of Barbie.
That's right, and that's exactly why they came back like that. The company also
But I don't get that. Remember, there was a point where Barbie was controversial and the sales went down.
Yeah, but it's such an icon, Paul. I mean, in every day, no matter how badly that company is run, how incompetent the people are, how close to bankruptcy they are, some little girl's going to tug at their mommy's sleeve and said, I want a Barbie today. I mean, you can't kill something like that. The last one on that list, IHOP, International House of Pancakes.
Sure.
I mean, they had a tough time there, too, but I mean, how classic is pancakes? And so they've managed to turn things around, too. You can see while the market's been swooning, that's the number at the bottom, these guys are doing well. And so it's not that atypical. I mean, Harley Davidson, they almost went bankrupt in 1985. Now incredibly successful. Kmart, they're in big trouble right now. That's a more questionable situation because what does Kmart really have compared to Walmart or Target? So you really have to look at these things on a case-by-case basis.
Have you been to the theaters lately?
I have.
Have you seen X2?
I haven't seen that one yet, but I'm really looking forward to The Matrix Reloaded.
Yeah, the previews look pretty
compelling.
Compelling, strong. Thanks, Andy.
Okay.
Movie fans are waiting anxiously, including Andy, for another sequel. This one is a more graphic novel than a comic book story. The Matrix Reloaded opens around the nation this week. The premiere of this special effects-loaded story of the battle of man against machine is in Los Angeles tonight, and that's where Eric Horng is standing by. Eric?
Well, Paul, the Matrix Media Blitz certainly in full swing. If you haven't seen Time Magazine this week, stars on the film on the front cover. And at the LA premiere tonight, we were told some 70 media outlets applied for credentials. Certainly a lot of attention being paid to what is one of the year's biggest films.
We've done things that I don't believe have ever been attempted in Western action cinema before.
With regard to the stunts, it was much more involved and much more intense.
You see representation of humanity in its fullest.
Man and machine square off once again in The Matrix Reloaded. Directed by Andy and Larry Wachowski, the second installment in the franchise features familiar characters, as well as some fresh faces.
With the new movie, they've introduced enough new elements to extend the mythology.
To prepare for the intricate fight sequences, stars underwent 4 months of martial arts instruction, training so intense that Carrie-Anne Moss, who plays Trinity, suffered a broken leg.
I came into the process really gung-ho and excited, and then I was taken down within 7 days of training.
The first Matrix grossed more than $450 million worldwide, became the first film ever to sell 1 million DVDs, and spawned a visual style copied and parodied in other films like Shrek. With a budget of nearly $130 million, about twice that of the first film, there's pressure for The Matrix Reloaded to raise the bar.
That pressure, you know, started at the top, and we all just tried to give all that we had to the project.
And in case you're wondering, filming on the third movie, yes, there is a third movie, The Matrix Revolutions, has already been completed and is scheduled for release before the end of the year. Paula.
Well, we hope you get to see the movie before the crowds start heading to the theater. Eric, thanks so much. Have fun. Andy and I have decided that we are going to wait for 2 weekends. We're not going to deal with 3-hour lines here.
No.
We're just not going to do that.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us tonight. We're going to take a short break, and Live from the Headlines will continue at the top of the hour. Be right back.
You're gonna love this new Quick Rent at National Car Rental. When you get to the airport, they let you choose your own car. Whatever make and model you want.
Whatever color you want.
You can walk right past the counter. And you don't stand in any lines.
All you need is a major credit card and access to the internet. You rent online at nationalcar.com.
They ought to call it quick and easy.
Bypass the counter.
You don't have to stand in line. Choose your own car. Click, click, click on the computer.
It's all about me. Rent, huh?
Choose the rental car company that lets you choose your own car. Quick Rent at nationalcar.com.
There's something of Ireland in all of us. You can hear it in the echoes of ancient castles, in the proud words of warrior poets. You can see it in the smiles of countless new friends. And once you discover it, you will always know that there's something of Ireland in all of us. Enjoy the warmth of the Irish welcome in cottages and castles. For great vacation packages from $649, visit us at shamrock.org or call 1-800-SHAMROCK.
All these CDs have to go, so we're giving them away. They're top-of-the-line editions of brand name software. Home Depot, Britannica, Rand McNally, and the American Medical Association, just to name a few. Just pay the $6.95 shipping and we'll send you $100 in great name software. Learn secrets of the Home Depot pros, wallpapering, plumbing, carpentry, tile, insulation, and more. Then create your own home on your PC, add walls, carpets, a new addition, and see it in a 3D walkthrough. Create printable maps of anywhere in North America and try restaurants, hotels, and sightseeing stops along the way. Remember, this is free. How about researching almost anything? History, maps, nature, science, geography, and more. How about free medical help, medical emergencies, CPR, drug facts, burns, fractures, cuts, bruises, and essential information for any family. And we're giving it away. And if you call right now, we'll throw in a great $30 typing tutorial. That makes almost $150 worth of software free with one free call.
Call 1-800-551-1369.
Closed captioning provided by Oric 8-pound upright vacuum.